Chapter 359. The sky was hazy, and the snow was howling. The firewood in the fireplace crackled, and the fire flickered. The room was very warm. They guarded the 8 stonewares, ready to cut them open. You guys step back. Yi Fan signaled them to step back. Although it had been more than 10,000 years, these stones still had some strange power. Crack! The first stoneware was cut open, and some gray powder flowed out of the stone like sand, sprinkling on the ground. What is this? They came closer and looked at each other, not knowing what it was. It must be something good, but the essence has been sucked away, leaving only the powder. Otherwise, it would be a divine item that could save the dead. Even Yi Fan couldn't tell what it was. But he didn't need to know, because it had lost its value. After cutting 4 stonewares, the stone core was either hollow or petrified, and the essence was gone. When the 5th stoneware was cut open, a flow of cold air rushed out. It was even colder than the icy world outside the window, making people's hearts palpitate. Something good came out. Finally, it's not hollow anymore, Two-Face said in surprise. The big black dog's eyes sparkled. He crouched slightly, ready to pounce and snatch it. Yi Fan squinted at him and said, "Behave yourself. Don't try to snatch everything." "Don't worry. I don't do such dishonest things." The big black dog looked harmless. Crack. The second cut was made, and the gap widened. The cold air was even more bone-chilling. At the same time, some holy light shot out. "It's really something good," Two-Fei exclaimed. Zhang Wuya, Wang Shu, and Dumbo were also surprised. They all opened their eyes wide, staring at the stoneware in Yi Fan's hand. The big black dog was almost drooling. He crouched and moved forward a few steps, his big claws almost reaching out. Two-Face said angrily, "I know you don't have any good ideas. Do you really want to snatch it?" The big black dog showed a disdainful face and said, "Am I that kind of person? I never do such things. I always win people over with virtue." You want to win people over with virtue? Yi Fan couldn't be bothered to attack it. "Don't worry, I'm not that kind of person. I wouldn't do such a thing," the large black dog said with a sincere expression. Yi Fan didn't say anything else. The third strike landed. Divine light flowed out of the stoneware and dyed it with a faint golden luster. The room was piercingly cold, and they felt as if they had fallen into an ice house. "Something's off. There's something strange going on. Don't move," the large black dog suddenly said. People in the room were startled. Two-Fei and the others had to step back. "What did you discover?" Zhang Wuya asked. The large black dog didn't reply. He had a square head and large ears, and a solemn expression appeared on his face. His eyes were as large as copper bells, and they were completely round. He craned his neck forward and shuffled his feet. "Mother f***, that damn dog is wicked. He wants to rob the treasure." Two-Face screamed. The large black dog was very unkind. He purposely tried to frighten them. He suddenly pounced on the stoneware and ran out with it in his mouth. His movements were extremely fast. Two-Fei was extremely angry. Zhang Wuya, Wang Shu, and Dumbo were also dumbfounded. They all wanted to punch him, but the large black dog was very slippery. He dashed out like a wisp of smoke, and no one could stop him. "Chase him. This wicked dog even dares to rob its own people." Two-Fei shouted. "Don't chase him. There's nothing good in there." Yi Fan smiled. "Oh." Almost at the same time, the Black Emperor screamed as if someone had stepped on his bald tail. It was very shrill, and it scared away all the wild wolves within dozens of miles. They walked out of the room and saw the large black dog foaming at the mouth. All the hair on his body was standing up, and he looked like a hedgehog. Obviously, he was frightened. "Brat, did you see it earlier?" The large black dog shouted angrily. "What did I see?" Yi Fan said with a smile. "You tricked me." The large black dog's face turned green, and he kept vomiting. As they approached it, Dumbo pushed away the broken stoneware, and a head rolled out at once. Everyone retreated. Only the Black Emperor was lying on the snow and retching. He almost threw up his gallbladder. Just now, he had chewed the stoneware and almost swallowed the head. "Oh my God! How could there be such a thing in the stoneware?" Wang Shu screamed. Zhang Wuya and Dumbo retreated, and they almost sat on the ground. Is this an archaic creature? Tu Fei was shocked. It was a shriveled head, with only a layer of old skin sticking to the bones. There were some withered, messy hair on the head that looked like weeds, but it was very sparse. The bone-chilling cold was coming from it. Among the broken stones, there were some fragments of the god energy sphere, which glittered on the snow and made the head look even more ferocious. Brat, did you do it on purpose? The large black dog stared at Yi Fan with a murderous look. I haven't cut it yet. You snatched it yourself, Yi Fan said. You deserve it. Who told you to be so greedy? You snatched the treasure when you saw it. You asked for it, Tu Fei said. Woof woof woof. The black dog was flustered and exasperated. He barked, and the stone village was in chaos. All right, stop barking. You've even attracted the she-wolf. You deserve it for being greedy. No one sympathized with him. They all laughed, and even Zhang Wuya shook his head. The large black dog was very depressed. He knew he was in the wrong, so he didn't come out. He nibbled on the snow and murmured, F***ck, I'm so smart and powerful. Why am I always so unlucky? What a cunning dog. He's the best. I'm speechless. They shook their heads, trying not to laugh. After careful examination, they found that the head should have been sealed in a piece of the god energy sphere. Unfortunately, the god energy had been eaten by a terrible being, and only the shriveled head was left. It had no value, so Dumbo found a place to bury it. Yi Fan and the others returned to the house. The large black dog had a gloomy expression on his face, and he also walked into the room with his head drooped. Seeing him like this, they couldn't help but laugh out loud. What are you laughing at? The large black dog rolled his eyes, and his bald tail stood up high. Then he squatted on the ground and stared at the 6-stone artifact with his big eyes. Crack! Yi Fan cut open the 6-stone artifact. A faint fragrance came out, and some liquid flowed out. It should be something good this time, right? The large black dog's eyes widened again, but this time he didn't dare to snatch it. Bring me the jade artifact, Yi Fan said. Tu Fei handed him a white jade bottle. It was sparkling and translucent. After being refined, it was an excellent jade artifact for preserving rare treasures. Yi Fan carefully opened the stone artifact. There was only a puddle of water in the center that emitted a faint fragrance. He didn't know what it was. Could it be that some divine fruit melted? Tu Fei guessed. Yi Fan put the liquid into the jade artifact. After observing it carefully, he didn't see anything special. He said, looking at the shape of the puddle, it does look like a fruit. Now that it's liquid, I don't know how much medicinal effect it has left. Maybe it's some divine liquid. The large black dog's eyes flashed. It was obvious that he was up to no good. Don't have any bad ideas. Do you want me to give you a taste? Yi Fan said with a smile. The large black dog was tempted. However, thinking of how he was poisoned to death when he tried to snatch the mortal origin fruit, he wouldn't eat it no matter what. He shook his head resolutely and said, Don't try it. Let me put it away for you first. Don't even think about it. Yi Fan didn't give him a chance to snatch it. With a flash, he put it into his body. Although he didn't know much about this liquid, he could take it to the God City and ask. Those old antiques would definitely know about it. Maybe it was a rare treasure. There were 2 stone artifacts left. Yi Fan tapped them lightly and cut open one of them. There's something. What is it? Why does it look like a gallbladder? Is it an organ from an ancient creature? The people in the room were all surprised. It was a walnut-sized purple gallbladder. It wasn't sealed in the god source, but it was full of life energy. An ancient creature's organ. It's not sealed in the god source, so it should be rotten. Tu Fei didn't understand. It's a stone gallbladder. It grows from a stone. Yi Fan was excited. What's the use? Let this greedy dog have a taste. It's hard to poison it anyway, Tu Fei said. Damn, why don't you have a taste? The large black dog bared his teeth. Thinking of the last experience, the corners of his mouth twitched. This kind of stone gallbladder is very useful to me. It can help me cultivate the heavenly source divine sense to the consummate level. Yi Fan carefully took the purple stone gallbladder in his hand. He was very excited. It was clearly recorded in the Book of Source Heaven that when a god stone formed a gallbladder, it could open one's eyes. When one's divine sense reached the consummate level, the heavenly eye would be born. The celestial eye and the netherworld eye were all kinds of heavenly eyes. They were born naturally. It was difficult to have a heavenly eye after the heavenly source divine sense reached the consummate level. The heavenly source divine sense could become the heavenly eye when it reached the consummate level. Every generation of Yuan Taoist master had the strongest heavenly eye, which could see through illusions and see the origin. It's a pity that it's purple, not golden. It hasn't matured yet. It's as valuable as a mortal essence fruit. It's not as good as an immemorial divine herb. Yi Fan was a little regretful. He thought for a while and said, "Fortunately, it wasn't hurt. We can seal it first. In the future, we can use the God source to provide it with essence qi to mature it." The stone gallbladder was a priceless treasure to the Yuan Taoist master. He couldn't trade it for anything. It could help the heavenly source reach the consummate level. The real Yuan Taoist master didn't need to use his original technique to see through the earth ancient mine. He could move unhindered in the world. If there was a secret in the origin, he could see through it. There was only one stoneware left. Yi Fan swung his knife, but he couldn't cut anything. It was empty. The treasure was gone. Although they were mentally prepared, they were still disappointed. The treasures left by the Yuan Taoist master were earth-shattering. They were all heaven-defying divine treasures. Unfortunately, some terrifying existences had looted them first. Nothing was left. Thinking about it, no matter if it was the mortal essence fruit or the purple stone gallbladder, they hadn't matured yet. They must have been worse 10,000 years ago. That's why they were preserved. What a pity. Such a pile of treasures was destroyed. Tu Fei was full of regret. This time, besides the stone gallbladder, they also got that bottle of unknown liquid. Although they couldn't estimate its value, Yi Fan was looking forward to it. Perhaps it would be an earth-shattering treasure. In the evening, when the snowstorm stopped, a stalwart figure appeared in the stone village. It was Pangbo. Just like his name, he had a majestic aura. He had thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a big frame. His arms were as thick as other people's legs. Today he had cultivated the demon god ancient scriptures, so he had a special aura. He was strong and sharp. His eyes were bright and spirited. He was like a god of the demon clan that had descended to this world. His black hair draped over his shoulders. He stood tall and straight. His eyes were sharp, and he looked majestic. He had a powerful aura. Yi Fan's soul consciousness was very sensitive. They were very familiar with each other. He sensed the other's aura immediately. With a few steps, he was several hundred meters away. He stood in front of the stone village to welcome him. Pangbo. Yezi. Meeting again, the two laughed. In this world, to have a friend from the same hometown as them was the greatest gift from the heavens. They didn't need to be polite. When they saw each other, they punched each other a few times. Yi Fan asked, "How did you find this place?" 2 days ago, when I was chasing after the light-shaking realm saint candidate, I saw your dog. It told me this place, Pangbo said with a smile. Although he had the aura of a demon god, he was still the old Pangbo. His temperament hadn't changed much. He was just more majestic now. His bronze skin sparkled with precious light. Woof, who is his dog? The big black dog was so angry that it ran out of the house with its bald tail raised. Yi Fan said, "That damn dog only told me that it saw you. It didn't say that you were coming. It must be after the demon god ancient scriptures. Brother, you are so fierce. You chased after the saints of the Holy Lands alone. You are a model for our generation. I admire you." Tu Fei laughed and walked out of the house to welcome him. "It's rare to see someone like you. Today, we must drink to our heart's content." Although Yi Fan and Pangbo hadn't seen each other for a long time, they didn't feel like strangers at all. In this world, they were definitely the closest people. Ah! Pangbo also laughed. He could see that Tu Fei and Yi Fan had a special relationship. Of course, he gave him face and said, "Tonight, we won't stop until we're drunk." "Good. I will find someone to prepare some black dog meat." Tu Fei laughed. He liked Pangbo woof. "Damn it. Damn dog, don't bite me. I will prepare some mutton and donkey meat." "Okay, They all laughed. Not long after, the piping hot dishes were served. There was a golden roasted leg of lamb and crispy chicken wings. They drank and ate the meat in large bowls. The atmosphere was very lively. Brother Pang, you chased after the light-shaking realm candidate Saint Sun. Did you kill him? Asked Tu Fei. I wounded him badly. Even if he didn't die, he would have lost a layer of skin. Anyway, he ran far away. He's good at running away though. Pang Bo felt regretful. Tu Fei was speechless. He found that this man in front of him was really fierce. Ordinary people couldn't chase after the Saint Sons. They didn't dare to do that. He ran to the Snow Palace and didn't want to come out. He got the protection of the big sect. Otherwise he would have been killed. Explained Pang Bo. Brother Pang, you dare to chase after the saints. We should join hands and do something big. We will kill some saints and capture some saintesses, suggested Tu Fei. Okay, we will take revenge for Yizi. Pang Bo put down his bowl of wine. I know the whereabouts of a saint son and 2 saintesses. We can go and kill them. Haha. Good. Tu Fei wanted to see the world in chaos. Kill the saints and hunt the saintesses. The big black dog was also drunk. He shouted, take human pets. Chapter 360. The Snow Palace was a great sect in the North region with a long history of more than 10,000 years. Its power was only below that of the Holy Lands. Legend had it that their founder wasn't a human, but a snow ape. His power was so great that he could resist the Holy Lands 10,000 years ago. No matter how great the inheritance was, it would decay. No matter how strong the warrior was, he would die eventually. Nothing was eternal. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, Tu Fei, and the big black dog stepped into an ice field and started their plan to kill the Holy Sons and Holy Virgins. The Holy Sun candidate of the light-shaking realm had entered the Snow Palace and hadn't come out yet. They came to this area for him, of course. This area was very high, more than 8,000 meters above sea level. Even in summer, it was still a world of ice and snow. The cold wind howled. It had been like this since ancient times. In the past, during the darkest and most chaotic era, a world-shaking war had taken place here. It used to be a pure land of a holy land, but it had been completely destroyed. The ultimate warriors had broken through the sky and flattened the endless snowy mountains, turning this place into a boundless ice field. The Snow Palace was just a big force that had come here later. In the more ancient era, there were more ancient and glorious inheritances on the ice field. Who destroyed a holy land? Yi Fan was surprised when he heard Tu Fei's words. I'm not sure. It happened 70,000 to 80,000 years ago. It was the darkest era after the desolate antiquity. The most terrifying chaos took place there. Many holy lands participated in the war. Tu Fei shook his head. How strong was the power needed to destroy a holy land? Pang Bo was surprised too. Why do I feel like it was the chaos of the Forbidden Lands? The big black dog said hesitantly. Do you know something? Yi Fan was moved. The big black dog had a shocking background. The more ancient the event, the more he knew about it. The Eastern Barren Territory has 7 forbidden lands for life. Each of them is extremely terrifying. Even the emperors can't flatten them. 190,000 years ago, there was the dark chaos of the absolute beginning era. Blood flowed like a river on the ground. 150,000 years ago, there was the dark chaos of the undying mountain. Lives were plunged into misery. Everyone was surprised and looked at the big black dog. The Origin Ancient Mine and the Undying Mountain were the terrifying forbidden lands of the Eastern Barren Territories North region and the Center region respectively. None of them had heard of this before. Life-restricted regions had triggered darkness chaos before. It seemed to be extremely terrifying, engulfing the great earth. Blood flowed like rivers. 70 to 80,000 years ago was known as the darkest era after the primordial era. Countless people died in that great turmoil, and it seemed to be a man-made disaster. Tu Fei said, looking at the endless ice field. I vaguely heard that an invincible king god of the Jiang family used a weapon of the extreme path to sweep this place. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It was hard to say just how powerful the extreme Dao holy weapon was. There was a rumor in the world that if there was enough Dao power to support it, it would be equivalent to the resurrection of a great emperor. As expected, holy lands are also divided into strong and weak. Yi Fan sighed. The Black Emperor said in a deep voice, "That's only natural. A sacred ground that has produced a great emperor, and an extreme Dao weapon is the most confident and fearless of all the great powers in the world." What it said was the truth. Going back more than 100,000 years, there were more holy lands than there are now. Half of them had been annihilated in history. Thinking about it carefully, the destroyed inheritances didn't have a great emperor or an extreme Dao weapon. In general, their foundation wasn't enough. Pang Bo said. It seems like the surviving holy lands don't have only one scripture of their own. They should be much stronger than what people have imagined. The others nodded to show their agreement. The more they knew, the more they thought the holy lands were immeasurably strong and extremely dangerous. After 1 hour, they arrived at the deepest place of the ice field. They saw a towering snowy mountain that reached the sky. It was a vast expanse of whiteness. Tu Fei explained, according to legends 70 to 80,000 years ago, there was no ice field. It was just an endless snowy mountain. Rumor has it that a king god of the Jiang family used an extreme Dao weapon to sweep the entire area. Eventually, it became what it is today. Only this snowy mountain is left, which is less than 100 miles around. It's just a vestige. The peak of the mountain was so high that it was hard to see. It pierced the sky where the snow palace was located. Each of the snowy mountains had a grand snow palace. Yi Fan said. The old ape who created this great sect has good foresight. He chose this place. At first glance, I know it's not simple at all. Tu Fei nodded. Of course. That old ape has a profound cultivation technique. He could resist the Holy Lands. He has left many legends. Some say that he was born in this snowy mountain. Some even say that his technique is from the orthodoxy of the Holy Land that was destroyed 70 to 80,000 years ago. Since he created the Snow Palace, it means that the Holy Land has revived. I can feel it. The light-shaking realm's Saint Sun candidate is on the snowy mountain ahead of us, said Pang Bo. Shi Yen cultivated the demon monarch's ancient scriptures, which made him extraordinary. When he was chasing after the light-shaking realm's Saint Sun candidate, he had used the demon monarch's divine technique on him. Within a certain range, he could sense his existence. If the other hadn't run to the Snow Palace, he would have been killed. He couldn't have run away. Yi Fan said. Then let's wait for him. The Snow Palace is too powerful. We can't afford to offend them. We can only wait outside. Within 100 miles, the towering mountains were the Snow Palace's territory. Through the wind and snow, they could vaguely see sparkling crystals on the mountains. They were majestic ice palaces. I estimate that he will need at least 7 days to recover. After being hit by my demon monarch's 9 slashes, the form extermination, he is lucky that he didn't die, said Pang Bo. Yi Fan knew how terrifying the 9 slashes of the demon monarch was. That day in the Immortal Hall, he and the Black Emperor had almost died in the battle against Old Monster Green Lotus. At this moment, the Black Emperor's eyes were burning with passion when he heard the words, 9 slashes of the demon monarch. He wanted to push Pang Bo down and interrogate him about the ancient scriptures. We don't have to wait for nothing. I got a secret report that the Purple Mansion Saintess is going to visit the Snow Palace and then go to the Divine City. Maybe we can capture her in advance. Pang Bo's identity was special. His position in the monster clan wasn't ordinary. Although he couldn't mobilize the clans, it was easy for him to get some information through his connections. That's good news. Tu Fei cheered up. The Black Emperor also said, Oh, it's that woman who chased after me. If I hadn't crossed the space in a hurry, I would have been in danger. Haha, I'm looking forward to chasing after the Saintess. I hope I can succeed. Tu Fei laughed. Yi Fan walked around this great snowy mountain. He rubbed his chin, seriously thinking to himself, saying, The more I look at this place, the more extraordinary it seems. There might be a dragon vein hidden here. A large piece of exceptional divine spring. He needed 5 million pounds of pure divine origin to break the restraint of the Dao Palace's secret territory and enter the 4 extreme secret territories. It was an astronomical number. Can you dig out a big piece of divine origin? Pang Bo and Tu Fei knew he cultivated the Book of Origin, so they were confident in his original technique. Yifan shook his head. I think it's hard. Even if we can stop the dragon vein, we have to create a big commotion. This is the Snow Palace's territory. It will only help them. Tu-Fei said, let's go. We should check first. 70 or 80,000 years ago, there was a holy land here. Perhaps it has a big piece of divine origin, and some other treasures. Within 100 miles around, the mountains were so tall that they pierced the sky. Ice and snow were everywhere. Yifan used the Earth observation technique to observe. He felt that this place wasn't ordinary at all. Perhaps there was a big dragon vein with a big piece of divine origin. It seems to be behind the mountain. We should detour. The heavy snowflakes were like goose feathers, mesmerizing people's eyes. The cold inside the snowy mountain was chilling to the bone. Pangbo used the Beast Monarch Divine technique to observe. It seems like there's no one from the Snow Palace behind the mountain. I know it. The rumor is true. Tu-Fei smiled. The founder of the sect was an old ape. The sect takes special care of the snow ape. The snow mountain with a circumference of 100 miles was big enough for the Snow Palace to build a training field. It was said that the back of the mountain was reserved for a group of snow apes. No disciples were cultivating here. Knowing this, they were thrilled. They decided to enter the back of the mountain and explore carefully. If they could dig out a big piece of divine origin, it would be a great fortune. There must be a big dragon here. Yifan was shocked. They entered the back of the mountain and entered the snowy peaks. Crossing the snowy land, Yifan used the original technique to see through the illusion and capture the dragon aura. There's a flow of extremely powerful dragon aura under the ground. It must be the supreme dragon vein. Yifan stared. The snowy peaks were connected together like the bones of a great dragon, giving off a majestic aura. What are we waiting for? Let's dig it out, the big black dog urged. His eyes glowed with green light. I'm worried that this dragon vein is strange. Maybe it's a far ancient imperial family. Moreover, 70 or 80,000 years ago, this was the training field of a holy land. I'm sure it has more details, Yifan pondered. Check carefully. We'll decide after we see it clearly, said Tu-Fei. Yifan and the others continued to go deeper and observe the snow mountain. Yifan was almost sure that there was an extraordinary divine item under the ground. This kind of terrain is the nirvana of a true dragon. Yifan was frightened. The Book of Original Sky had this kind of terrain, which was related to yin and yang, life and death. It was very mysterious. Is there anything special? Asked Pangbo. It's really mysterious. If there's no living creature in there, perhaps we can get a big divine treasure. What if there's an immemorial creature? Asked Tu-Fei. It must be an extremely dangerous place. It's the royal nest of the immemorial races. We can't touch it. Yifan was stern. What's that smell? It's so fragrant. The big black dog suddenly lifted his head, looking surprised. Really? How come I don't smell it? Pangbo was skeptical. Don't compare yourself with it. A dog's nose is the most sensitive. Let alone this damn dog with a big background, said Tu-Fei. Woof. The big black dog bared his teeth, but he didn't bite. He sniffed and said, perhaps some kind of heaven and earth treasure is about to ripen. Then he ran crazily through the snow mountain. Yifan, Pangbo, and Tu-Fei followed him. After more than 10 miles, they also smelled the fragrance. This damn dog's nose is so sensitive. Standing on the wind, it can smell the fragrance from more than 10 miles away. The other three couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The enticing fragrance came from a snow valley. When they arrived, they were startled. There were many humanoid creatures in the valley. Their bodies were covered with snow-white fur. They're snow apes. They're born with endless strength. Not long after they were born, they could tear lions and tigers. They're definitely demonic beasts. I'm afraid there's an old ape who has cultivated to a high realm. Tu-Fei was surprised. What surprised them more was that there was a dragon aura twirling around the snow valley. In the center of the valley, there were several spirit herbs growing in the snow, glowing with green light. Each of them had a golden fruit. Dragon-shaped fruit. What kind of magical fruit is that? The big black dog didn't recognize it. There were 6 spirit herbs, glowing with green light. They were about 1 foot tall, and each of them had a fruit that was half a foot long. They were golden and crystal clear like real dragons. They were extraordinary. It's the source dragon fruit. Yi Fan was surprised. He was even more sure that there was a big dragon underground. What's the source dragon fruit? It's a kind of magical herb that grows under the nourishment of dragon aura. Although its fruit can't be compared to the immemorial godly medicine, it's definitely a top-level spirit medicine. They calculated and felt it would be hard to pick this kind of spirit fruit. There were too many snow apes. If they were enraged, the snow palace would be alerted. There's a snow cave in front of us. There's also dragon aura coming from it. Peng Bo's eyes were sharp. Not far from them, there was a giant cave halfway up a snow mountain. It was pitch black, and dragon aura was seeping out. Let's go and take a look. Yi Fan took the lead and flew forward. Peng Bo and Tu Fei followed behind. The big black dog looked at the source dragon fruit reluctantly, then turned around and left. They quickly arrived in front of the snow mountain, landed and entered the cave. The cave was spacious and dry. There were some stone basins and bowls, as well as a stone bed. The cave was spacious and led deep into the mountain. It was clean and didn't have any strange smell. This seems to be the residence of the snow apes. Let's take a look and leave. They realized that this might be the nest of the snow apes. They couldn't stay here for long. Tu Fei said, "Let's hurry and look. These snow apes might be the descendants of the old ape who created the snow palace 10,000 years ago. Maybe he left something behind." Peng Bo shook his head and said, "These snow apes obviously don't have any terror rank existences. I don't think they have any treasures. There's dragon aura seeping out of this place. I'm afraid it has something to do with the supreme dragon vein underground," Yi Fan said in a low voice. At the same time, he felt that today might be a special day. Normally, there wouldn't be any dragon aura seeping out. The big black dog was greedy again. He said, "Maybe we can go underground from here. Maybe we can dig out a peerless divine source." They were tempted. They followed the direction of the dragon aura and entered the depths of the mountain. What's that? In the depths of the mountain, there was a big hole that looked like a devil's well. It led deep underground, but the mouth of the well was sealed by a piece of transparent ice. The dragon aura is seeping out from this well. Look, there's something in the ice. To their astonishment, they discovered that there was an old ape meditating with its eyes closed in the transparent piece of ice that sealed the entrance of the well. It was vivid and lifelike. It was tall and had snow white fur all over its body. It looked peaceful, as if it was still alive. The more they observed, the more shocked they were. This old ape had the aura of the great Tao, as if it had become one with heaven and earth. That was why they didn't notice it at first. Could this be the old ape that founded the Snow Palace 10,000 years ago? Could it be that it passed away here? They were shocked. If the old ape could seal the well with its own body, there must be something extraordinary down there. Chapter 361. The old ape was tall and majestic. Its fur was snow white and translucent, and it was sitting with its eyes closed. It was sealed in the ice, and it looked lifelike, as if it had merged with the great Tao and was still alive. In the past, this ancient ape walked proudly in the world and looked down on the world. It could fight against holy lands, but in the end, it sat in the ice, unable to escape death, and passed away. The well sealed by the ice was bottomless. Wisps of dragon aura seeped out continuously. They pondered for a while, hesitating whether to move the ice away. Yi Fan said, "We can't go in from here. The old ape sealed this place, and with its abilities in the past, it most likely has a backup plan." The large black dog had the most right to speak. He had a deep understanding of Tao patterns. After observing carefully, he frowned and said, "There are too many restrictions. It's very troublesome to break them." They retreated decisively. They didn't have time to break them, and the snow apes would return soon. If they were blocked here, the snow palace would definitely be alerted. As expected, not long after they retreated, hundreds of snow apes returned, jumping from one mountain to another. Their bodies were strong, and they had great strength. They were natural demonic beasts. The 6 source dragon fruits were all taken. What a pity! The large black dog was regretful. In the snow valley, the 6 dark green plants had all withered. Their spirit energy was completely drained, and they were shattered in the cold wind. The underground dragon aura seeped out from here and nourished the source dragon fruits. If we go down from here, we can definitely enter the dragon vein, Yifan said. They immediately started to move. They created an ice path and went down. However, after going down for a few dozen meters, they were stunned. There were formation patterns underground, and everything deep underground was completely sealed. They couldn't open it at all. It was extremely sturdy. Yifan was surprised, and said, "Someone found the dragon vein long ago and sealed it underground. Looks like there must be something extraordinary here. The formation patterns here have been here for tens of thousands of years. They are extremely mysterious. Even I find it difficult to break them." The large black dog was an expert, so he made such a judgment. "I know. It must be the ruins left by that ancient holy land." Tu Fei was both surprised and happy. "So there might be a great opportunity waiting for us?" Pangbo laughed loudly. "It might really be a fleeting opportunity." Yifan used his Genesis technique to speculate that something had happened underground that caused the dragon chi to overflow. This kind of terrain was known as the nirvana of the real dragon. It involved yin and yang, as well as life and death. Once the dragon chi was restrained, it would be very difficult to stop it. Yifan thought about it seriously and said, "The dragon vein is undergoing nirvana. It might not happen even once in tens of thousands of years. It should be completed in a few days." When the large black dog heard this, it was as if he had been injected with stimulants. He became spirited and said, "Let me see if I can decipher it." After a day and a night, it was as tired as a dead dog. It lay on the ground and panted with its tongue hanging out. It threw a divine source bean into its mouth before it regained its vigor. This is definitely the ruins of an ancient holy land. Under normal circumstances, it's almost impossible to break through. However, it's been too long, so there's a flaw in it. We should be able to enter. When they heard this conclusion, their spirits were lifted. It was very likely that this was the underground palace left behind by the Holy Land from 70 to 80,000 years ago. The so-called flaw was the place where the dragon chi leaked out. The runes of the formation were damaged. The large black dog's expression was focused. He walked at the front, continuously carving and changing the runes. After a whole day, they finally reached the depths of the earth and fell into a vast underground palace. The dragon vein was sealed underground. Looks like someone saw through it long ago. This was a huge project that required endless manpower. It was extremely vast, and one couldn't see the end of it. The grand underground palace gave off an ancient aura, as if it was covered in a layer of dust. The stone rooms, stone halls, and everything else were filled with the marks of time. However, the underground was not very dark. A small number of strange stones glowed, and they could see everything clearly. Apart from that, the dragon chi was surging like a river rushing underground. Bathing in the dragon chi made people feel refreshed. The aura of the divine source. Yifan's expression changed. Within the surging dragon chi, the essence of the divine source was overflowing. It was obvious that there was a peerless treasure hidden in the depths of the underground palace. Have we entered an ancient holy land's divine depository? Pangbo was also very surprised. Damn it, the damn dog wants to take everything for himself again. Don't run. Tu Fei shouted. The big black dog didn't make a sound. He had already dashed out crazily, as fast as black lightning. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared. This damn dog is good at everything, but he's too greedy. He snatches treasures whenever he sees them. The three of them chased closely. The vast underground palace seemed endless. It was deathly silent, and there was no sound at all. They didn't stop and headed straight for the source of the dragon chi. The aura of the divine source was also in that direction. The further they went, the more they could feel the most original essence. This underground palace is too vast. They rushed for dozens of miles, but they still hadn't reached their destination. The ancient underground palace seemed endless. Why do I feel like something is wrong? Was it really built by that holy land? Pangbo was suspicious. After passing through many stone palaces, they finally got close to the source of the dragon chi. The big black dog was the first to stop. There was no path in front of them. There was a huge abyss in front of them, and the underground palace behind them looked like it was standing on a cliff. The abyss was so big that it made people dumbfounded. The bottom was as dark as ink, and they couldn't see anything. It made them feel scared. The endless dragon chi and the aura of the divine source came from the abyss. It was mysterious and strange. The big black dog had seen many things, but he was still shocked. He opened his mouth and stared blankly. This vast abyss was like a bottomless pit. It seemed like it could swallow people's minds and make them sink into it. Why do I feel chills running down my spine? This place is full of demonic energy. Two-Face shivered. The abyss was extremely empty and quiet. It seemed to be connected to the netherworld, which made their hearts beat faster. I was wrong. This place is much more terrifying than the nirvana of the true dragon. This should be one of the most powerful terrains in the world. Yi Fan was frightened. Hearing him say that, Pang Bo and Two-Fei were frightened. Even the big black dog, who had strong nerves, felt a little scared. He mumbled, "What the hell is this place?" The nirvana of the true dragon is just the surface. It's the mountains and rivers close to the surface. There's more than one dragon down there. Yi Fan also felt a chill. He had never thought that it would be such a strange and terrifying terrains. He carefully observed the place. In the endless darkness of the abyss, the dragon chi was like a rising tide, surging unceasingly. Sometimes there would be a divine light flashing. Some divine source granules shot out, sparkling and translucent. Two-Fei said, "It's ridiculous. The divine source granules are coming out. There must be more than one peerless divine source. Kid, do you understand it or not? Can we get in or not? There must be some peerless divine treasures down there." The big black dog couldn't sit still. This should be the legendary nest of 10,000 dragons. It's unbelievable. How could there be such a terrains? Yi Fan murmured, his face stiff and full of shock. When he denied the nirvana of the true dragon, he was shocked. He thought he had missed the other dragon veins. However, after he observed carefully and understood it, he was dumbstruck. This was the legendary nest of 10,000 dragons. It was only recorded in the Source Heaven book, but there was no way to break it. It was one of the most dangerous places. The so-called nest of 10,000 dragons could give birth to more than one or two dragon veins. According to the Yuan Taoist master's assumption, it could have been the nest of the true dragon many years ago. Heaven and earth were peaceful, and everything was in accordance with the heaven's will. The nest of 10,000 dragons could even give birth to the true dragon. Two-Fei, Pang Bo, and the big black dog were bewildered. Even the Yuan Taoist master couldn't do anything about this terrains. Of course, they couldn't find anything. It's not right. Look at this underground palace. It's so vast. It's built on the nest of 10,000 dragons, but it's safe. It wasn't destroyed. It shouldn't be a dangerous place, Pang Bo said. So the legend is true? Two-Fei seemed to remember something, his face incredulous. What legend? Yi Fan asked. The ancient Holy Land was called the Underworld God Palace. According to the legend, their inheritance didn't come from humans. You don't mean it came from the nest of 10,000 dragons, do you? Pang Bo was surprised. It's possible, Two-Fei said. Some rumors say that they got some mysterious ancient inheritance from underground. What's that? The big black dog's eyes were sharp. He couldn't help but take several steps back. In the deepest area of this endless abyss that was as dark as ink, a sparkling dot vaguely floated up. Is it some terrifying creature coming out? They were bewildered. They couldn't stay calm. The dragon chi surged, and the aura of the divine origin brushed their faces. The sparkling dot in the dark abyss became clearer, slowly rising up. It's pushed up by the dragon chi. It's an ice palace. The dragon chi surged like a rising tide from the abyss. An ice palace floated up and down, sparkling and translucent. It wasn't big, just the size of a house. It was hard to call it a palace. However, it was shaped like a palace. It was completely transparent, which was strange in this underground world. Waves of spiritual chi seeped out of it. Underworld God Palace. They were astounded. They saw these three ancient characters on the ice palace, which were the same as the name of the ancient Holy Land they had visited in the past. Does it mean that their inheritance comes from the nest of 10,000 dragons? They couldn't stay calm anymore. There's someone in there. Pang Bo was startled. He pulled Yi Fan back a few steps, his eyes shrinking. At this moment, Tu Fei and the big black dog also saw a person lying in the ice palace. She looked like she was made of ice crystals. Her entire body was snow-white, almost transparent, which was the same color as the ice palace. She was lying there quietly with a white gauze covering her body. Her body was so beautiful. She had the skin of ice and bones of jade. Her silky black hair covered half of her face. They couldn't see her face. However, without a doubt, this was definitely a peerless beauty. She seemed to be in deep sleep, but also like an ice-cold corpse. Is she still alive? The big black dog's eyes sparkled. Yi Fan and Peng Bo were also bewildered. This peerless beauty was extremely lifelike, as if she was sleeping peacefully. There was an auspicious aura around her. She should be dead. After all, it's been 70,000 to 80,000 years. Tu Fei was dazed. Do you know who she is? Peng Bo asked. There's a rumor that an invincible divine king of the Jiang family used a weapon of extreme path to sweep through the endless snowy mountains. He turned the vast mountains into an endless plain. Only their female Saint Lord escaped from the ancient holy land of the underworld god palace. She's the female Saint Lord of the ancient holy land. Yi Fan and Peng Bo were shocked. It should be her. Tu Fei nodded. At this moment, the dragon energy surged. The underworld god palace started to sink slowly, hiding in the dark nest of 10,000 dragons. It floated with the surging dragon energy. Seeing this, Yi Fan was moved. He said, maybe we can enter the nest of 10,000 dragons. Chapter 362. Yi Fan walked around the abyss and started to carve on it, forming the origin heaven pattern channel. He combined the earth observation technique and the aura observation technique to deduce everything in the nest of 10,000 dragons. The female divine lord was in the ice palace and hadn't been destroyed. This gave him a glimmer of hope, so he wanted to deduce what was below. After an unknown amount of time, he stood up exhausted. Without realizing it, he walked around the abyss once. How is it? The large black dog was the most impatient. The nest of 10,000 dragons was an extremely dangerous place, but it also contained countless divine treasures. If they could enter, they might have a great fortune. On the abyss, I can only deduce roughly. It's hard to see anything. Then what should we do? Leave now or take the risk? Peng Bo asked. Yi Fan said, we can go down for a while. I deduced that there's nothing in the empty abyss. The real danger is in the dragon nest. Brat, you have to be careful. Otherwise, we'll be jumping into a devil's pit. The large black dog bared his teeth. Tu Fei went down to explore and said, it's definitely worth a try. The ancient holy land, underworld god palace, must have obtained a mysterious inheritance down there. Maybe we can also gain something. Finally, they reached an agreement and prepared to go down and explore. After the great battle in the immortal palace, the large black dog's golden bell appeared. Not long after, he could fly, so he didn't need anyone's help. To be safe, they prepared the profound jade platform. If necessary, they could pass through the void and escape. The dragon aura surged like a tide. As they went down, they encountered great resistance. They didn't dare to go down at once, so they descended slowly. The deeper they went, the darker it became. In the end, they couldn't even see their own fingers. Fortunately, their divine sense was strong, and they could sense the surrounding scenery. This abyss was excavated by someone. There were obvious marks of knives and axes on the walls of the abyss. Seeing this, they were all shocked. Who dared to excavate the nest of 10,000 dragons? Obviously, the nest of 10,000 dragons was hidden underground. It had been excavated, and then it appeared. Along the way, they encountered the ice palace again. It was sparkling. Every once in a while, the ice palace would be surged up by the dragon aura, and it would sink. The female in the ice palace was completely sparkling, and her hair was black and shiny. She was extremely serene, and could be said to be devastatingly beautiful. It was hard to imagine that she was a female holy lord. I think I saw her eyelashes blink. The large black dog shuddered, and retreated in retreat. Damn dog, don't scare people. Tu Fei scolded. 70 to 80,000 years had already passed. The few of them didn't believe that she was still alive. Even an ancient emperor wouldn't have such a long lifespan. The ice palace rose up, and the others descended, heading towards the nest of 10,000 dragons. Opportunity and danger coexisted, and they wanted to take a gamble. 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters, they were a bit alarmed. They had already descended for 4,000 meters, yet they still hadn't reached the bottom. It was as if there was no end to this place, leading straight into the netherworld. Yi Fan had no choice but to stop and continue using his Heaven Origin rune channel. Otherwise, a single misstep would result in a life and death calamity. After a long time, he let out a long breath. The results showed that there was no danger, and he could still continue down. 5 kilometers, 6 kilometers. After descending for more than 9,000 meters, they finally sensed the bottom of the abyss. They were still several hundred meters away from the surface. Damn, this might really be a sinkhole. It's 10,000 meters deep. The large black dog mumbled. Everyone be careful, Yi Fan reminded. They were nearing the bottom of the abyss, and it wasn't far from the nest of 10,000 dragons. There might be danger. As they neared the bottom of the abyss, their hearts palpitated. They had truly arrived at a tiger's den. Finally, they landed on the ground. An ancient and desolate aura washed over them. It was as if they had returned to the primordial era. The bottom of the abyss wasn't very dark. There were some scattered fragments of the divine source that were glowing. However, the abyss was really too big, and it was difficult to illuminate it completely. It was still somewhat dim. As far as the eye could see, there was a vast expanse. It didn't seem like they were underground at all, but more like an ancient battlefield. What's that? There seemed to be an ancient building in front of them. It was extremely dilapidated and deformed. They quickly walked forward. They actually discovered a building outside the nest of 10,000 dragons, which was beyond their expectations. It looks like an altar. Could it be a place of sacrifice? It's almost completely collapsed. It's been abandoned for countless years. Before they even got close, they could already see that this was an ancient altar. It was difficult to guess how long it had existed for. It was covered in the marks of time, and even the stones were about to decay. That's... Yi Fan's pupils constricted rapidly. How is this possible? Pangbo cried out involuntarily. The moment they got close, the two of them were incomparably shocked. Their faces were filled with disbelief. They couldn't see anything from the periphery of the altar. But when they climbed up the collapsed stone platform and arrived at the top, their hearts pounded violently. At the top was the 5-colored altar. It was built from ancient stones of 5 different colors, and was filled with the aura of time. Although it was on the verge of collapse, they could still make out its appearance. Yi Fan and Pangbo were so excited that they were almost lying on their stomachs. They constantly touched it with their hands and murmured incessantly. It was too similar. If they weren't at the bottom of the abyss, they really would have thought that they had arrived at the peak of Mount Tai and returned to the moment when the 9 dragons pulled the coffin. This 5-colored altar was almost the same as the one on Mount Tai. Its style and shape weren't much different. Even the materials were similar. The way back. We can definitely go back in the future. Yi Fan and Pangbo kept talking to themselves. They couldn't calm down, using their hands to touch the ancient stone platform. What's wrong with you two? Tu Fei asked. Are you possessed by some ancient creature? The black dog retreated a few steps. After a long time, Yi Fan and Pangbo finally calmed down. To them, this was a path of hope. Earth had many connections with this world. They believed that they could go back. Have you ever seen an altar like this before? Asked Yi Fan. Tu Fei shook his head, indicating that he had never heard of it. It wasn't even recorded in the ancient books. Great Emperor's formation. The black dog screamed in fear. His big face almost touched the ground. It was his turn to be excited. He almost howled like a ghost. Tu Fei was startled. He hurried to observe. The word Great Emperor was too attractive. No one could stay calm. This must have been set up by the Great Emperor. The black dog was almost trembling. His big eyes stared at his feet. There were several strange symbols there. It was hard to guess their meaning. He used his big paw to touch those patterns. If I can figure out 10 or 20% of them, I will enjoy them for the rest of my life. Yi Fan was moved. He asked, Can you repair the 5-colored altar? Can you figure out its function? Unless the great emperor comes back to life, there is no way to repair it. I don't understand any of these patterns. The Black Emperor shook his head. He carefully carved the symbols. Yi Fan and Pangbo sighed. They searched carefully on the broken altar, but they didn't find anything. Only the black dog grinned from ear to ear, as if he had found a heaven-shaking divine treasure. He couldn't stop laughing foolishly. After staying here for a long time, Yi Fan and the others left, heading toward the nest of 10,000 dragons. There, the dragon chi was like a river, surging unceasingly. 9 giant dragons were circling as if they were alive. In front of them, there were 9 giant holes lined up side by side. They were shining brightly, and the surging dragon chi came from them. Yi Fan observed the terrain and the dragon chi. He continued to carve on the ground, using his heaven source pattern to calculate. Finally, he took the lead and walked forward. There were 9 dragon holes in total. They were all connected to the nest of 10,000 dragons. After they stepped in, they were baptized by the dragon chi. Their pores relaxed, and they felt very comfortable. That's not right. Could it be that place? The black dog became suspicious. He looked surprised. Tell me what happened. Tu Fei urged. F***CK, 9 dragon holes. I know what this place is. The black dog seemed to have figured it out. What did you remember? Yi Fan asked. In the past, Great Emperor Wuxia went to a place that gave birth to dragons. It must be this place. The Black Emperor was very sure. How do you know about Great Emperor Wuxia? Tu Fei was suspicious. I read about it in an ancient book, the black dog said casually. He glanced at him and continued. This place can be compared to the 9 dragons guarding 1 pearl. However, Great Emperor Wuxia chose the Purple Mountain in the end. The Purple Mountain. 9 dragons guarding 1 pearl. It contained the inheritance of Great Emperor Wuxia. Even his ultimate saint weapon was sealed there. Tu Fei was shocked. No way. The nest of 10,000 dragons is the second Purple Mountain? Doesn't that mean the Holy Lands of the Eastern Barren Territory and the 100 sects of the Central State can't break through it? Great Emperor Wuxia came to the nest of 10,000 dragons. Many of the marks were created by him. Yi Fan couldn't calm down. Unknowingly, they walked forward for a distance. They stopped talking and communicated with their divine senses. What's that smell? Why is it so fragrant? The black dog sniffed. They followed the dragon chi for a dozen miles. They came to a place with caves everywhere. It was like a beehive. They were shocked. The 9 biggest caves all led forward. It was a giant nest. Looking from afar, divine light shone. There was definitely a shocking divine source inside. Without a doubt, it was the nest of 10,000 dragons. They were still several miles away, but they didn't dare to go any further. They could vaguely see a divine source block floating in the nest of 10,000 dragons. There seemed to be a creature sealed inside. Damn, we met a big one. It's definitely an ancient royal family. They really know how to choose a place. It's inside the nest of 10,000 dragons. The black dog gritted his teeth. They were all dumbfounded. The strength and terror of ancient creatures were deeply engraved in their hearts. Not to mention their royal family, they were incomparable. What a pity. We've already come this far. We saw a big divine source, but we can only stop here. Pangbo felt very regretful. I really can't accept this. Yi Fan urgently needed the source. He could vaguely see a unique divine source in the nest of 10,000 dragons, but he couldn't get it. The ancient royal family is probably still alive. The inheritance of the Dark God Palace might have been given by them. Maybe we can communicate with them. Tu Fei said. Don't even think about it. The black dog shook his head. According to his speculation, the so-called Dark God Palace must have been created by someone with the blood of ancient creatures. It was to protect this place. In that case, the invincible divine king of the Jiang family was here to eliminate the hidden threat of the human race. They asked in shock. The destruction of a holy land could have such a secret. Let's hurry up and leave. If one of the ancient royal family comes out, there will definitely be mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. We won't be able to resist them. The black dog was the first to retreat. The more he learned, the more he understood how terrifying it was. One day, if my saint physique is complete, I will definitely come here, Yi Fan said to himself. The fragrance is even stronger. Even Tu Fei, who had the least sensitive nose, felt intoxicated. This is. The black dog who had wanted to escape became excited and said, "It must be an ancient godly medicine. It's a rare treasure many times more precious than divine source." In this world, there was almost no treasure that could be mentioned in the same breath as an ancient godly medicine. That was because a godly medicine could even regenerate an unparalleled elite whose lifespan had reached its end, let alone its effects on others. It was a priceless treasure. Even in the ancient era, it was difficult to find a few, let alone in this world. It was completely extinct. Yi Fan activated his divine sense of origin. Two beams of purple light shot out of his eyes as he looked ahead, searching for the ancient godly medicine. It really is an ancient godly medicine. He was shocked. He found a holy object. It was just outside the nest of 10,000 dragons. The dragon aura that rushed out of the dragon caves had to pass through there to gather the aura of 10,000 dragons. The eyes of Pangbo, Tu Fei, and the black dog flashed. They finally found the holy object. That's an ancient godly medicine that was nurtured by the entire nest of 10,000 dragons. That's right. It was nurtured by the aura of 10,000 dragons and absorbed the essence of divine source. In this world, I'm afraid only a place like the nest of 10,000 dragons can nurture a holy object. They couldn't move. They were deeply attracted by it and wanted to take it back. However, that godly medicine was right in front of the nest of 10,000 dragons. It was too close to the ancient imperial family. If they wanted to approach it, they would most likely die. The ancient imperial family is in a deep sleep. We might have a chance to take it. The black dog's eyes flashed as he urged Yi Fan to go. Stupid dog, don't come up with bad ideas. Why don't you go? Tu Fei scolded. I'll go. Yi Fan made up his mind. Yi, you don't have to risk your life. It's too dangerous, Pangbo advised. Yi Fan shook his head and said, It's okay. The chance of success is big. If we can't do it, I'll use the profound jade platform and run away immediately. Pangbo insisted on going with him, but Yi Fan refused resolutely. In the end, he went forward alone. He wanted to try and see if he could take it. Otherwise, it would be too regretful to leave like this. Pangbo, Tu Fei, and the black dog watched from afar, ready to help at any time. The draconic chi surged and attacked like a tide. Yi Fan withdrew his vitality and moved slowly like a piece of dead wood. At the same time, he used the myriad chi cauldron to protect his body. 1 step, 2 steps, this wasn't a short journey. He spent a long time and finally approached the nest of 10,000 dragons. The nest of 10,000 dragons was really huge. He could only see the tip of the iceberg through the dragon cave, but it was enough to shock him. He saw an ancient coffin floating in a pile of divine source, making him feel suffocated. His flesh and bones felt like they were about to crack. This was an extremely terrifying pressure. The pile of divine source fragments was 2 or 3 square meters, enough to submerge the ancient coffin. He turned slightly and saw a large piece of divine source that was almost 2 meters long. It was so dazzling that he couldn't open his eyes. There was a humanoid creature sealed inside. They were definitely the ancient imperial family. The nest of 10,000 dragons was really too big. What he saw was several miles away from the exit. Fortunately, it was so. Otherwise, he might not have been able to take a step forward. And all of this was just a part of what he saw. He didn't know what else was in the nest of 10,000 dragons. Finally, Yi Fan arrived at the exit of the nest of 10,000 dragons and approached the archaic divine medicine. The energy of 10,000 dragons flowed through this place. This was a divine object nurtured by the entire nest of 10,000 dragons. When he got closer, Yi Fan clearly saw its appearance. It was extremely mystical and was clearly a peerless divine object. Its value couldn't be measured. The energy of 10,000 dragons curled around it. This divine medicine was dazzling and golden. It was a foot tall and had 9 leaves. Every leaf was like a golden cloud, beautiful and dazzling. It was also a bit fleeting. At the top of this archaic divine medicine was a fruit. It was golden and dazzling, and its shape was very special. It was a palm-sized golden dragon. It was sparkling and translucent, vivid and lifelike, as if it was alive. And in that golden dragon's mouth, there was a golden bead that flickered with light. It was sparkling and translucent. The entire nest of 10,000 dragons had nurtured a single divine object like this. Its value was unimaginable. This was probably the only archaic divine medicine that could be plucked in this world. It was curled up by the energy of 10,000 dragons. The golden and translucent light flickered at the same time, and the fragrance almost made Yi Fan drunk. He felt as if he was floating in the air. He even wondered if he would ascend to the heavens after consuming this godly medicine. Yi Fan didn't waste any time. He quickly walked forward and prepared to pluck it. Suddenly, his spiritual perception throbbed as if he had fallen into hell. He sensed great danger. Should he continue forward? In this split second, he was faced with a difficult choice. Chapter 363. There were many dragon caves in the nest of 10,000 dragons. Dragon chi surged and divine light sparkled. Ancient coffins bobbed up and down as immemorial creatures were awakened. Yi Fan felt chilled from head to toe. He felt a great danger as if a real dragon had pinned him down. His bones and flesh were about to break. Immediately, he used the mysterious jade platform. At the same time, he stormed forward and created a big hand to pull the immemorial divine herb to run away. However, it was beyond his estimation that the roots of this holy item were really tough. He couldn't pull it off. Yi Fan discolored. Although the divine herb was precious, his life was more precious. He didn't want to lose his life here. Otherwise, everything would be for naught. The ear-piercing screech arose from the nest of 10,000 dragons. It was so mournful and frightening. Tu Fei and Pang Bo felt their hair stand on end, let alone Yi Fan. At this moment, his scalp was numb. A murderous aura like a rising flood swept over, as if it could crush this world. Without the myriad chi cauldron, this murderous aura could pierce through him. He couldn't imagine how intimidating it was. Shiyan glanced and saw the ancient coffin still bobbing up and down in the pile of divine origin. The 2-meter-long divine origin block with the humanoid creature inside hadn't broken its seal yet. He knew that what he saw was just a corner of the nest of 10,000 dragons. The terrifying screeching came from somewhere else. Yi Fan gritted his teeth. He stormed toward the divine herb and extended his hand to pull it out. It was because he found that the big hand made of light couldn't do anything to this holy item. It was born with the ability to absorb God power. All of a sudden, the entire divine herb shook. Gold light sparkled. The fruit it bore was struggling unceasingly, as if it wanted to get rid of it. Yi Fan was stunned. This immemorial divine herb was too magical. The gold fruit looked like a small dragon as if it had a life of its own. It was wiggling back and forth. It looked like it was made of gold, vivid and dazzling. The dragon bead in its mouth was sparkling. It shot out immediately. The fragrance was intoxicating, making people unable to free themselves. This kind of aura had an incomparable attraction. Although Yi Fan had a firm mind, he almost lost himself in it. He quickly dodged to the side, and used his hand to disperse the might of the dragon pearl. It possessed great power, and was enough to pierce through the flesh of ordinary people. Yi Fan's fingers lightly drew an arc that contained Tao energy, freezing it in midair. He hurriedly took out a small white jade cauldron, opened the lid of the cauldron, and put the dragon pearl inside. Pa! The lid of the cauldron closed, and he released a long breath. The divine medicine had to be sealed in a flawless jade artifact, or else it would automatically fall off, leaving nothing behind. In just a split second, the shrill voice had already closed in by several li. It was about to rush out of the nest of 10,000 dragons, and arrive before them. Yi Fan quickly took action, plucking the archaic divine medicine, wanting to seize it. However, something that left him stupefied happened. One after another, the aura of 10,000 dragons lingered in front of the primordial divine medicine. It turned into a golden light and entered the ground. Chi! Yi Fan's fingertip brushed past the golden fruit that was shaped like a little dragon. It coughed out 9 drops of golden liquid, and with a flash of light, it completely disappeared. He failed at the last moment. Yi Fan had the urge to curse out loud. This stock of divine medicine could actually run. This exceeded his expectations. To be more precise, only after it spat out the dragon pearl did it break free from its restrictions and fly away. With a flash of light, a small jade bottle appeared in his hands. The 9 drops of golden liquid that the little dragon coughed out were collected inside, not allowing them to land on the ground. At the same time, his palm cracked the surface of the earth. The energy of 10,000 dragons surged, but unfortunately, the divine medicine was nowhere to be seen. It had long fled to who knew where. Pa! Yi Fan released another palm strike. Earth and rocks flew everywhere, and divine radiance rushed into the heavens. It was extremely blinding, making it impossible to open one's eyes. It was as if there was a sun buried underground. As expected, there was a divine source underground. It was the size of a face, and it was even more blazing than a divine sun. Without a doubt, the divine medicine would move and absorb its essence. Ye hurry and run. Pangbo shouted loudly. The big one is about to come out. The Black Emperor also shouted. It's less than 500 meters away from you. Tu Fei also shouted in fear. They didn't need to shout. Yi Fan had already felt it. In the nest of 10,000 dragons, it was as if a vast ocean was surging out. He had never felt such a terrifying killing intent. It was so strong that his body couldn't help but shiver. The source chi hanging down from the cauldron above his head was also shaking. Yi Fan rolled up his sleeve and put away the divine source. He activated the profound jade platform and disappeared instantly. He started to cross the sky. Crack! The profound jade platform, which was left at its original spot, shattered instantly. It was crushed by an invisible killing intent and turned into powder. Bang! Several miles away, Yi Fan fell down. If he hadn't sensed something was wrong and hid in the cauldron, he would have been smashed into pieces the moment he was interrupted while crossing the sky. Only a holy item like the source chi could protect him. He wasn't afraid that the sky would suddenly collapse. Go quickly. In front of him, Pangbo, Tu Fei, and the big black dog shouted. They weren't far from him. They had prepared the profound jade platform and were about to cross the sky. Yi Fan used Crazy Ol's footwork and dashed onto the black jade platform. At the same time, the Black Emperor used the source chi to activate the Dao patterns. The moment the door to the sky opened, Yi Fan turned around hurriedly and saw the creature flying toward him like lightning from several miles away. It was covered by a divine halo and looked like a mighty god. Its long purple hair covered half of its face. Only a pair of purple eyes could be seen, which were as sharp as knives. It didn't have arms, only a pair of golden divine wings that looked like they were made of divine gold. Its lower body was that of a snake, more than 10 meters long. Black scales sparkled. It flew in the sky as fast as lightning. Yi Fan used the cauldron to take them in. At the same time, the sky closed and they disappeared. Behind them, the immemorial creature was 1 mile away. With a roar, it spat out a mouthful of essence chi. Bang! The profound jade platform was smashed by the invisible killing intent. Bang! Above the abyss, the myriad chi cauldron fell out. They were in a sorry state, but they weren't hurt. At the same time, they saw the ice palace again. That peerless beauty was sleeping peacefully, bobbing up and down in the surging dragon chi. Why did I see her eyelashes move again? The big black dog quickly retreated a few steps. 70 or 80,000 years have passed. She can't still be alive. Hurry up and use the profound jade platform. Tu Fei scolded, urging it to move. With a loud roar, the deep abyss shook. The immemorial creature was about to rush up. Is there any justice in this world? In the blink of an eye, he's already in front of us. His speed is too ridiculous. He's not much slower than us when we crossed the sky. With a flash of light, they disappeared again. This time, they came to the exit of the underground palace. They didn't fall out because they failed to cross the sky. Instead, the formation of the ancient Holy Land blocked the way, so they couldn't pass through. They quickly found the original path and rushed to the surface. When they arrived at the snowy mountain, they didn't hesitate and started to cross the sky again. This time, they traveled a full 4,000 miles before stopping. The immemorial royal family is too terrifying. Pangbo sat on the snowy ground, still fearful. That's definitely not an immemorial king. When a real king comes out, Millions of corpses and rivers of blood will be left. His power is unimaginable. The big black dog shook his head. Damn dog, you're too immoral. The immemorial king is so powerful. And you still urged little Yezi to pick the godly medicine? Two-Face scolded. The immemorial king definitely won't come out. He's in an eternal sleep. Only his protector will be awakened. The big black dog gave a bunch of reasons and said, plus, the nest of 10,000 dragons is so big, and it's several miles away from the exit. It was worth the risk. Didn't we succeed? Yifan was still fearful. The protector was already so powerful. How strong would the floating ancient coffin and the creature in the exceptional divine source block be? Although he was regretful that he couldn't pick the holy item, he had gained a lot. This trip was not in vain. Yifan took out the small white jade cauldron and the jade bottle. Although they were sealed tightly, a refreshing fragrance still seeped out. Then he took out the divine source block. Tens of thousands of beams of divine light bloomed, illuminating the ice field. What a great harvest! Pangbo and Two-Fei were very surprised. The big black dog was almost drooling. Damn dog, don't have any bad ideas. This is for Yifan to break the curse. If you dare to take it, the three of us will skin you alive and eat your dog meat. Two-Fei warned. F***ck. Am I that kind of person? It'll be strange if I'm not. Two-Fei snorted. They took turns to look at it, clicking their tongues in wonder. The dragon pearl was crystal clear and sparkling. The fragrance was so strong that it could intoxicate people. The 9 drops of golden dragon liquid were also magical. They looked like 9 small dragons, and the fragrance seeped into people's bones. It's worthy of being a peerless godly medicine. Its value is immeasurable. The fruit of that godly medicine is a dragon and a dragon pearl. It's so magical. They couldn't estimate its value, but they thought it would be much more precious than the damaged godly medicine they got in the sacred city. No matter what, it was a complete pearl fruit. It's too bad that we couldn't pluck that dragon fruit. Otherwise, the great sage and the emperor would fight for it. It's absolutely the only godly medicine that can be plucked in this world. The big black dog looked at it, but Two-Fei didn't let him come close. He said that the dog was a bad dog and didn't believe him. Eventually, Yifan held it and let the dog observe it for a while. The dog was drooling. Two-Fei hugged the dog's neck tightly, just in case. It's hard to find an immemorial godly medicine in this world. Each of them represents the life of a peerless expert. In the eyes of people who need it, it's even more precious than a holy weapon of the extreme path. Let alone the dragon pearl fruit. The 9 drops of dragon liquid have an amazing origin. It's the blood that the small dragon coughed out. It's the essence. Actually, if we can grow a godly medicine and keep it by our side forever, it's more desirable than a holy weapon of the extreme path. The big black dog's saliva melted the snow on the ground. If Two-Fei didn't hold him tightly, he would have jumped on it already. Yifan was also moved. If he could keep an immemorial godly medicine by his side, the benefits would be endless. Unfortunately, it was almost impossible. Even the Holy Lands couldn't do it. They couldn't find the celestial root. When my saint physique is completed, I will definitely go back and plant that godly medicine by my side. A saint physique with completed saint physique can live for tens of thousands of years. If you keep an immemorial godly medicine, people from the Holy Lands will definitely cry and curse you behind your back. The big black dog drooled again. Keeping a godly medicine is like having another life. A saint physique with completed saint physique can definitely challenge a great emperor. The ancient sages can create their own small worlds. At that time, it's the best time to keep an immemorial godly medicine. Suddenly, Pangbo was startled. He looked at the horizon and said, "Someone's coming." It was a dozen beautiful women. They were as beautiful as fairies. They flew in the sky, their purple clothes fluttering in the wind. They looked extraordinary in the ice and snow. The saintess of the Z government is coming to this ice field. Is she here? That's right. It's the people of the Z government. Two-Fei instantly laughed and said, "Brothers, what are you waiting for? Today, we must hunt down the saintess of the Z government. My wish is about to come true. I'll have a saint or saintess as a human pet," the Black Emperor howled. If someone heard their words, they would definitely be dumbfounded. These four were extremely daring. When they gathered together, they would definitely be a disaster. Chapter 364. Without a doubt, these women in purple had been attracted by the divine source. The divine source that Yi Fan had collected from the nest of 10,000 dragons was as big as a faceplate. When it was placed on the snowy ground, it illuminated the entire ice field. It was not heavy at all. As it hung in the air, even the sun in the sky lost its color. The pure divine source that was worth millions of kilograms turned the entire ice field golden. Fairies, I've been waiting for a long time. Tu Fei was extremely flirtatious. With a smile, he walked forward. Woof! The large black dog leaped out from the pile of snow and blocked their path of retreat. Demonic aura filled the sky. Like a demon god, Pangbo appeared from another direction. His face was as sharp as a knife, and he looked majestic. His hair fell like a waterfall. In the east, Yi Fan carried the god-beating whip on his back. His face was delicate and handsome, and he was elegant and otherworldly. Treading on the snow, he looked like an immortal. The three of them, along with the large black dog, surrounded the women in purple. Yi Fan waved his hand and put away the divine source. It's that evil dog. The women's expressions changed. The large black dog had been biting people everywhere recently. All the disciples of the Holy Land would turn pale at the mention of this dog. The large black dog bared his teeth and said, "Call me Saint Emperor." Obviously, these women also recognized Yi Fan because they had seen his portrait. Instantly, their faces turned cold, and they prepared for battle. "What do you want?" one of the women asked. "Of course I want to walk in the snow and admire the plum blossoms with you fairies." Tu Fei laughed and took out the replica of the ancient sky-devouring devil jar, which floated above his head. The women of the Purple Mansion Holy Land had always been prideful. Normally, no one dared to tease them. Hearing this, they all looked at him coldly. "Who is the Holy Maiden of the Purple Mansion Holy Land?" Pangbo walked forward like a demon god. His aura was oppressive as he glanced at each woman. "Our Holy Maiden is not here." Yi Fan laughed lightly. Carrying the god-beating whip on his back, he flew into the air and said, "Fairies, haven't you been searching for me? Today, I've come to you. Who wants to take me?" The women in purple didn't move rashly. They had heard that Yi Fan could fight against cultivators at the first tier of the four extreme secret realms. "Where did you get the divine source?" one of the girls asked, trying to stall for time. "Fairies, we can talk slowly. Under the moonlight and flowers, I will tell you everything." Tu Fei laughed, approaching them. "Break out of the encirclement," a woman shouted in a low voice. More than 10 disciples of the Holy Land charged in all directions, wanting to escape from this place. Tu Fei was in the four extreme secret realms, the large black dog was infamous, and Pangbo's demonic aura was turbulent. As for Yi Fan, his blood chi was even more vigorous, and he was as oppressive as a barbaric dragon. Clang, clang, clang. Hundreds of black flags were planted in all directions, completely surrounding this place. It was as black as ink, and even the snow had changed color. More than a dozen women were trapped in the middle, unable to rush out. Yi Fan stepped forward, his fingers flashed, and the black golden dragon pattern sword appeared in his hand. "My sacred body has broken through to the 5th firmament of the Dao Palace. I have yet to enjoy myself to my heart's content. None of you do anything today. I will take them down." What, a sacred body at the 5th firmament of the Dao Palace? Isn't that something that only the Holy Land can cultivate? The women of the Purple Mansion Holy Land all paled. His sword. Someone's divine sense was sharp, and they discovered that the small sword in Yi Fan's hand was forged from black golden dragon pattern. This was a sacred weapon exclusive to the arch. It was impossible not to notice it. It was engraved with dragon patterns and glowed with a black light. It was as clear as jade, and it was extremely extraordinary. Could it be the black golden dragon pattern Holy Spirit sword that appeared in the Divine City? Huh? Yi Fan laughed loudly. He shook it lightly, and the black golden dragon pattern Holy Spirit sword unfolded in the wind. It quickly grew in size, instantly becoming 100 feet long. The Holy Spirit sword that the nine-holed stone being had given birth to had its own laws and order, and it had endless transformations. At this moment, it no longer looked small and delicate. It had become enormous. It was long and sturdy, and it was majestic. Yi Fan held it in one hand, pointing it toward the southern sky. Little Yi, you are not kind. How can so many fairies accompany you to your heart's content? Tu Fei chuckled. Don't kill them all with one strike. I still want to take in human pets. The large black dog also shouted. The dozen or so disciples of the Holy Land didn't look good. Their faces were cold, and they glared at Tu Fei and the large black dog. Why is the black golden dragon pattern Holy Spirit sword in your hands? The dozen or so girls didn't understand. Because I cut it out. Yi Fan held the 10-foot-long sword, and his divine might was awe-inspiring. It didn't match his slightly immature face. What? You are Gu Feng, the genius of the origin technique in the Divine City. You broke into the fifth heaven of the Dao Palace on your own? At this moment, the dozen or so girls in purple had an interesting expression. Their expressions changed again and again, and they revealed looks of disbelief. The fifth heaven of the Dao Palace is nothing. When I break into the 4 extreme secret realms, I will face your saint sons and saintesses like this. I really want to see how they chase after me. Yi Fan was very calm. That's right. Let's see what kind of expression they have then. Tu Fei also laughed loudly. The hearts of the female disciples of the Purple Mansion all sank. They knew that since Yi Fan dared to expose his secret, he definitely didn't plan to let them leave. Charge! The dozen or so girls each took out their treasures and attacked Yi Fan together, trying to break out. Yi Fan didn't say anything else and directly swung his sword. Clang! The sword swept away thousands of soldiers. The treasures of the 3 girls who rushed at the front were instantly shattered. At the same time, Yi Fan reached out his left hand and pressed down with the giant palm of the void. The giant golden hand covered the sky and pressed down. The 3 girls fought back, but under the divine might of the sacred body of the ancients, they couldn't block it at all even though they were level 5 experts. The 3 of them spat out blood as they were grabbed by Yi Fan and thrown to the ground. He had absolute suppression over those of the same level. His combat strength was unparalleled, and he was unshakable. Charge! Kill! Seeing this, the other girls did their best to attack, unleashing their strongest divine techniques. All kinds of dreamy colors shot everywhere. In response, Yi Fan swung his sword and only slashed once. Clang! The world shook. The black gold dragon pattern Holy Spirit sword streaked across the ice field like a bolt of lightning. All the girls screamed as they were severely injured by the invisible sword chi. Their treasures and weapons were reduced to dust. If it weren't for Yi Fan's smooth movements, the dozen or so girls would have been killed in body and soul. Yi Fan put away his sword and stopped attacking. The strongest ones were only at level 5 of the Holy Ji Palace. Although they were at the same level as him, the difference in combat strength was too great. He shook his head and said to the Black Emperor, I'll leave them to you. Why would I? I'll be fine. Tu Fei smiled and stepped forward saying, Fairies, let me help you up. Woof. Damn it, you stupid dog. Why did you bite me? Tu Fei was enraged. How dare you steal my human pets? The dozen or so girls trembled in anger, but they couldn't fight back. They had lost the ability to fight. The dozen or so female disciples of the Purple Mansion Holy Land were captured. All of them looked pale, and a big dog kept barking, wanting to take them as human pets. Damn dog, do you want to make them collapse again? Tu Fei was irritated. Woof, those with poor mental fortitude will naturally be eliminated. There's no one who wouldn't break down when they see you like this. Woof, what do you mean? The man and the dog almost started fighting again. Yi Fan walked forward and said, Keep them. Don't let them collapse from fright. When the time comes, let them mine. Isn't it too extravagant? Tu Fei was speechless. Yi Fan said, In the future, I want to lock the dragon vein and search for the treasures contained in the source of God. I will definitely need some manpower. I plan to borrow people from the various holy lands to help. Let the people of the various holy lands form a mining team. Pang Bo laughed. It's best if we can capture a few more saints and saintesses to form a super luxurious lineup. After all, those people are the future saint lords and saintesses. They acted as if there was no one else around them as they chatted on the side. The beautiful women's faces paled and their hearts sank. Eventually, more than 10 women were sealed in treasures. They would become high-level female miners. Tu-Fei thought it was a waste of God's gifts. Not long after, they returned to the big snow mountain where the snow palace was. Nothing strange happened. The immemorial creatures didn't chase after them. The nest of 10,000 dragons has a lot of source of God. It's an earth-shaking divine treasury. If we can take it out, it will be like a holy land with a profound foundation. If we want to establish a sect and conquer the nest of 10,000 dragons, we don't need to accumulate anything. It's enough to rule the entire world. It's easy to say. The nest of 10,000 dragons has an immemorial king. He's an existence that can sweep the entire world. When my saint body is completed, I will go there and meet the so-called immemorial king. Not to mention the others, I must dig out that divine herb and plant it next to me. When they returned to this place, they couldn't help but talk about the nest of 10,000 dragons. That day, the dragon chi was retrieved. The nirvana of 10,000 dragons had ended, and the underground area was sealed. After waiting for 3 days in the icy plain, Pang Bo's face changed. They're here. The Alcade Saint Sun's candidate has come down the mountain. Li Rue could be called a genius. Although he wasn't as invincible as the Alcade Saint Sun, he was still a dazzling expert among his peers. However, ever since he had come to this world, he had encountered many setbacks. First, he was suppressed by the peerless genius Xia Jiuyo. He had almost made a fool of himself. Recently, Pang Bo had chased after him and almost killed him. It wasn't that he wasn't strong enough. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been chosen as one of the candidate Saint Sons. It was because the enemies he had encountered were too invincible. He stayed in the snow palace to heal his wounds for several days. Finally, he had recovered. With a gloomy mood, he descended the mountain. He wanted to return to his sect and cultivate in seclusion. However, after flying for around 1,000 miles, he felt something wrong. Someone was following him. Moreover, it seemed like they were afraid of him. They chased after him without hiding. Li Rue halted and turned his head to see. When he saw Pang Bo, his black hair dancing in the wind, flying toward him like a demonic god, his face changed. Li Rue turned around to leave. However, there were people blocking his way. Yi Fan stood with the god-striking whip in his hand. Tu-Fei was holding the heaven-devouring demon jar, smiling coldly. Besides them, a big black dog was running around in the sky. He had thrown 365 starstones to seal the void. You guys? Li Rue discolored. Pang Bo alone was enough to kill him. Now he had such a strong helper. His heart sank. Yi Fan sneered. Don't you people from the Holy Land like to join hands to kill me? Today, I want to try it. Desolate antiquity trash. Do you dare to fight me alone? Li Rue provoked him. He wanted to capture Yi Fan and find a chance to escape. Trash your sister. Tu-Fei shouted indifferently. When you sent hotshots to kill me, why didn't you fight me alone? Do you remember now? Yi Fan held the god-striking whip and strode forward. Tu-Fei held the heaven-devouring demon jar and moved forward with him. Pang Bo stopped them and said, Don't attack me. This is the first serious opponent I've met. I want to finish him. I want to kill him myself. Li Rue was enraged. He was the substitute saint son of the wavering light Holy Land, but he was being looked down upon like that. Kill. Li Rue used the mixed origin sacred light technique. The ice field shook, and the holy light covered the entire place. His chi and blood shot up into the sky like a burning divine stove. The mixed origin sacred light technique could purify the earth and sky and burn the universe. Its power was unrivaled and unstoppable. Besides, its defensive power was amazing. Not many divine techniques could be compared to it. 9 slashes of the demon monarch. Destroy form. Pang Bo shouted, clasping his hands behind his back. He stood at his spot, his black hair dancing in the wind. 2 silver beams shot out from his eyes. Wherever they passed, the space collapsed and the holy light was extinguished. The 2 silver beams pierced through the void and pierced through Li Rue's body. He screamed and retreated while spurting out blood. At the same time, he spat out a small gold tower. The small gold tower enlarged quickly. Like a big mountain, it pressed down on Pangbo. Pangbo was unafraid, and he stood at his spot with his hands behind his back. His eyes were like two silver dragons that pierced through heaven and earth, striking the ancient tower. Kacha, the precious treasure of the sect, was instantly pierced through. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the power contained in those two beams of light was. What divine technique is this? It's too terrifying. Tu Fei was speechless. This is an ancient scripture passed down by the demon emperor. The divine technique contained within is naturally terrifying. The large black dog's eyes were burning with passion. Divine light glazed realm. Li Rui shouted. His precious treasure had been destroyed, and he had unleashed an avatar. This was a small world filled with divine light. He stood in the middle of it, and he was surrounded by tens of thousands of beams of divine light. It was as if a god from the heaven realm had descended into the mortal world. Celestial divine light, netherworld divine light, desolation divine light, glazed divine light. Li Rui shouted out the names of the divine lights. Finally he shouted, Eternal divine light. The sky was filled with tens of thousands of beams of divine light. It was as if tens of thousands of dragons had left their nests, and they pounced forward. Facing such a terrifying avatar, Pangbo was still unmoved. His long hair danced in the wind as he shouted, 9 slashes of the demon god, deprivation. A dazzling silver light suddenly appeared in the divine light glazed realm. It pierced through the tens of thousands of beams of divine light, and deprived Li Rui of his life. This is too powerful. Tu Fei was stunned. This was the 9 slashes of the demon god. Yi Fan and the large black dog had personally experienced it, and they knew how terrifying it was. Li Rui was completely terrified. His opponent's divine technique was too powerful. It had actually separated him from his avatar, and deprived him of his life. This technique was nature-defying. He screamed, turned around and fled. His face and dignity weren't as important as his life. He wanted to forcefully break through the formation pattern laid by the star stone. 9 slashes of the demon god, form destruction. Pangbo shouted coldly. His eyes were like torches, and a silver beam in the shape of a dragon shot out. It pierced through heaven and earth, and directly approached Li Rui. Ah! He screamed in pain. All the treasures he had summoned couldn't block it. Even his chaotic sacred light technique was pierced through. 2 more bloody holes appeared on his body. He was severely wounded and dying. He couldn't run away anymore. Li Rui gritted his teeth. The divine light between his eyebrows glowed brightly. He wanted to use the ultimate sacred light technique to burn himself, and perish together with his opponent. Pangbo didn't give him the chance. Like a majestic demon god, he shouted. 9 slashes of the demon god, divine wound. Li Rui screamed. Blood gushed out from the spot between his eyebrows. He fell on his back and landed on the ice field. Brother Pangbo, you're too powerful. Too fierce and too terrifying. Tu Fei said 3 times in a row. I've only cultivated the first 3 moves of the 9 slashes of the demon god. They're my strongest divine technique. If he can endure it, I can't do anything. Don't be modest. Who can endure these 3 divine techniques? If I use them repeatedly, I can defeat the experts at the same level, Tu Fei exclaimed. They landed on the ground. The large black dog was the first to run over. He reached out a big paw and grabbed Li Rui, saying enthusiastically, Human pet. Li Rui was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood and fainted. How should we deal with him? Asked Tu Fei. Continue to seal him. In the future, we will let him mine. Yi Fan subdued him. The formation of the mining team is getting more and more luxurious. Tu Fei didn't know what to say. That's the human pet I like. The large black dog was discontented. For days later, Yi Fan, Pangbo, Tu Fei, and the large black dog arranged everything on the ice field. Finally, the saintess of the Z mansion arrived. Yi Fan had the myriad chi cauldron on his head, and the god-striking whip on his back. He stood alone on the ice field while the others hid. The saintess of the Z mansion wasn't old. She was around 20 years old. Her purple dress fluttered in the wind. Standing in the ice and snow, she looked like a purple fairy. She was tall and slender with a slim waist. Her hair danced in the wind. She was covered by the purple mist, which made her beautiful face blurry. Her glabella glowed with a purple light that pierced through the purple mist. It was a Dao seal. She stood quietly in the wind and snow, looking at Yi Fan calmly. She looked like she had become one with heaven and earth, fusing with the Tao in nature. Yi Fan was shocked. This woman was too powerful. He couldn't see through her at first glance. Fairy of the Z Mansion, I still haven't asked for your name. Xia. The saintess voice was calm. You haven't entered the 4 extreme mystery realms, yet you are so confident. You must have prepared here for a long time. Tell your friends to come out. Yi Fan was shocked. Xia was extraordinary. She understood everything in an instant. Even if they were prepared, it would still be difficult to deal with her. Actually, I don't want to be enemies with you. However, all the Holy Lands have sent their disciples to hunt me down, which makes it hard for me to face them calmly. So you're planning to ambush and kill me here? Xia was still calm. Yi Fan smiled. It's not an ambush. If Xia Fairy is willing to travel with me and be my guest for a few days, I think we can get along peacefully. If you want to put me under house arrest, then come. Xia's voice was magnetic. It was still calm, but it was very pleasant. Around them, starstones floated up, shining brightly. It was as if night had fallen. Stars twinkled, making the ice field look dreamy. Pangbo, Tu Fei, and the big black dog stepped into the field. They approached Xia and faced her. Pangbo didn't show his true face. He covered himself with black fog, and his whole body was shrouded in darkness. Xia Fairy's reputation is well-deserved. You're always in the realm of Tao. I feel inferior, Tu Fei sighed. Xia Fairy was in a mysterious realm. She was always one with heaven and earth. It was as if she could control the great Tao. Her beauty was connected to the Tao. Swoosh. A painting rushed out of her body and unfolded, making her look even more ethereal and close to the great Tao. Mountain River painting. Tu Fei's pupil shrank. He took a few steps back, holding the sky-swallowing devil jar in front of him. He reminded Yi Fan and the others, saying, "Be careful. This painting has been woven with rules and order. It's an important treasure of the Z Mansion." In the painting, there were majestic mountains and surging celestial rivers. It was magnificent and elegant. Together with Xia Fairy, the landscape was like a painting, and the beauty was like a poem. Chapter 365. The silver ice field was vast and boundless. One couldn't see the end, and there was no sign of human habitation for thousands of miles. The purple mansion Holy Maiden was like a purple snow lotus, calm and clean. She was trapped here, but she didn't panic at all. She was calm and composed. Bang! Tu Fei was the first to act. He formed a dragon claw and struck forward. A giant black dragon flew out with a dragon roar. The ice field shook, and the dragon charged towards the purple mansion Holy Maiden. Pa! The purple mansion Holy Maiden swung her hair, and her hair fell like a waterfall. It disturbed the flow of time, and a purple aura filled the air. The giant black dragon disintegrated instantly. Hua! She waved her hand, and the scroll unfurled. A real world appeared, affecting people's minds and bodies. It was as if she wanted to refine this world. Tu Fei couldn't control himself. He left the ground and was pulled by a huge force. He was about to be sucked into the scroll. Buzz. The ice field shook. Tu Fei held the sky-swallowing demon jar, and shook it hard. The unremarkable gray jar shot out a black light and hit the scroll. Sister Fairy is really powerful, he shouted strangely and flew back. He finally escaped from the scroll and wasn't sucked in. Yi Fan, Pangbo, and the big black dog all sucked in a breath of cold air. They had just met face to face, and Tu Fei had almost been taken away by the purple mansion Holy Maiden. The purple mansion Holy Maiden was very calm. She didn't look happy or worried. She had a kind of transcendent calmness. She didn't look like she was facing a strong enemy. Instead, she looked like she was quietly watching flowers bloom and fade. This wasn't disdain. It was her true nature. Even in this situation, she was still calm and aloof, as if she wasn't involved. Pangbo stepped forward, black fog surging around him. He didn't walk very fast. He was tall and strong, and with every step he took, the ice field shook. He looked like an indomitable demon god. Pa! Pangbo moved, forming a seal with his right hand. It was like a dragon or a rock. With just a light strike, the void collapsed. Thick black fog surged. Pang Bo's hand turned into a true dragon, and it reached the purple mansion Holy Maiden. The dragon's head was high, and its body was like a great wall of steel. It was full of power and crushed down. Bang! The purple mansion Holy Maiden faced him calmly. Her hands were as white as jade, and her fingers were slender and translucent like shallots. With a light flick, she attacked the true dragon. It looked like the clouds and winds were calm. There was no fiery energy, no surging divine force, but everyone's expressions changed. The 10 jade-like fingers had the aura of the Tao, crushing the void until it became indistinct. Pa! The true dragon and the jade-like finger collided. It was immediately broken, releasing a dragon cry before becoming dim. Buzz! The void trembled. Pang Bo's right hand changed seals, and the true dragon turned into a pung. Golden light flourished, shaking heaven and earth. A great pung divine bird that looked like it was cast in gold swooped down. The purple mansion saintess was still calm and unperturbed. Her slender jade-like fingers moved gently, as if she was waving the great Tao. She pressed downwards, and the great pung divine bird could not approach her. Boom! Pang Bo strode forward, causing the earth to tremble. With every step he took, his aura rose by a notch. When he took his 4th step, the icy plains shattered and rocks shot through the air. He was like a demonic god. His jet-black hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were like blades, incomparably sharp, and his bronze-colored skin flickered with a precious splendor. You have entered the Tao realm, but I will also break through. Pang Bo used the ultimate techniques of the demon race to battle the purple mansion saintess. The icy plains and the sky went berserk because of this. Boom! The true dragon swept through the sky, and a 100-meter-long dragon rushed out, swaying in front of him and sweeping towards the purple mansion saintess. The dragon's roar rose into the sky. The purple mansion saintess was in a wondrous state. She was one with heaven and earth, and she used the great Tao. Although there was no worldly energy in her movements, they were incomparably terrifying. Wherever her hand passed, the void distorted. It contained the aura of the great Tao. If one was touched, they would definitely be smashed into pieces, and their bodies and souls would be destroyed. This was a battle of tit for tat. One was powerful and ferocious, and the other was calm and tranquil. The two had different auras, but they were evenly matched. Pang Bo did not use the 9 slashes of the demon the Arch, because he was not confident that he could succeed in one strike. His opponent's mountain and river diagram was floating in mid-air, and he had to be on guard at all times. 8 forms of the Sky Demon, a hero of the demon race. The purple mansion saintess finally spoke calmly. The secret technique that Pang Bo had displayed was indeed an ultimate technique of the demon race. It was not unique, and every demon race powerhouse knew it. The 8 forms of the Sky Demon was a supreme secret technique that had been passed down since ancient times. It was no weaker than the divine techniques of the demon the Arch ancient scriptures. Its power was unparalleled, and it displayed the word power to the extreme. The 8 forms of the Sky Demon could shake the heavens and earth. He was like a demon god being reborn, like a great emperor descending to the world, using power to break through the great Tao. His fist almost pierced through the void, and his masculine aura shot into the sky. He took a step forward, and the surroundings shook. Pa! Pang Bo was unstoppable. His right fist pierced through the purple mist and neared. His left hand formed a seal, blocking the purple light that shot into the sky. Clang! The purple mansion saintess was like a gentle stream of water. She dodged the fist that could pierce through a mountain, and lightly brushed past it. She traced the path of the great Tao and sealed Pang Bo's hands. Pa! Pang Bo was violently shaken. She condensed a Tao diagram in the void, and it swept towards him. There was strength in the gentleness, and the attack power was terrifying. Boom! Pang Bo formed a seal and attacked the Tao diagram. The void suddenly went berserk. This was an intense collision, and both of them were sent flying. However, they immediately engaged in a fierce battle again. Pang Bo was like a giant furnace that could smelt heaven and earth. He was extremely masculine, and his chi and blood shot into the sky. He was as brave as a god, and he wanted to use strength to break through the great Tao. Meanwhile, The Purple Mansion Saintess was otherworldly. She became one with the ice field and the sky. She turned into nature, and she became more and more hazy and unfathomable. The two of them were polar opposites, and their battle became more and more intense. It was hard to tell who would win. I heard that the Purple Mansion Saintess is naturally close to the Great Tao, and she is extremely talented. She has only fought a few times, and the only battle record she has is that the Purple Mansion Saint was defeated by her. The Saint is not as good as the Saintess, Two-Fei said, sighing. He was even more shocked by Pang Bo's strength. The large black dog muttered, "This woman is indeed extraordinary. She is a natural cultivation genius, and the further she gets, the more terrifying she will be. After reaching a certain level, her body will become one with the Great Tao. No matter how powerful your magic power is, you will still be suppressed." Pang Bo roared, forming seals with both hands. He covered the ice field and shook the sky. A true dragon, Divine Phoenix, and Kuan Peng appeared one after the other, controlled by his hands. At this moment, heaven and earth shook. Pang Bo was like an ancient demon emperor reborn. His figure was majestic, and this part of heaven and earth trembled. Boom! They collided again and again. The battle between the two of them had reached its climax, and was becoming more and more intense. The surging Tao power caused an avalanche to occur on the ice field. The snow was like a tsunami, rumbling and surging. It was as if thousands of horses were galloping. Countless cracks appeared on the ground, and it was a scene of desolation. "Brothers, let's capture the Saintess alive and make her our wife." Suddenly, Two-Fei shouted and rushed forward. "She belongs to whoever gets her first." The large black dog also shouted. This was a psychological tactic. They wanted to make the Purple Mansion Saintess lose her ethereal state of mind. They wanted to destroy her Tao state, which was one with heaven and earth. Boom! An extremely terrifying aura appeared in the world of ice and snow. Two-Fei's demonic jar floated in the air like a black hole. The mouth of the jar was so deep that one couldn't see the bottom. This was an unparalleled devouring power. A black beam of light shot towards the Purple Mansion Saintess, trying to suck her into the jar. Walala! The scroll above the Purple Mansion Saintess's head shook. A huge mountain rushed out and crashed into the heaven-devouring demonic jar, emitting an archaic aura. This really is an archaic demonic mountain. It can crush thousands of mountains. The large black dog shouted in shock. He immediately retreated and pushed Two-Fei up. "Damn dog!" Buzz! The heaven-devouring demonic jar shook, and its devouring power became even stronger. It sucked in the majestic black mountain, causing the sky and earth to shake violently. Damn, another one! Another silver mountain rushed out of the scroll. It flashed with light and gave off a shocking pressure. Before it even landed, the ground was already shattered. The two mountains collided. Silver light and black light shot out. The black hole formed by the heaven-devouring demonic jar was disturbed and couldn't suck them in immediately. Walala! The scroll unfolded. The endless world inside rushed out and appeared in reality. It stopped the heaven-devouring demonic jar and started to suppress Two-Fei. During this process, the Purple Mansion Saintess was still fighting Pang Bo. Her clothes fluttered in the wind, and her mind was calm. Her Tao state hadn't been affected. Buzz! At this moment, Yi Fan made his move. The silver diamond chakram was simple and imposing. It quickly enlarged, and the Tao patterns on it merged with the sky and earth. It didn't become incomparably huge. It was only 1 meter in diameter, but it was as heavy as a mountain. The pressure shook everything. Boom! There was a violent collision. The diamond chakram hit the real world. Silver light flashed. It was indestructible. It smashed the mountains and cracked the ground. At the same time, Two-Fei fought back. The heaven-devouring demonic jar turned into a black hole. It swallowed the sky and earth to resist the world shown by the scroll. The large black dog sneakily approached the Purple Mansion Saintess. With a golden bell above his head, he rushed up from behind and bit her. "Brothers, it's time to counterattack. I'll say it again. Whoever catches her will get to keep her," Two-Fei shouted. He held the heaven-devouring demonic jar and rushed forward. Whoosh! With a flash of light, Yi Fan put away the diamond chakram and closed in. He waved his golden fist and punched out. Boom! This was an earth-shattering punch. Blood chi shot into the sky. Yi Fan's physical strength was unfathomable. It was as if the barbaric dragon Tharch had been reborn. Bang! The Purple Mansion Saintess fought with Pang Bo. The moment she looked back, she waved her Dao and pressed forward. It was as if she had the will of heaven and earth. Her Dao power collided with Yi Fan's golden fist. Boom! The sky and earth were filled with light. It was as if the 9 heavens were pouring down. This was a terrifying collision. Energy filled the sky. Yi Fan retreated, but he wasn't injured. This was the first time he was fighting against a saint or a saintess. Moreover, he was fighting against their Dao power. At this moment, Pang Bo finally used his ultimate technique. The Demon Tharch 9 slashes. Form of annihilation. Silver light shot out from his eyes, destroying everything. It pierced through the sky and rushed towards the Purple Mansion Saintess. Everything was white, and the sky and earth shook. Swish! The Purple Mansion Saintess was shrouded in purple mist. Her beautiful face was very hazy. A purple light shone from between her eyebrows. It was a mark of Dao. At this moment, 2 blazing beams of purple light shot out to meet the Demon Tharch 9 slashes. Boom! The 2 divine lights collided, and a destructive aura exploded. Tu Tian hurriedly used the heaven-devouring jar to protect himself, while the large black dog used the golden bell to cover himself. Yi Fan's physical strength was comparable to that of a dragon or rock. His whole body shone with blazing golden light, as if an ancient emperor had been resurrected. He turned into a beam of golden light and rushed forward. He wanted to seize this opportunity to capture the Purple Mansion Saintess. Chapter 366. Yi Fan rushed forward. His golden fist brought with it a gust of wind that split the earth. The power of the punch was like an ancient star falling. It hit the ground and lit up the entire ice field. No one could say for sure how powerful this punch was. The entire ice field was shaking. Large cracks appeared under Yi Fan's feet. No one knew how many of them there were, but they were all half a meter wide and spread in all directions. His entire body was golden and dazzling. He was like an ancient golden god of war that crushed the void. The sacred body of the ancients at the 5th level of the Dao Palace. The Purple Mansion Holy Maiden was shocked for the first time. She did not expect Yi Fan to reach this level on his own. Only a sacred ground could cultivate such a person. Walala! The painting unfolded and the mountain river diagram shook. The real world inside emerged and became one with heaven and earth, protecting the Purple Mansion Holy Maiden in the center. The landscape was like a painting, and the beauty was like a flower. It was the most realistic portrayal of the scene before them. No matter how hard Yi Fan's golden fist was, it could not break the mountain river diagram. It was a weapon left behind by the deceased Purple Mansion Holy Maiden. Tens of thousands of beams of golden light appeared. The sky seemed to be torn apart, as if thousands of stars were falling and hitting the ground. Rocks flew through the air, and ice and snow filled the sky. The ground was riddled with holes. Yi Fan had almost destroyed it, but he could not break into the mountain river diagram. When everything calmed down, inside the mountain river diagram, the mountains were magnificent, and the celestial river was beautiful. The Purple Mansion Holy Maiden was in the painting. She stood alone on the celestial cliff, surrounded by mist. She was otherworldly and became the most moving scenery in the painting. Pang Bo shouted and attacked with the Demon Tharch 9 slashes of destruction. His eyes emitted silver light that shot into the painting and swept toward the peerless beauty on the cliff. The Purple Mansion Holy Maiden stood still, and let the dragon-shaped silver light shoot into the painting. The Dao mark on her brow bloomed with purple splendor as she faced the attack. This was a shocking battle. The Demon Tharch ancient technique against the Sacred Ground's ancient technique. Pang Bo's combat strength was vigorous. His black hair was disheveled, and his eyes were sparkling. The 9 slashes of the demonic Tharch were unsheathed and indestructible. He had an aura of supremacy. The Purple Mansion Saintess was close to the great Dao, and she was one with the heavens. Her spiritual level was terrifying, and she could use the power of the great Dao for her own purposes. The painting of mountains and rivers was like an otherworldly paradise. She stood on the immortal cliff, and the Dao imprint on her forehead appeared. Purple light flickered, making her seem even more otherworldly, as though she didn't belong to this mortal world. Whoosh! Eventually, the silver light in Pangbo's eyes disappeared. He struck out the demon Thearka's 9 slashes of destruction, but he couldn't do anything to the transcendent beauty in the painting. Moreover, she was calm and composed without any fluctuations. It was obvious that she still had energy left. She wasn't like Pangbo, who only stopped after the demonic emperor's first slash. What kind of status did the 9 slashes of the demon sovereign have? It could be said that this was the strongest set of divine techniques created by the monster race Great Emperor. The few of them were shocked. The Purple Mansion Holy Maiden was far more powerful than they had imagined. Her strength was astonishing, and ordinary holy maidens could not compare to her. Comparable to the Alcade Saint. Tu Fei exclaimed. When they had first exchanged blows, he had almost died. It had to be known that it had only been a single exchange. I don't believe that her battle prowess is stronger than mine. Pangbo took a big step forward, preparing to attack again. I know, she has an innate Tao fetus, the large black dog suddenly said. What? The few of them were shocked. Although they didn't know what kind of physique this was, just from the name itself, they knew it was definitely extraordinary. When the Purple Mansion Holy Maiden heard this, she was still very calm. She didn't say anything, and she was very indifferent, as if she had transcended the mortal world. Is this kind of physique very powerful? Tu Fei asked. Didn't you see it just now? She was born close to the Tao, and she can almost merge with heaven and earth. She can imprint herself in the void, and she can use the power of the Tao. The few of them were all shocked. Apart from using her own strength, the Purple Mansion Holy Maiden could also use the power of the great Tao of heaven and earth. She was almost invincible. The large black dog seemed very excited, and he said, I thought she was only close to the Tao. I didn't expect her to have an innate Tao fetus. Once such a person becomes a divine master, her body will merge with the Tao. When facing people of the same generation, no matter how powerful your magic power is, you will still be suppressed. At this moment, Yi Fan, Pangbo, and Tu Fei all sucked in a cold breath. They were all stunned. This kind of physique was too shocking. It was really too freakish. Facing all of this, the Purple Mansion Holy Maiden didn't say anything. This was her nature. She was close to the great Tao, and it was as if nothing in this world could cause her to feel the slightest bit of emotion. How come I have never heard of this kind of physique? Tu Fei asked. The Black Emperor said, because it is too rare, and it is almost impossible to see it. However, I can give you an example. Among the ancient emperors, there is one who has an innate Tao aptitude. What? Which emperor? Even Yi Fan was shocked. The West Empress of the Jade Lake, the large black dog answered. Brothers, what are you waiting for? She is very likely to be the future empress. Capture her alive and make her your wife. Tu Fei shouted. I am willing to take you as my disciple. You won't be my pet. Are you willing? The large black dog also shouted shamelessly. Boom. Pangbo attacked. The 9 slashes of the demon god, deprivation. Its divine might was unparalleled, and it was incomparable. He wanted to take the Purple Mansion Holy Maiden out of the mountain and river diagram. Silver light flashed, and the entire world was covered in a vast expanse of white. The pressure on the Purple Mansion Holy Maiden multiplied. Even though she was in a wondrous state, and had almost become one with nature, she still felt waves of danger. She had to gather her Tao power, and use all her strength to resist. Pangbo could resist the innate Tao embryo. This was enough to prove his strength. In the current world, he could look down on the younger generation. Wang. At the same time, Tu Fei took out the heaven-swallowing jar, and the large black dog also shook the golden bell. Together, they suppressed the mountain and river diagram, and attacked with all their strength. It had to be said that this mountain and river diagram was too mysterious. Its power was unpredictable, and it was one of the top treasures of the Purple Mansion. It was impossible to break. Clang. Yi Fan also threw out the diamond chakram. This was also an important treasure of the Holy Land. It turned into a silver bolt of lightning, and its power was extraordinary. It almost pierced through the sky. The mountains and rivers were magnificent. This was a real small world. It had the ability to change space. The diamond chakram passed through it, avoiding this terrifying attack. Clang! Green light soared into the sky. Half the sky turned green, and so did the ice and snow. A divine lotus landed on the mountain and river diagram and spread into it. Pangbo attacked. He took out a weapon that was refined by a great cultivator and threw it into the small world. He temporarily stopped the diagram. The Purple Mansion Holy Maiden's expression finally changed. The four of them all had powerful treasures that could weave the power of laws. This was far beyond her expectations. Innate Tao Embryo, take my attack! Tu-Fei shouted. The heaven-swallowing devil jar surged with black fog, turning into a demonic mountain that pressed down. Clang! The large black dog activated the golden bell, and the sound of the bell echoed through the sky. It entered the mountain and river diagram. At the same time, Yi Fan once again threw out the shiny ring-shaped chakram. The silver light was dazzling, and it turned into the size of a millstone. It instantly rushed into the small world. Boom! The ground of the small world collapsed, and it continued to spread and shatter. Within a radius of 3,000 feet, rocks flew into the sky, and angry waves reached up to 800 or 900 meters. On the ground, a bottomless pit with a radius of 3,000 feet appeared. It was pitch black and extremely frightening. The millstone-sized diamond chakram was extremely powerful. After destroying the area, it soared into the sky and attacked the Purple Mansion Holy Maiden on the cliff. Light flashed. Yi Fan, Pangbo, Tu-Fei, and the large black dog all entered the mountain and river diagram with their treasures. They wanted to destroy the diagram and capture the innate Tao embryo alive. The Purple Mansion Holy Maiden frowned slightly. She had wanted to retreat long ago, but ever since she entered this area, she found that she had been sealed in the ice field. They had clearly been lying in ambush for a long time. The Tao patterns were dense, and it was difficult for her to break out. Now, the four powerful cultivators were so powerful that she couldn't fight them alone. 9 slashes of the demon god, divine wound. Pangbo could fight against the innate Tao embryo, so he was naturally the main attacker. Moreover, the divine technique he used was not bad. It could attack divine sense, and it could disrupt the Purple Mansion Holy Maiden's Tao realm, which was one with heaven and earth. Tu-Fei and the large black dog also came forward, holding their treasures. No matter how powerful the Purple Mansion Holy Maiden was, it was difficult for her to fight against Pangbo, who was a powerful enemy. She had gathered most of her Tao power. Tu-Fei and the large black dog joined forces, which made things even worse for her. She was exhausted. The mountain and river diagram was suppressed by the heaven-swallowing pot and the giant bell, so it was difficult for her to unleash its full power. Boom! The millstone-sized diamond chakram struck, instantly shattering the cliff and almost injuring the Purple Mansion Holy Maiden. At the same time, Yi Fan quickly rushed forward, waving his golden fist and smashing it. The god-striking whip in his left hand also lashed out. At this moment, Yi Fan and the Purple Mansion Holy Maiden were fighting in close combat. Finally, her expression changed. There were too many legends about how powerful a Saint Physique was. Boom! While she fought against the other 3 cultivators, she sealed herself in the mountain and river diagram, using the Tao seal to suppress Yi Fan. This was the innate Tao fetus. If one's own power was insufficient, they could borrow the power of the Great Path to become one with heaven and earth, unleashing a supreme pressure. An earth-shattering sound erupted. The sky was filled with golden light and purple light. The god-striking whip struck the void seal, causing the sky to collapse. Meanwhile, Yi Fan's golden fist had reached the Purple Mansion Holy Maiden's side, its power overwhelming. The terrifying aura was terrifying. Yi Fan's physical body was extremely powerful, and the Tao seal was unable to suppress him. The golden fist struck out with an unstoppable momentum. Her purple robe fluttered, and one of the Purple Mansion Holy Maiden's sleeves was reduced to dust, revealing a snow-white arm. Although the sacred body of the ancients was still in the Holy Ji Palace mystery realm, the divine might of his physical body was enough to look down on the younger generation. Unfortunately, he was still a hair's breadth away. His fingertips could not touch that arm. Otherwise, even the bones of the innate Tao fetus would have been broken. The moment the purple fog dispersed, Yi Fan finally saw the Purple Mansion Holy Maiden's true appearance. It was a breathtakingly beautiful face. The opportunity was fleeting. The purple mansion holy maiden turned into a purple cloud, merging with the great path. She broke through the obstruction and escaped the encirclement of the four. The large black dog shouted, "This is the first time I've seen a Saint Physique fight with the innate Tao fetus. Brat, I have high hopes for you. Hurry up and rush into the four extreme mystery realm to compete with her. We can't let her escape. When she becomes a divine lord in the future, her body will merge with the great path, and she will suppress all cultivators of the same level. She will be unstoppable." Tu Fei also shouted. Pengbo was unafraid. He advanced with the divine lotus and quickly chased after her. Yi Fan was almost at the same pace as him. With the chi of all things cauldron above his head, the diamond chakram in his left hand, and the god-striking whip in his right, he approached like a bolt of golden lightning. Swoosh! However, at this moment the void shattered, and they were all flung out of the mountain and river diagram, appearing on the ice field. The mountain and river diagram shrunk and became a beautiful picture scroll, merging with the purple mansion holy maiden. The mountains and rivers were like a painting, and the beauty was like a flower. The mark of Tao shot out from between her brows, searching for the weakness of the formation pattern on the ice field. She wanted to escape. Not good, this Tao fetus is not simple. It has activated the great path and wants to see through its mysteries, the large black dog shouted. He continuously shot out starstones, greatly increasing the difficulty of the formation pattern. This time, she won't be able to escape. I don't believe that she can break through the formation pattern. We only need to surround her. The Black Emperor was full of confidence. The purple mansion holy maiden frowned slightly. In the end, she became ethereal, and her body was branded in the void, becoming more and more blurry. At the same time, the mountain and river diagram shone brightly. Quick, stop her. The mountain and river diagram has the power of the space regulations. Tu Fei shouted. The four of them attacked at the same time. The diamond chakram, the divine lotus, the heaven swallowing jar, and the large bell all attacked at the same time. The void was torn apart. However, their attack missed. The purple mansion holy maiden spat out a mouthful of blood essence, activating the great path, and displaying the divine might of the mountain and river diagram. At her cultivation level, she shouldn't have been able to activate the great path. The mountain and river diagram transformed into a spatial door, disappearing with her in a flash. This wasn't like carving formation patterns on the profound jade platform to travel through the void. Instead, it was using the power of Tao to activate treasures and forcefully travel through the void. This was many times more difficult. Damn it, the formation patterns that I carved are useless. They can't be used. The Black Emperor said angrily. Tu Fei shouted. The mountain and river diagram is a divine item left behind by the previous divine master of the Purple Mansion before he passed away. She can't truly activate it. Even if she can tear open the spatial door, the distance she can travel will be limited. Chase after her. Just now, she forcefully opened the spatial door. She is definitely severely injured. The large black dog was an expert in the field of formation patterns and traveling through the void. Based on the ripples of the spatial door, he immediately determined the correct location. Yi Fan, Pengbo, Tu Fei, and the large black dog split up and moved forward to flank her. According to Tu Fei's calculations, the Purple Mansion holy maiden definitely couldn't go far. They had just flown into the sky when they saw a flash of light several miles away. The Purple Mansion holy maiden had rushed out of the void. They turned into streaks of lightning and chased after her. Pengbo was almost as fast as the Purple Mansion holy maiden. His speed was also terrifying, and he quickly closed the distance between them. As for Yi Fan, there was no need to mention him. After advancing to the fifth heaven of the Tao Palace, his speed had greatly increased. Apart from a few people in the younger generation, almost no one could match up to him. The Purple Mansion holy maiden was indeed severely injured. Using the power of a single strike to activate a treasure and tear open a spatial door was truly nature-defying for someone at her cultivation level. Even though she could borrow the power of the Great Path, she was still severely injured. Yi Fan and Pengbo caught up to her. The shiny diamond chakram transformed into the size of a millstone and struck out with the force of a thunderbolt. Boom! The heavens shook, and the earth trembled. It was as if all the stars in the sky were about to fall down and strike the mountain and river diagram. At the same time, Pang Bo's divine lotus shot into the sky and swept over the diagram, causing the small world to shake violently. He also used the 9 slashes of the demon god. At this time, Tu Fei and the large black dog had also caught up. The sky-swallowing demon jar and the golden bell shook together and pressed forward. The Purple Mansion Holy Maiden's expression finally changed. She lost her usual state of mind, and her emotions were in turmoil. In this situation, she frowned slightly. Whoosh! With a flash of light, she entered the mountain and river diagram. The divine light of the diagram shone brightly, and then quickly dimmed. It floated down from the sky and landed on the ground. What's going on? Pang Bo didn't understand. She hid in the divine diagram and wants to avoid this, Tu Fei said. Yi Fan stepped forward, using the all-creation source cauldron to protect himself. He held the diamond chakram in his left hand and used the god-striking whip in his right to lift the mountain and river diagram. At this moment, the divine diagram was simple and unadorned. The mountains and rivers in the painting were magnificent, and a woman was surrounded by purple mist. She was in the deepest part of the painting. Tu Fei frowned and said, "In the past, there was a rumor that when the old saint leader of the Purple Mansion was being chased by a powerful enemy, he hid in the mountain and river diagram. Although the enemy obtained the divine diagram, they couldn't do anything to him. In the end, he escaped. In that case, we can't break this diagram?" Yi Fan was surprised. Pang Bo laughed loudly and said, "No matter what, we have captured her. Do you think we will give her a chance to escape? The Purple Mansion Holy Maiden might become a great empress in the future, but we captured her alive." Tu Fei was quite satisfied with this result. "Lad, you have a saint physique, and she has an innate Dao embryo. Do you want to consider giving birth to an innate saint physique Dao embryo? If that's the case, I will reluctantly accept a little disciple and teach him the legendary Wuxia scripture." Chapter 367. You have the Wuxia scripture? Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and Tu Fei all stared at the large black dog. He was scared and took a few steps back, saying, "Why do your eyes look like wolves? They're all glowing green." In order to open the Purple Mountain and obtain the inheritance of Great Emperor Wuxia, the lands of the Great Sage of the Eastern Barren Territory, and the various sects of the Central State had done everything they could to open the Purple Mountain. Everyone was shocked when the large black dog suddenly said this. This damn dog only knows how to brag. If he has the Wuxia scripture, even a sow can fly, Tu Fei said. The large black dog cursed, then boasted shamelessly. Who am I? What can stump me? As long as there is an innate saint body in this world, I'll get the Wuxia scripture even if I have to risk my life. You think you can get it just because you say so? Tu Fei was disdainful. However, Yi Fan's expression changed. He stared at the large black dog eagerly. The others might not know, but he knew that this damn dog definitely came from the Purple Mountain. *CK brat, don't stare at me like that. The large black dog seemed to remember the incident of the Western Emperor scripture, and said unhappily, "If you want the Wuxia scripture, it's easy. Give birth to an innate saint body, and send it to the Purple Mountain, and you'll get what you want." I want to give birth to an innate saint body, but who can open the mountain and river diagram? They used the diamond chakram, the divine lotus, the sky-devouring devil pot, and the golden bell to attack it, but they couldn't open it. Even the old divine lord of the Purple Mansion couldn't break it. They knew they couldn't do anything, so they didn't waste their energy. "Fairy Xia, if you don't come out, I'll auction this painting at the Sky Demon Palace," the large black dog shouted shamelessly. "For the prosperity of the human race, you'd better come out quickly. It's time for the innate saint body to be born. If you don't come out, I'll throw you into the Origin Ancient Mine, or the Immortal Mountain. No matter how powerful the mountain and river diagram is, it can't protect you. I think it's better to stick this painting in front of the Miaoyu Nunnery." They provoked, threatened, and intimidated each other. "You 4 bastards." The Purple Mansion Holy Maiden's voice rang out from the scroll. She seemed to be a little vexed by the various tricks, but her voice was still calm. "You can sense everything outside. That's easy. From now on, I'll just treat you as an ordinary painting and hang it in my bedroom." The few of them unleashed all sorts of despicable attacks, but the Purple Mansion Holy Maiden did not respond. Carrying the diagram of mountains and rivers by his side was really a hot potato. What was sealed within it was the innate Taoist embryo that could wield the great Tao. If he was attacked by her sneak attack, he would be heavily injured even if he didn't die. Let's seal it first. With the help of the large black dog, a grandmaster of Tao patterns, the mountain and river diagram was completely sealed. Afterwards, Yi Fan stored the painting into the diamond chakram and used the 9 mysterious ancient characters of the Tao scripture to suppress it. Little Yi, don't you think you've conferred too many titles? They are all characters with big backgrounds. Tu Fei was speechless. The few of them counted the sealed characters in the snow and looked at each other. What a luxurious lineup. If they formed a mining team, their jaws would definitely drop to the ground. First of all, the Li Fire Divine Furnace contained the outstanding talents of the Eastern Barren Territory. The Yao Guang Saint, the Little Peng King, and Yao Shi were definitely the geniuses of the younger generation. Secondly, Su Yuan was the most favored grandson of the third most powerful bandit, Su Tianxiong. Jiang Yichen was the favorite of a powerful cultivator of the Jiang family. Finally, there was the Yao Guang Saint candidate, Li Rui, and the dozen or so female disciples of the Purple Mansion. All of them had extraordinary identities. Now they had even suppressed the innate Taoist embryo. The few of them had personally experienced the strength of the Purple Mansion Holy Maiden. She was one with the great Tao and was invincible among her peers. Tu Fei sighed. The Eastern Barren Territory had ushered in an extremely prosperous period. There were too many young talents. In the past, it would be amazing to have 2 of them. But now there were not only 2 divine king bodies, but also the innate Taoist embryo. There were also geniuses like the Yao Guang Saint and the Little Peng King. It's enough that there can only be one such person in one era. Otherwise, it will be a tragedy. The Eastern Barren Divine King body, as the name suggested, was definitely a king among his peers. No matter how talented you were, it was still a tragedy to be born in the same era as him. In the future, the Eastern Barren Territory was destined to be his world. The innate Taoist embryo was almost unsurpassable in the boundless earth. Once it became a Saint Lord, the body and the great Tao would become one. No matter how powerful you were, you would still be suppressed. The Yao Guang Saint and the Little Peng King were even more talented. Some people speculated that they could walk on the great emperor's path, and already had some of the glory of the young great emperor. In the past, any one of these people could stand at the peak of an era. But now they had all appeared at the same time. The innate Taoist embryo, the saint body, the divine body, the young great emperor. They are all peerless figures of their generation. I've never seen them fight in the same era. Now so many people were born in the same era. It seemed like a prosperous era, but it was also a kind of tragedy. There would definitely be a great war in the future, and the winner would be decided. After all, only one great emperor could be born. The large black dog scoffed. What's this? Who said that these physiques can't appear in the same era? It's just that you haven't seen them or heard of them. When did this happen? Why don't we know about it? There are still many things you don't know. Stupid dog, don't keep us guessing. Tell us what era it is, the large black dog said. Think about 100,000 years ago. In that era, stars shone brightly. No matter if it's the divine king body or the heavenly demon body, they all appeared. It could be said that all the kings rose together, and they were the best in the world. How could an era appear? Tu Fei didn't believe it. Of course it did. It's just that you haven't experienced it. In that era, almost all the physiques that were recorded in the ancient books appeared. All kinds of ancient king physiques appeared. Together with some geniuses, wouldn't the sky be turned upside down? The whole world wouldn't be peaceful, right? The large black dog was lost in thought. He sighed and said, all the kings rose together, stars shone brightly, and geniuses appeared in large numbers. Only then could one person's strength be demonstrated. If these people appeared alone, they would all be the best in their era. They were born in the same era. This is too cruel. That's right. This is a cruel yet glorious era. They tread on a path of blood. And they even step on the corpses of kings to advance to become a paragon. The large black dog seemed to sigh ruefully. You're exaggerating. What kind of earth-shattering figure appeared in that era? I think his name would definitely be left in the annals of history. Great Emperor Wuxia. The Black Emperor only said these 4 words. The others all sucked in a cold breath. This was no wonder. Only such a figure could stand out. Just how powerful was Great Emperor Wuxia? No one could say for sure. Before he had become a great emperor, he had withstood the ultimate weapon of the middle state with his bare hands. Moreover, the caster had almost become a great emperor. That was definitely the divine might of a great emperor. No wonder Great Emperor Wuxia could look down on both the past and the present. There were too many astonishing figures in the era he was born in. No matter how brilliant the others were, they were destined to only be supporting characters. They would only serve to make the one and only Great Emperor Wuxia even more invincible. Why do I feel that the current era is almost over? The Middle State, the Western Desert, and the Southern Mountains will definitely also have world-shocking prodigies. Perhaps it will be another Wuxia era. The glory of a single person is the sorrow of all the prodigies of an era. The brilliance of the stars will only make the sun and moon shine even more brilliantly. The few of them sighed ruefully. They left this ice field and flew into the distance. In the following few days, they searched for opportunities to attack the holy sons and holy daughters who were alone. Unfortunately, though those people were searching for Yi Fan's whereabouts, they were not acting alone. There was almost no opportunity for them to take advantage of. In the following days, they appeared in the deep mountains and ancient mines just to find the dragon veins and dig for the divine source. Yi Fan was very urgent. He needed a large amount of source to break the curse. He hoped to rush into the 4 extreme secret realms as soon as possible. Now that his Genesis technique was successful, he wanted to find a large dragon vein. Unfortunately, he had traveled through endless regions and had not even found a large mining area. Everyone in the world knew that the North region had source. Over the endless years, all the major factions had flocked there. Almost all the source regions had been occupied, and they had been divided up cleanly. Of course, there were definitely peerless dragon veins on the ground. However, most of them were very hidden and could only be found by chance. After 7 or 8 days, Yi Fan had only found one mining area. He had collected some variant source sources, which were worth less than 2,000 kilograms of pure source sources. When they crawled out of the mine, they were all covered in dust and looked very miserable. This is not good. Hurry up and teach the people who are being suppressed. Let them go and mine. The Little Rock King will be the leader of the first mining team. The Alcade Saint will be the leader of the second team. And Yaoshi and the Purple Mansion Saintess. They were trying to find joy in the pain. They clearly knew that these people could not be released, but they still made up stories. I'm still a little worried. Little Yi, can your broken furnace really seal the Alcade Saint and the Little Rock King? If they rush out, it will be a great disaster. There's also the innate Taoist fetus. If it comes out in the future, we will definitely be in big trouble. It's not a problem for now. They can't escape. At this moment, the big black dog swallowed 2 large pieces of the xenogenic source sources. We worked so hard, and this damn dog swallowed half of the source sources in one gulp. Tu Fei was furious. I've never mined before. 1,000 kilograms of source sources is not enough to pay me. I'll make an exception for this. 1,000 kilograms of source sources was already a shocking number for ordinary people, but for the sacred body of the ancients, which required 5 million kilograms of source sources, it was too little. As soon as Yi Fan thought of this astronomical number, he felt a headache and helplessness. Other than the Holy Lands, only the nest of 10,000 dragons and the Purple Mountain had the peerless god source blocks. Unfortunately, he didn't have any of these places, so he couldn't enter them. Barging in would only lead to his death. It would be great if I had a peerless expert. I could go to the absolute beginning forbidden area and dig the Fire Dragon Grave, or the Scarlet Moon Cave. I think, Little Yi, you should go to the Divine City. No matter what, they have ready-made stones there. With your current Genesis technique, you can cut dozens of thousands of pounds or even hundreds of thousands of pounds of stone source in one day, suggested Tu Fei. Not long ago, Yi Fan had made a huge gamble in the divine city. It could be described as a whirlwind sweeping away the clouds, and he had quickly obtained a large amount of source crystals. But because of this, he became the center of attention. Ever since he left, he did not return, fearing that something unexpected would happen. Yi Fan nodded his head and said, "Looks like I need to take another risk. Black Emperor, carve out a top-grade profound jade platform for me, just in case." Pangbo said, "I'll accompany you into the divine city. I'll mobilize the demon race's forces to ensure your safety." "I want to go too." Two-Face sneered. "Why do you want to join the fun? If you show up, the entire city will beat the dog." "Woof. Damn it. Damn dog, who's going to slap who?" "Awoo." The big black dog howled at the moon, extremely excited. He had finally obtained the demon god ancient scripture from Pangbo. At the same time, Yi Fan had also given him the green jade profound tortoise that he had brought out from the absolute beginning forbidden area. "Don't worry. This time, I will definitely turn the world upside down. I'll turn all those who have chased after you into human pets. I'll attract everyone's attention and make them think that you are crazily plundering the source crystals." Finally, Yi Fan and Pangbo stepped on the path to the divine city. They were about to enter the place where the wind and clouds gathered. Snow swirled, and the ground was covered in white. The north region had entered the coldest season of the year. When they were not far from the divine city, Yi Fan and Pangbo both felt that something was wrong. Someone was following them from behind, almost avoiding their spiritual senses. "It's him." Finally, Yi Fan found the person following them. It was a little golden elf, stealthily following him in the snow. "This is the divine silkworm that you cut out from the strange stone?" Pangbo was surprised. "That's right, it's this little fellow. Last time, if I hadn't crossed the void and left, I definitely wouldn't have been able to get rid of it." Yi Fan couldn't help but smile. However, the little golden elf behind him was extremely angry. It stretched out a little paw and silently pointed at him, complaining. Its big eyes were wide open, as if it was very wronged. "Ah, how interesting. The strange stone is really incredible. It can contain anything. This time, I must see with my own eyes what else you can cut out." Pangbo also couldn't help but laugh. Yi Fan acted like he wanted to chase after it, but the little golden elf was so scared that it crashed into a pile of snow. It angrily spat out a mouthful of snow and disappeared in an instant. "I'm not afraid of thieves stealing, but I'm afraid of thieves remembering. Looks like if I cut out a shocking treasure, I have to be on guard against this little fellow." As they neared the divine city, the pure white snow disappeared, and endless lush greenery appeared. In such a bitter cold season, being in a lush green land made people feel especially comfortable. Bathing in the spring wind, they felt comfortable all over. In the harsh winter season, hundreds of beautiful flowers bloomed. The fragrance of the flowers mixed with the smell of the earth wafted over. Spirit springs gurgled, ancient trees flourished, and wisteria coiled around. It was indeed a very pleasant thing to walk through. In the end, Yi Fan and Pangbo separated and entered the divine city one after another. They pretended not to know each other, so they could make a big deal out of it. As soon as they entered the divine city, they received shocking news. The Holy Lands of the Eastern Barren Territory and the 100 sects of the Central Plains were about to attack the Purple Mountain. At the latest, it wouldn't be more than 10 days. At the earliest, it might be within these 2 days. A shocking event was about to happen. Confirmed news had spread that the Central Plains and the Eastern Barren Territory would use at least 4 extreme weapons. Without a doubt, there would be a huge storm. The Purple Mountain would definitely shake the world. The inheritance of great Emperor Wuxia had attracted everyone's attention. Many people believed that regardless of whether they could obtain Wuxia's inheritance or not, something amazing would appear. What kind of power could stop the extreme divine weapons? It was very likely to involve the life and death of the great emperor, where he went in his later years, and what he did before he died. Perhaps the greatest secret of the great emperor would be revealed. Moreover, the mystery of divine King Jiang Taishu's life and death would also be revealed. Perhaps he was just a pile of bones, or perhaps a living legend would emerge. Chapter 368. It had been more than a month since he left the divine city. Now that he was back, Yi Fan felt a sense of familiarity. This was a giant city full of passion. He thought that no one would notice his peaceful return, but not long after he entered the city, many people came up to him with fiery eyes and greeted him enthusiastically. Brother Gufeng, you're finally back. We've been looking forward to seeing a Genesis technique again. There's nothing to say. Brother Gu, let's go to the drunken immortal tower. I'll treat you. Don't go home until you're drunk. The divine city is really lonely without Brother Gu. Many of us are looking forward to your appearance, ha ha ha. Many people tried their best to rope in Yifan. In the northern region, where Genesis was abundant, Genesis technique masters enjoyed a very high status, and were guests of all the major sections. Yifan smiled. Although he did not know most of these people, he still responded to them one by one. He did not know what kind of expression these people would have when his identity as the sacred body of the ancients was exposed one day. Perhaps some people would fight to the death for the sacred relic, perhaps some would help him escape, or perhaps some would kill him to claim credit from the sacred ground. Brother Gu, you're finally back. You don't know that someone said they wanted to have a Genesis technique duel with you. You disappeared for so long, and those people said you ran away in fear. They said a lot of nasty things. I think they were trying to provoke you. Now that Brother Gu is back, you can crush them in Genesis techniques. Yes, some people are really arrogant. They said they wanted to crush Brother Gu in Genesis techniques. This time, you have to teach them a lesson. We can't stand it anymore. Yifan smiled and thanked them. It took him a lot of effort to get out of the crowd, and soon arrived at Li Heishui's residence. Li Heishui laughed. His dark face was filled with relief. Little Yi, you guys are really good. You captured a saintess alive. This really made my jaw drop. Has the Red Dragon Taoist left the Divine City? Yifan asked this question because he needed a strong backup. He felt that there would most likely be some waves this time. Li Heishui smiled. All the old farts in the Divine City want him to leave. Many people feel uncomfortable with him here, but he has no intention of leaving. Great! Yifan was overjoyed. If there was a problem, he could find the Red Dragon Taoist to suppress it. He believed that the other party would not sit idly by. You're finally back. Today is worth celebrating. Shall we go to Miaoyu Nunnery, Shueihua Courtyard, or Moon Tower? Li Heishui chuckled and told him about the 3 holy places of romance in the Divine City. Forget about these places. Let's keep a low profile. Yifan shook his head with a smile. You've already suppressed 2 holy maidens, so you naturally don't care about the 3 great sage. However, don't look down on them either. For example, and Miaoyu isn't any weaker than the holy maidens. You've never been decent. Yifan punched him. Little Yezi, which one of us isn't proper? You have 2 great sages' daughters with you, and you still have the cheek to talk about me? The 2 great sage women are just flowers in the mirror and moons in the water. If they are released, it will be a disaster. Li Heishui smiled and said, Then let's go to Drunken Immortal Palace or Fantasy Food Manor. Yifan nodded and said, Since we've been to Drunken Immortal Palace, let's go to Fantasy Food Manor to celebrate. Today, I'll go all out and treat you to an immortal banquet. Even holy sovereigns don't order immortal banquets. They often cost tens of thousands of kilograms of source stones. Let's just forget about it. It's fine. Let's go have a look. The 2 of them soared into the sky and flew towards the Fantasy Food Manor. This was a multicolored jade palace. Every celestial palace was of a different color. They were built from green jade, purple jade, white jade, and so on. From afar, they could see the palace sitting in the clouds, sparkling and translucent. It was as if they had arrived in the world of immortals. Jade plants and immortal flowers were planted in front of the palaces, and spiritual birds were flying in the air. Little Brother Gufeng, you're back. As soon as they arrived, someone familiar noticed them. From a white jade palace in the distance, Yao Yuekong walked out and laughed. I have guests here. After I'm done, I'll go find you. Save me a seat. Okay, see you in a bit. Let's drink to our heart's content today. The 2 smiled and agreed. Fantasy Food Manor naturally had great factions supporting them. One of them was the great Xia royal family of the Central Plains. They had people stationed in Divine City all year round, and they had participated in the creation of this palace. The cultivation of the 18 young ladies was not weak. They wore 5-colored feather clothes and had sweet smiles on their faces. They led the way for the 2 of them, and brought them into a violet jade immortal palace. It's really a small world for enemies. I think I saw a bunch of bastards in a palace not far away, Li Heishui mumbled. What's going on? Yi Fan asked. They're here for you. Last time, you obtained an incomplete primordial divine herb, a black gold dragon rune saint spirit sword, and a divine silkworm. It shook the entire divine city, and spread to all the Genesis technique families. Last time, Yi Fan had made a huge bet and defeated Tuoba Chang. This time, not only did the Tuoba clan send experts, but the other ancient technique families also sent experts to Divine City. Yi Fan didn't care. This time, there was bound to be an even bigger storm. He couldn't keep a low profile even if he wanted to obtain 1,000,000 kilograms of Genesis source. Many Genesis technique experts came to Divine City. They're only a part of it. However, they've really gone overboard. In order to force you to come out, they've threatened to trample you to death in Genesis techniques. I'm looking forward to them trampling me, but I won't accept their challenge without 1,000,000 kilograms of Genesis source. If they want to find me, they'll have to think it over first. Yi Fan and Li Heishui didn't attend an immortal banquet. That would be too ostentatious and would likely arouse the ire of many powerful figures. Outside the palace, the lotus pond was covered in mist. Several girls danced gracefully as if they were in the pond. The wine didn't intoxicate them, but they were intoxicated. The 2 drank cup after cup of wine. Not long after, a young girl came forward and said, "2 esteemed guests, the Prince of Great Xia has learned that you're here, and will come in a while. I hope you can wait for a while." "Don't worry, we won't be leaving anytime soon." Yi Fan nodded. The Great Xia royal family was one of the supporters behind Fantasy Eating Manor, so it wasn't surprising that the prince knew they were here. Not long after, another girl came forward and bowed. "2 esteemed guests, the guests from the Green Palace across the street want you to go over." "People from the Green Palace?" Li Heishui sneered. It was the Genesis technique aristocratic family he had mentioned earlier. "They want us to go over, not invite us over?" Yi Fan asked the girl with a smile. He found that the girl was very skillful with her words. She must have said something disrespectful to them. The girl deliberately didn't use the word invite when passing on the message. Instead, she used the word want to tactfully clarify the situation. Yes. The girl nodded. They were used to seeing powerful figures here. Although they weren't very old, they were very sophisticated. Who do they think they are? They want us to go over so casually. Tell them we're not free, Li Heishui said. The girl was put in a difficult position, but she obediently retreated. Although the people from the Green Palace had received a beautified report, there were still people who were unhappy. The fact that the 2 of them didn't come was enough to explain the result. How arrogant. There are seniors from the Genesis technique world here, but they're putting on airs. Do they really think they're the Yuan Taoist master? They don't care about the seniors at all. They're so arrogant and have no manners at all. The young people all sneered. They stood up and looked towards the purple tower. Yi Fan and Li Heishui saw people looking over through the lotus pond, but they didn't mind. They continued to clink cups and enjoy the young girl's graceful dance. They're coming. Yi Fan saw the young people walking over, and about to enter the purple tower. You 2 are really arrogant. Famous figures of the Genesis technique world are here, but you won't even move a step when they ask you to go over and toast. The person at the front sneered as soon as he entered the purple tower. Yi Fan raised his head and glanced at them. What do you mean by toast? The few of you are arrogantly shouting at us to go over. Is there any respect in this? Why should the 2 of us respect you? Li Heishui put down his chopsticks and swept a glance at them. Who are you? Do we know you that well? What right do you have to ask us to go over and toast? Don't you know who we are? We've been waiting in Divine City for more than a month to have a Genesis technique duel with Gu Feng. The other person sneered. So it's you guys. Li Heishui nonchalantly glanced at them before downing another cup of wine. Recently, I've been hearing people say that you guys are going to crush Gu Feng in terms of Genesis techniques. After saying such vicious words, You still dare to brazenly invite us over for a toast? We did say some things, but we just wanted you guys to come out as soon as possible. Don't hide in your shell all the time. The young people were quite disrespectful. Where did these flies come from? How annoying. If you don't leave, I'll call the people from Fantasy Food Hall to chase you out. Li Heishui waved his hand as if he was swatting flies. Good. Since you're so arrogant, we'll meet at the Sacred Stone Square. They wanted to attack, but gave up on the idea when they remembered where they were. Who are you guys? Do I know anyone? Do you think I'll agree to any random nobody? Yi Fan picked up some food and placed it in his mouth. He then sneered. If you want to have a Genesis technique duel with me, prepare the divine root in advance. If the value is less than 1,000,000 kilograms of pure Genesis, don't bet with me. The group was stunned. 1,000,000 kilograms of Genesis. This was an earth-shattering bet. There had never been such a huge bet before. All of you are so arrogant, yelling at us, but you can't even come out? Since that's the case, don't be so arrogant. Go back to where you came from. Yi Fan said coldly. Do you have 1,000,000 kilograms of Genesis yourself? Do you really know us? Go and ask about Gu Feng's battle record. Just your Genesis technique clan alone gave us a head-sized divine root. Li Heishui laughed. The group was speechless, not knowing what to say. It was impossible for them to take out 1,000,000 kilograms of Genesis. You guys are from different Genesis technique clans. Since your elders are here, go back and tell them that if they want to bet with me, they have to take out 1,000,000 kilograms of Genesis. Otherwise, don't provoke me. Yi Fan also threatened. The girls nearby were stunned. 1,000,000 kilograms of Genesis. Such an astronomical figure was too shocking. Many of the guests in the palace were alarmed. An earth-shattering bet, 1,000,000 kilograms of Genesis. It was really shocking to dare to make such a claim. Nearby, several people passed by and happened to see Yi Fan and the others. One of them sneered. I was wondering who it was. So it's you two youngsters who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. How arrogant. Yi Fan's gaze flickered. He found that it was the Grand Elder of the Disillusionment Palace, Li Shui. We are having a Genesis technique duel, and stating the wager. What does that have to do with you? Li Heishui was completely unafraid. He had long wanted to throw the black metal token at Yi Fan's face. Ignorant youngsters, are you talking to me? Li Shui's face darkened. Who do you think you are? Yi Fan and Li Heishui spoke at the same time. This stone gambling was destined to cause a huge storm. Rather than that, it was better to first intimidate the person who had spoken up. You two youngsters don't know the meaning of death. Old man, don't flaunt your seniority. The two were not afraid at all. At this moment, the great Xia prince and the little nun in white arrived. Xia Yiming laughed from afar. Brother Gu Feng, you are finally back. Yi Fan was surprised to find that the little golden fairy had also appeared. It was glued to the little nun in white's shoulder, and was angrily waving its little claws at him. Is there really going to be an earth-shattering bet? 1,000,000 kilograms of Genesis is enough to shake the entire northern region. Yao Yuekong laughed heartily as he walked in. What a grand bet! Some of the older generation in the other palaces gasped in surprise when they heard the commotion. Little brother Gu Feng is going to do something earth-shattering again? And Miaoi, who was as beautiful as a dream, appeared. She was also in the Fantasy Food Hall. Chapter 369. The people entering and exiting the Fantasy Eating Hall and Drunken Immortal House all had some background. There were even powerful figures such as the legendary elders and grand elders of the various sections. The dispute in Violet Tower naturally attracted the attention of others. Not only had Yao Yuekong and Miaoi come, but even some of the older generation had also come. The great Xia prince approached and laughed. Little brother Gu, it's been more than a month since we last met. Every time I go to the stone square, I always think of you. Yi Fan stood up with a smile and poured a cup of wine. He ignored Li Shui and the other disciples of the Genesis technique families, and personally offered it to Xia Yiming. Li Heishui also stood up and asked the people of the Fantasy Eating Hall to bring more wine and food. He then invited Yao Yuekong and the others to take a seat, treating the Genesis technique families like air. Humph! One of them coldly snorted as his expression turned icy. Grand Elder Li Yishui strode forward. I don't want to bully the weak, but you two showed no respect to me. Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. The disciples of the ancient Genesis technique family sneered, waiting to see Yi Fan and Li Heishui be taught a lesson. Old man, who do you think you are? Do you think you can bully whoever you want? Do you think you're a sacred master or the god king of the eastern wasteland? Li Heishui was not afraid. Li Yishui's disciple beside him scolded, You're courting death. Some words were not suitable for Li Yishui to say. After all, he was a grand elder of a sect. His disciple had no scruples and loudly scolded him. Li Yishui's expression darkened. He indifferently approached and stared at Yi Fan and Yao Yuekong, as if ready to strike at any time. The great Xia prince stood up and said, Elder, even if they are in the wrong, you don't have to beat them up, right? Yao Yuekong also put down his cup and stood up. Elder, this is the fantasy eating hall. No one is allowed to fight here. They were disrespectful to elderly first. It's reasonable to teach them a lesson. A disciple of the Genesis technique family chimed in. Yi Fan didn't say anything else. He waved at the young girl who was waiting not far away and said, Send these people out. You. The expressions of the youngsters from the Genesis technique clan and Li Yishui changed again and again. To think that they would be chased out of the clan. This was something they had never encountered before. Esteemed guests, please leave. The illusory dining hall really has such a rule. You can't disturb other guests. A few beautiful young women stepped forward and carefully explained. Humph. Li Yishui flicked his sleeves, and with a gloomy face he turned and left. Although he wished for nothing more than to slap Yi Fan and Yi Fan to death, he had no choice but to restrain himself. The supporters of the illusory eatery manor were not to be trifled with, and the Grand Xia Imperial clan was one of them. Aha! Li Heishui laughed heartily. The faces of the Genesis technique clan disciples turned ashen. Without a word, they turned around and left. Yi Fan transmitted from behind. If you wish to fight me in a Genesis technique, prepare 1,000,000 kilograms of Genesis energy in advance. Otherwise, don't go around acting arrogantly. Good. The Genesis technique clan scions sneered as they cast a glance behind them. They did not say anything else as they angrily strode away. Good cheers. Li Heishui raised his cup and invited everyone to drink together. In the purple pylon, the people present had extraordinary status and were not afraid of Li Yishui and the others. Therefore, they did not shy away and drank together. Xiaoguai, don't be angry. On the side, the little nun in white comforted the golden fairy, which was glaring at Yi Fan. Little guy, why are you still thinking about it? Isn't it just a piece of God's source? Yi Fan revealed a smile and reached out to grab it. Whoosh! The little golden pixie immediately hid behind the little nun in white. She grabbed a strand of her hair and peeked at Yi Fan. Her eyes were big and round, but she looked a little sneaky. Seeing this, everyone burst into laughter. And Miaoi was even more envious. She repeatedly said that the little thing was cute and wanted to hug it. When I came back, I saw the celestial silkworm outside the city. What's going on? Yi Fan asked with a smile. It spends most of the day running around. I'm really worried that it will be caught. The little nun tapped the celestial silkworm's forehead and said, Xiaoguai, be obedient. Don't be naughty. When the banquet was about to end, someone from the Green Palace delivered a shocking piece of news. There would be a Genesis technique showdown with Yi Fan, and the wager was won. 5,000,000 kilograms of pure Genesis. It was a full increase of 500,000 kilograms. A group of people walked out of the Green Palace and took a deep look. A few old men, accompanied by a group of young people, turned around and left. Yi Fan looked at the backs of the old men and frowned. The old men's eyes seemed dim, but there was a divine light in them, and their fingers had completely turned pale gold. How is it? Li Heishui asked. Yi Fan said, It's a big problem. Those old men's Genesis techniques are superb, and the heaven origin treasure must have long reached the transformation stage. It is very likely that they have also cultivated a spirit eye. Then what should we do? Can you deal with them? Li Heishui frowned. I hope they haven't cultivated a heaven eye. Yi Fan muttered to himself. Yi Fan and the others also left the fantasy dining hall. After saying goodbye to the great Xia prince, Yao Yuekong and the others, they saw Li Yishui again, but he didn't make a move. There are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in this divine city. Young people should keep a low profile. Otherwise, you won't know when you will be crushed to death by a finger. After saying this, he rode on a cloud and left with a sneer. That old man is definitely not a good person. If he doesn't make a move now, he must have a good plan. Who knows when he will make a move? I'm more worried that the sacred grounds won't be able to sit still. This time, I'm going to bet 5 million kilograms of Genesis. This will definitely make people think of the Yuan Taoist master. Go back and think about it carefully. This time, it is bound to cause a world-shaking commotion. The older generation of an ancient Genesis technique family would come out and compete with the young Genesis technique genius Gu Feng. The wager was won. 5 million kilograms of Genesis, shaking the entire divine city. The entire city was in an uproar when this news came out. It could be said to be a world-shaking gamble. There had not been such a big gamble in thousands of years. Just thinking about it made people suck in a breath of cold air. The news immediately spread, not only in the divine city, but also in the various sects of the northern region. Even the sacred grounds could not remain calm. There was no doubt that this world-shaking Genesis technique battle would be held in the stone squares of the various sacred grounds. This was extremely bad news for them. In order to force Yi Fan out, the younger generation of the ancient Genesis technique family had been saying for the past month that they would trample the Genesis technique genius Gu Feng to death. Now that the Genesis technique battle was finally about to begin, everyone had a premonition that it would shake the world. As the news spread, many people hurried to the divine city in order to witness this earth-shattering Genesis technique showdown. Many people had a premonition that they would most likely obtain something extraordinary this time. One must know that a heaven-defying creature like the divine silkworm had appeared last time. This time, the older generation Genesis technique grandmasters would personally participate, and it would definitely be even more magnificent. The faces of the people in the various stone squares turned green. They knew that whoever was chosen would be unlucky. They were all secretly cursing, hoping that something unexpected would happen to the two groups. It would be best if they were kicked out of the divine city. Otherwise, it would definitely be a catastrophe for them. In their eyes, Gu Feng and the Genesis technique grandmasters were definitely locusts, the most unwelcome people. After returning to his residence, Yi Fan took out the purple stone core. He had originally planned to use it to cultivate the Heaven's Eye in the future, but it seemed that it was too late. He could find another stone core, but he absolutely could not lose this time. If he did not improve his Genesis divine awareness to the next level, it was very likely that he would be eaten alive by those old men. After all, he had only practiced Genesis techniques for a short period of time, while those people had immersed themselves in them for most of their lives. The stone core was taken out. Purple light swirled around it, turning the room sparkling. Li Heishui stood guard at his side. The moment the purple stone core was cut open, a fragrance filled the room that seeped into one's bones. Even Li Heishui could not help but mumble as he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The purple juice overflowed like streams of purple mist, its fragrance assailing the nose. Yi Fan carefully squeezed it out, letting the sparkling drops of liquid flow into his eyes, giving him a refreshing feeling. But the next moment his feeling was very different. He felt waves of burning pain, as if there was a raging fire burning. His eyes felt as if they were being pierced by needles, and tears flowed down. "Little Yi, are you all right?" Li Heishui was a little nervous. "No worries, this is a necessary process." Yi Fan endured the piercing pain, wiped away his tears, and squeezed out all the juice from the stone core, letting it drip into his eyes. He then closed his eyes and quietly operated the Genesis technique, beginning to refine his eyes. At this moment, his eyelids had turned purple, almost transparent, and sparkling. It was a very peculiar sight. Suddenly, the sound of breaking air was heard. A golden thread shot into the room at extreme speed, heading straight for Yi Fan. Li Heishui angrily roared, but he was a beat too slow. He could not keep up with the speed of the golden thread, and could only watch it snatch the stone core skin from Yi Fan's hands. It's the divine silkworm. Li Heishui was both shocked and angry. He stretched out his hand to grab it, but unfortunately, he could not even catch its afterimage. It leapt away with a whoosh. Don't chase, the stone core skin is useless. Yi Fan shook his head, stopping him. This little thief is too fast. Li Heishui pushed open the door, and saw that the little golden creature had not left. Its body was golden and dazzling, and it stood on the wall hugging the stone core skin, twisting and turning, making faces at him and Yi Fan, and occasionally doing a few somersaults, twisting its little butt at them. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. Seeing all this, he could not help but smile. This little thing is quite interesting. Li Heishui also laughed and scolded. This little thief is deliberately angering us. The divine silkworm's large eyes were full of life. Seeing that the two of them were not angry, it did not chase after them either, stopping its movements. It hugged the stone core skin, forcefully inhaling the fragrance, revealing an intoxicated expression. Then it happily bit down. However, in the next moment, its joyous expression immediately froze. With a smack sound, it threw the stone core skin onto the ground. Its little face was incredibly bitter, and its expression completely changed. The little golden spirit continuously spat out saliva, jumping about on the wall. Its golden lips had become purple from the bitterness, and then it laid there, retching with all its might. Ha ha ha. You even dare to eat bitter gall. Don't you know that as long as it's a gall, it's bitter? Yi Fan and Li Heishui laughed crazily. The divine silkworm was incomparably furious. It reached out a small claw, silently pointing at Yi Fan and Li Heishui. Its large eyes were brimming with tears, and then it swayed, falling onto the wall, poisoned. That's true. Let's see where you can run now. Li Heishui laughed heartily as he chased after it. The divine silkworm was frightened, and it immediately got up, trying its best to stay awake. Although it was swaying as if it was drunk, its speed did not slow down, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. 2 hours later, Yi Fan stopped the Genesis technique and opened his eyes. 2 rays of purple light flashed, and his eyes were as deep as the starry sky. How was it? Was it effective? Li Heishui asked. Why are you so coquettish, wearing flowery underwear? Yi Fan laughed. Damn, you have X-ray vision. Aren't you afraid of getting a needle's eye? Li Heishui cursed, his old face slightly red, and he half turned his body. Yi Fan's eyes were clear, and his origin divine instinct had improved a lot. Although he had not cultivated the heaven's eye, his eyesight had reached a shocking level, and he could almost see through the scenery behind the wall. He pushed open the door and looked into the distant sky. In the endless distance, he could even catch a mosquito. This was a qualitative leap. Little Yi, I can see that you are born to be a perverted thief. If you meet in Miaoi, the princess of the great Xia dynasty, and the saintesses of the various holy lands, how will you make them and others feel? Your thieving eyes will definitely stare straight. Am I such an impure person? Yi Fan smiled. You are as pure as a perverted thief. Li Heishui was very envious, and said, I finally understand why the former Yuan Taoist master liked to appear in the stone squares of the Holy Lands. The stone gambling is fake, he is definitely there for the saintess. Your line of work really has a tradition. 3 days later there will be a big Genesis technique showdown. Let's go to the big stone squares and have a look, said Yi Fan. Little Yi, I despise you. You just cultivated the perverted thief eyes, and you want to see the saintess. Li Heishui cursed. Be careful of getting a needle's eye if you look too much. I am preparing for the stone gambling. Today, I am just looking around, I will not do anything. Tisk. Don't be so sanctimonious, you definitely want to see the saintess. Li Heishui curled his lips. Yi Fan and Li Heishui first walked to the Ji Clan stone square, wanting to see if they could find the mysterious king of stones. On the way, they heard a lot of news about the Purple Mountain. The lands of the great sage and the 100 sects of the central province were about to fight, and there would be a storm there. Before they got close to the Ji Clan stone square, they saw a few familiar faces. The young people of the Genesis technique families were also here, including Wu Ziming, Li Zhongtian, and Tuobachang. Obviously, they had the same goal as Yi Fan, to choose the stone square and see where they could make a move. These two bastards really can't get along with us. Li Heishui carelessly stared at Wu Ziming and Li Zhongtian and said this to their faces. You. The two were enraged. Isn't that so? You first found Tuo Bachang, and this time, you used him to invite a bunch of monsters. Am I wrong? Li Heishui sneered. I won't fight with you now. This time, I don't believe you can turn the tables. Li Zhongtian said viciously. This time, I will personally see you get trampled to death by the seniors in Genesis techniques. Wu Ziming gnashed his teeth. Last time, you threatened us, but in the end, you gave us Genesis techniques for free. This time, I look forward to you taking the risk. Li Heishui laughed. The young people of the Genesis technique family sneered. One of them said, I'm afraid you will lose your lives this time. Do you want to kill us? Li Heishui was fearless. Ignorant people, there is life and death in a Genesis technique duel. Don't you know that? You may die in the process of choosing stones. I wasn't joking when I said I would trample you to death. Whether you can live or not will depend on your skills. Don't kneel at our feet when the time comes. The young people of the Genesis technique family sneered. After mocking them, they strode forward. There is life and death in the process of stone gambling? Li Heishui asked Yifan. Yes. Yifan nodded, revealing a trace of seriousness. At this moment, they arrived in front of the Ji clan's stone square. Yifan saw two familiar figures. It was a young man and a woman. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful. The man was like a god. His black hair was like a waterfall, and light surrounded his body. He was like a natural-born divine king, looking down on the mortal world. He had an oppressive aura of supremacy. It was Ji Haoyue. Beside him, there was a young girl dressed in fluttering purple clothes. She was slender and elegant, and when she smiled, her intelligent eyes would curve into crescents. Cute dimples would appear on her face, and her canine teeth would sparkle. It was Ji Ziyue. Chapter 370. After a long time, Ji Ziyue was the same as before. When she smiled, her little dimples, her sparkling little canine teeth, and those big crescent-shaped eyes carried a hint of playfulness. Where are you looking? Li Heishui smirked. Yifan's face turned red. Just now, he unknowingly used his origin divine instinct. However, his penetrating eyes didn't work. There was a thin layer of gauze around Ji Ziyue's body. It shrouded her like mist. He couldn't guess what it was. Perhaps it was as the Peacock King said, Ji Ziyue had a special physique. Or maybe it was the secret treasure that Little Moon often said in the past. How did the divine silkworm fall into the hands of the Ji family's Little Moon? Li Heishui was shocked. Yifan was also stunned. Ji Ziyue was hugging the little golden fairy and teasing it. How did this sneaky little thing get caught? When the two got closer, they understood what happened. The little golden creature ate the gall skin by mistake. Its mouth was purple from the bitterness. It looked like it was drunk. Its big eyes were blurred and it kept shaking. Little girl, did we throw this divine silkworm away? Li Heishui was very thick-skinned. He moved forward and wanted to trick her. I told a similar lie when I was 6. Ji Ziyue replied crisply, and continued to tease the divine silkworm with a smile. The little golden fairy kept punching drunkenly. It wanted to escape but couldn't. When it saw Yifan and Li Heishui approaching, its big eyes were filled with fear. Xiao Guai, don't be afraid. These two bad guys won't dare to bully you. Ji Ziyue lightly scratched its nose and hugged it. Li Heishui was speechless. He felt that the Ji family's Little Moon was too eloquent. He wouldn't be able to take advantage of her. He rubbed his nose embarrassedly and continued to walk forward. Yifan also lightly brushed past the siblings. He didn't linger. If the divine body sensed something, it would be a disaster. The Ji family's stone square was filled with people. It was many times more lively than the last time. What's going on? Li Heishui didn't understand. Someone casually said. Rumor has it that there might be a stone king in the Ji family's stone square. Many people come here to try their luck. There's such a thing? Yifan was surprised. He didn't expect the news to spread so quickly. The Genesis technique prodigy from last time. The person noticed the two and exclaimed, Aren't you guys? He was very excited to see them. Through their conversation, Yi Fan learned that when he and Tuoba Chang battled in stone gambling, the two of them cut the stones crazily. Many astute seniors guessed that there was a stone king here. On that day, Ji clan sealed the stone garden and had Master Yuan cut the stones one by one to find the rare treasures. You don't know, but the Ji family has suffered heavy losses. More than half of the stones in the stone garden have been cut open, but there was nothing. A Genesis technique expert asserted that even if all the exotic stones in the garden were cut open, the Stone King would not be found. Perhaps it had already become a saint spirit and was only cultivating here. You don't know, but Ji family suffered a great loss. They cut more than half of the stones in the garden, but found nothing. Yi Fan touched his chin. He didn't expect such a storm to happen. He was speechless. When he walked into the depths of the Ji family's stone square, many people recognized him, immediately causing a commotion. Everyone surrounded him. Little brother Gufeng, you came to the Ji family's stone garden again. Are you here to chase after the Stone King? Gufeng, you're not going to fight again, are you? Not far away, when the people of the Ji family heard that Yi Fan had come, their faces all turned green. Last time, Yi Fan could be said to be like a whirlwind sweeping away clouds. He took away 2 large pieces of God Source, and even cut out a heaven-defying God Silkworm. Now that he was here again, they wanted to close the door and let the dogs out. They wanted to chase him out and never let him in again. They don't seem to welcome us? Li Heishui didn't know what was good for him. The people around him were speechless. Like hell they welcome you. I bet Ji family's people have the urge to kill you. Brothers, you should take it easy. After all, you took a large amount of treasures. Some people advised them not to go overboard. This was a stone workshop in the Holy Land. If they targeted this family, they might really force Ji family's people into a corner. Yi Fan rubbed his nose. Unknowingly, he already had the demeanor of the Yuan Taoist master. Everywhere he went, people's faces turned green. Everyone, I'm not here to gamble. There's no need to be so nervous. I'm just here for a walk. Yi Fan smiled and explained. Not far away, Ji family's people's faces turned green. They didn't believe his words at all. Why did he come here for a walk? Not far away, Yi Fan saw a fatty with his butt in the air. He was rummaging through a pile of stones. My God's eyes are blind. This damn fatty is actually wearing red underwear. Yi Fan cursed his bad luck. Along the way, he had been searching for stone kings with his divine eyes. Of course, he would see things he shouldn't. Towards those female cultivators, he could only silently apologize in his heart, but seeing this fatty acting so coquettishly, he was speechless. No, this fatty looks familiar. Damn, it's that damn Duanda. Yi Fan was dumbfounded. He didn't think this fatty would come here. Sure enough, wherever there were benefits, there would be unscrupulous Taoists. Although Duanda had changed his appearance, under Yi Fan's transparent eye, he had nowhere to hide, and his wretched charm could be seen clearly. Yi Fan really wanted to go over and kick his butt, but he resisted the urge. He didn't want to alert the enemy and just walked away as if nothing had happened. Damn fatty, you better pray. If you dare to stay in the divine city, I'll kill you. Yi Fan walked around the Ji clan's stone garden and didn't find the Stone King. Finally he left. This made the Ji clan's people sigh in relief. They sent him away as if he was the plague. Then, Yi Fan and Li Heishui came to the Dian Stone Square. The moment they came in, they were recognized. Everyone's expression changed. Why do I feel like we're the most unwelcome ones? Li Heishui mumbled. Yi Fan smiled. Wrong, they're very happy to have us as their guests. They just don't want us to appear in their stone squares. Then they entered a few other stone squares. The results were all the same. Everywhere they went, the stone squares acted like they were facing the plague and wanted them to leave immediately. Finally, Yi Fan and Li Heishui entered the Jade Lake Stone Square. This was their last stop of the day. Tens of thousands of years ago, the Yuan Taoist master had left countless legends here. Though many years had passed, there were still some rumors. In the Jade Lake Stone Square, there was a celestial lake by the Heaven Stone Garden called Jade Lake, the same name as the Holy Land. Suddenly, a female disciple came and said that the Jade Lake Saint wanted to invite Gufeng. Yi Fan's heart thumped and his expression changed. If there was someone who could guess his identity, it would be the Jade Lake Saint. There was an ancient forest by the lake. It was very quiet and no one came in or out. A hazy figure stood there, shrouded in a faint mist. They had met a few times, but Yi Fan had never seen the Jade Lake Saint's face. He wanted to use the Heaven Source divine instinct to see through her. But at this moment, the Jade Lake Saint suddenly spoke. Though it was the voice of nature, it shook Yi Fan's mind. Should I call you Gu Feng or Yi Fan? What do you mean? Yi Fan looked at her calmly. The Jade Lake Saint's voice was magnetic. We entered the absolute beginning forbidden land together, and fought over the 9 secrets in Lisho. I knew then that you must have learned the Source Heavenly Book. Yi Fan shook his head. I think you've mistaken me for someone else. The Jade Lake Holy Maiden said. Although your appearance has changed a lot, your Genesis art has not. You can't change this fact. Yi Fan smiled and said, Fairy, what are you talking about? I really don't understand. Every member from an ancient Genesis technique clan possesses superb Genesis techniques. Could they all be the ones Fairy is looking for? The Jade Lake Saintess smiled and said, You might have heard that the Origin Heavenly Master was an honored guest of our Jade Lake. He was our sect's external protector. Our Jade Lake can recognize his original art. Yi Fan smiled. He was still unmoved. He shook his head and didn't say anything. The Jade Lake Saintess was as hazy as a fairy as she walked through the ancient forest. She casually pointed out the difference between Yi Fan's original art, and pointed out the key points. Although we don't have the Source Heavenly Book, we can recognize the unique original arts. Yi Fan knew that she had recognized him. In the absolute beginning forbidden land, she had deduced that he had received the inheritance of the Yuan Taoist master. Now she had confirmed his identity through the original art. What do you want? He activated his origin divine instinct and looked forward. His eyes shone with purple light. At this moment, he saw through the dense fog and saw a peerless immortal face, so beautiful that it was suffocating. Just as the rumor said, even an old Taoist would be tempted to return to the secular world after seeing the Jade Lake Saint's peerless face. You obtained the stone core and cultivated the heavenly eye? Don't look at me. The Jade Lake Saint was shocked. Then she was ashamed and angry. She couldn't maintain her usual indifference. I didn't cultivate the heavenly eye, Yi Fan denied. However, the purple light in his eyes shone even brighter. He stared forward without blinking. His expression betrayed him. Anyone who saw such a beautiful body would find it hard to stay calm. She was like a fairy from the 9th heaven bathing in the mortal world. Her body was snow white and exquisite. She had the right curves and curves like the finest jade. The Jade Lake was famous all over the world. People from the land of the great sage, and the families of the clan of the ancients wanted to marry a woman from the Jade Lake. Unfortunately, not many people could do it, let alone their saint. It was impossible. The Jade Lake Saint suddenly turned around and flew into the forest. She had lost her composure. Yi Fan's eyes shone with purple light. Looking at her back, he said to himself, She is indeed a peerless beauty. Her skin is as white as jade. She is a national beauty. Although he could only see her back, her beautiful curves and snow-white skin were enough to make people's blood boil. However, Yi Fan only smiled. Under such circumstances, he didn't dare to have any profane thoughts. He just wanted to disturb the other party's peace of mind, so that he could take the initiative in the following conversation. He knew that the other party didn't want to attack him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have met him here. The Jade Lake Saint heard him talking to himself. Her body stiffened. She disappeared into the forest. After a long time, she calmed down and sent him a message. You are so lame. Chapter 371. The ancient trees were tall and strong, with lush branches and leaves. Their trunks stretched towards the sky like young dragons. The forest was very peaceful and quiet. The Jade Lake Holy Virgin finally walked out. Although she was standing in front of him, she gave people the illusion that she was standing in a palace in the sky. She didn't seem to belong to the mortal world. She had a celestial body and an otherworldly body. She gave people a noble and untouchable feeling, as if she was very far away from the mortal world. Yi Fan had a smile on his face. His eyes were clear. It was exactly such a woman who had appeared naked before him just now. That peerless body seemed to still be in front of him. Her snow-white skin and graceful curves made him feel incredulous when he thought about it. The Jade Lake Holy Virgin was someone that even the outstanding talents of the eternal dynasties in the Central Plains and the Holy Lands in the Eastern Barren Territory could only admire. They could never get close to her. Just now he had inexplicably seen her naked body. If this matter was spread out, it would definitely shake the world and cause a huge uproar. Of course, it was even more likely that the outstanding talents of the Holy Lands would chase after Yi Fan. This was a serious blasphemy. You've crossed the line, the Jade Lake Holy Virgin said. White mist swirled around her body, obscuring her expression. I didn't see anything. Yi Fan didn't feel guilty at all when he said this. He acted as if he was telling the truth. I don't want to talk about this with you, the Jade Lake Holy Virgin said calmly. The Jade Lake Saintess spoke calmly. The Jade Lake Saintess was an extraordinary person. She didn't want to get entangled with him. However, Yi Fan pretended to be ignorant. I really didn't get the stone core. Fairy, you've misunderstood. I didn't see anything just now. The Jade Lake Holy Virgin's breath was like orchids. Her emotions fluctuated a little, but she quickly calmed down. If you dare to mention this again, I will immediately announce your identity. Okay, nothing happened just now. Yi Fan smiled. The purple light in his eyes had already disappeared. His clear eyes were very clean as he sized up the peerless beauty in front of him. He knew that the Jade Lake Holy Virgin wouldn't harm him now. With a smile, he waited for her to talk and see what she wanted. Aren't you afraid? There are many experts in the Divine City. Once your identity is exposed, you won't be able to escape death, the Jade Lake Holy Maiden said. Yi Fan nodded and said, I am afraid. Who can face life and death calmly? But do I have a choice? You could have chosen not to come here. Why take such a huge risk? Traveling far away from home, a moment of peace and tranquility could very well be a lifetime of regret. Coming to the Divine City, it was true that they might face death, but it was also possible for them to fight for a better future. I have no other choice. You sure are confident. Do you really think that you can obtain 5 million kilograms of source? Even if you get it, you might not be able to enter the secret realm of the four extremes. The curse of the sacred body of the ancients is probably more difficult than you think. It won't be that simple. Fairy, please teach me. Yi Fan humbly asked for guidance as he stared at the peerless beauty in front of him. I have nothing to teach you. The Jade Lake Saintess shook her head. Fairy, why are you looking for me? Yi Fan asked. A few strange stones in the Jade Lake. There were peerless stones in the Jade Lake that were sealed by the Yuan Taoist master and suppressed by the Queen Mother of the West for generations. It was hard to imagine what was inside. Yi Fan and the Jade Lake Saintess talked for a long time before he walked out of the ancient forest with a deep frown. It requires the 6 seals of immortals. This gave him quite a headache. It was a supreme technique, and one could tell how profound it was from its name. It could trigger the Great Path, seal the mountains and rivers, and suppress unparalleled masters. Unfortunately, it was only a kind of divine technique that was theorized. There were only a few sentences recorded in the Book of Source of Heaven, and they were all hypothetical. It was extremely difficult to understand, let alone actually create and perform it. Is the Fairy of Jade Lake beautiful? Li Heishui, who was waiting outside, asked as soon as he saw him. Unparalleled beauty, unparalleled beauty. Yi Fan was thinking about the 6 seals of immortals and subconsciously responded. Li Heishui was dumbfounded and said, You really saw her face? No, Xiao Yezi, you are a beast. What did you see with your lecherous eyes? What nonsense are you talking about? Yi Fan was startled and immediately felt guilty. He couldn't help but look back at the ancient forest. Xiao Yezi, don't try to hide it. I just casually said something and you gave it away. Tell me, what did you see? I didn't see anything. Nonsense. You just got the lecherous eyes. How could you be so calm and not see anything? Old Heishui, can you stop talking? Yi Fan turned around and saw the Jade Lake Saintess walking out. Under the sunlight, her long dress was dyed with a golden luster. Then go back and tell me. Yi Fan pulled Li Heishui and fled. They disappeared in the blink of an eye, and quickly left the stone square of Jade Lake. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The grandmasters of the Genesis Technique aristocratic families would have a Genesis Technique showdown with Yi Fan today. The entire Divine City would be stirred. The news had already spread. It was unknown how many people were waiting and specially rushed to the Divine City to witness this grand occasion. Even many of the elders of the various sects had come out of seclusion and came to the Divine City to personally witness the most influential Genesis Technique showdown in thousands of years. I heard that this Genesis Technique showdown will determine life and death. Is this true? I also heard that a Genesis Technique expert leaked this information. It will be extremely dangerous. The youngsters of the ancient technique aristocratic families have long said that they will trample Gufeng to death in Genesis techniques. It seems that they are not just shooting their mouths. They will really determine life and death. Many people were discussing and looking forward to this showdown. I wonder what will be found this time. It will most likely be an unexpected treasure. Both sides are really angry. The wager alone is 1.5 million kilograms of pure Genesis energy. It's hard to imagine what will be even more astonishing than the wager. On this day, there was only one topic in the vast Divine City. Everyone was talking about it. Even the impending Battle of Mount Purple was ignored. Not long after, the location of the Genesis Technique showdown was announced. It was set to be at the Arcade Stone Square. It would officially start in 2 hours. The entire city was in an uproar. It was unknown how many people flocked there, but in the end all the roads were blocked, unable to take a single step forward. The Arcade Stone Square was overcrowded and completely surrounded. The vast majority of people were blocked and did not have the right to enter. This is too exaggerated. It's comparable to the Yuan Taoist master from back then. Tens of thousands of people turned out just to witness this earth-shaking battle. Back then, even the bet between the Yuan Taoist master and the Jade Lake Saintess did not have this many people. It's shocking. Because the Divine City has been peaceful for too long. This time, a Genesis Technique Grandmaster has come out to compete with a young genius like Gufeng. It will naturally attract attention. When the people from the Arcade Stone Square found out that this would be the main battlefield, their faces immediately turned green. There was nothing worse than this. They had the urge to hire assassins to kill people. The battle between the two was like a god of calamity coming to their doorstep. They really wanted to keep all the stones, but unfortunately, there were too many people in the garden. It was too embarrassing to do so in front of so many people. In the end, they pinched their noses and accepted this reality. They were helpless and angry. Many people crowded in front of the Arcade Stone Square, unable to enter. There were too many people, so they naturally had to be selective to let them in. Jin Qishao from the Gold family, Xiang Yifei from the Suprian Sacred Land, and the Saint of 10,000 Beginnings have entered. The young nun from Dao Yi has always stood aloof from worldly affairs, but she has actually come today. The Jade Lake Saintess has also come. The Divine King Physique and Little Moon from the Ji family have also arrived. People were surprised to find that more than half of the saint-level figures of the younger generation had come. Almost all of them had arrived. Isn't that the Grand Elder of the Yin Yang sect? I heard that he has been in seclusion for many years. Unexpectedly, he has also appeared. Those old men over there seem to be the Grand Elders of the Sacred Lands. People couldn't help but be surprised. Today's Genesis Technique showdown had alarmed many people with great backgrounds. The impact was obvious. Today's storm had overshadowed the upcoming battle on the Purple Mountain, making people forget about everything there. At this moment, the Divine City had become the center of the storm, attracting everyone's attention. The people from the ancient Genesis Technique families arrived first. The crowd was in an uproar, and everyone got out of the way. 4 old men and a few young people walked into the Jade Lake Stone Square. Those 4 old men are Genesis Technique Grandmasters and have a close relationship with the Sacred Lands. They are often invited to solve various problems in the ancient mines. It's not shameful even if Gufeng loses. After all, he is facing a big shot in Genesis techniques. It's not a big deal for him to lose. Not long after, Yi Fan and Li Heishui arrived and immediately caused a commotion. They walked in very calmly. The Arcade Stone Square had a long history. The ancient buildings were magnificent and tall. Under the sunlight, there was a kind of sacred luster flowing. The stone gardens were not monotonous. They were filled with ancient trees that were incomparably dense. It was like a primitive land if one entered carelessly. Yi Fan and Li Heishui did not stop and walked straight into the stone square. Today's battle would definitely be in the Heaven Stone Garden. The people of the Alcade Stone Square were all expressionless when they saw them arrive. The only thing missing was the word "not welcome" written on their faces. In the Heaven Stone Garden, there was a kind of strange bamboo called the Blood Tears Jade Bamboo. The bamboo joints were snow-white like jade, but the suet jade leaves had a few blood stains that looked like teardrops. There were many legends about this kind of spirit bamboo. Some said that the tears of deities dyed the bamboo leaves red, while others said that it was contaminated by the blood of the ancient royalty. There was no doubt that this was a rare spirit bamboo that was very difficult to raise. There were not many of them in the world, but there was one here that overflowed with a large amount of spirit chi. The whole stretch of spirit bamboo was snow-white like jade, growing vigorously and sparkling. The blood stains swayed like teardrops rolling down. Almost everyone who was supposed to come had arrived. At a glance, one could see a sea of shining white heads, all of which belonged to the older generation. The youngsters who could enter the Heaven Stone Garden were all chosen-level characters, such as Jiang Yifei, the Jade Lake Saintess, Ji Haoyue, and the Taoist girl. "You guys are finally here." A youngster from a Genesis Technique family sneered. "Take a good look at this land. You know what will happen in a true Genesis Technique showdown." Another person's lips curled in a mocking smile. Li Heishui said, "It is hard to say who will live and who will die. Genesis Technique masters are not invincible." Another person transmitted his voice and mocked, "Let's wait and see. I want to see if you will kneel down and beg for your lives." Yi Fan ignored him and looked to the side. Disillusionment Palace's Grand Elder Li Yishui had also arrived with Wu Ziming and Li Chongtian. He was sneering with a meaningful meaning. Li Heishui said, "Elderly, you are here again. Sneering at us like this. Do you want to bet with us? Did you bring enough Genesis today?" Li Yishui's expression did not change. Youngsters should not be too arrogant. Who knows, you might be crushed to death in a while. Chapter 372. We've never been arrogant. It's just that every time someone bumps into our feet or sticks out their face to ask us to hit them, some people even rush to give us hundreds of thousands of kilograms of source energy. Li Heishui smiled brightly. The Grand Elder's face darkened. Wasn't this pointing at the monk and calling him bald? He'd hit his sore spot. Last time, he'd jumped into the pit himself and his face had turned green. He still wanted to vomit blood now. "Hey brat, don't be so arrogant. Be careful or you'll die in front of the stone," Li Yishui said sinisterly. "With Senior Li here, I don't think I'll lose. This has become a rule. It's been like this for a few times." "Ah," Li Heishui laughed. "Senior Li, don't lower yourself to the same level as an ignorant brat. Don't worry, they'll suffer in a bit." A young man from an ancient Genesis Technique family sneered. Li Heishui mocked. "Is there a place for you to speak? We're competing with people of your grandfather's generation. As for you, go away." "You." The young man's face turned red. Wu Ziming, who was behind Li Yishui, gnashed his teeth. "Too arrogant. I'll watch you fall from the clouds." He and Li Chongtian were definitely the victims. They'd lost thousands of kilograms of source energy and had lost a lot of face. Am I wrong? We're competing with his grandfather. Why is a junior like him interfering? He doesn't have the right to act superior in front of us. If he wants to be high and mighty, he'll have to learn Genesis techniques for another 20 years. Good. The young men from the ancient Genesis Technique families stormed off. They'd only humiliate themselves if they kept talking. The Genesis Technique showdown hadn't even started, but the smell of gunpowder was already strong. If they could fight, it would be a life-and-death battle. The old men watching from the side narrowed their eyes. It would be a fierce battle today. Both sides were so confident. Something shocking was likely going to happen. Among these people, there were super antiques who'd reached the end of their lifespans, grand elders of sacred grounds, and overlords of the demon race. All of them had amazing backgrounds. On the other side were the saints of the Eastern Wilderness younger generation. The Daoi Holy Land's young Taoist priest, Jin Qishao, the Jade Lake Saintess Su Heng, and Yao Yuekong were all paying close attention. A Grandmaster-level Genesis technique duel was rarely seen even in 100 years. What's more, there was an astonishing one. 5 million kilograms of Genesis at stake. It had been several thousand years since such a grand bet had occurred. An old man from an ancient Genesis technique clan opened his mouth and said, "Young friend, let's begin." Yi Fan's heart trembled. He felt a trace of danger. He turned to Li Heishui and said, "You can follow me, but don't get too close." Could it be that this old man really dares to kill in public? Li Heishui was shocked. "You don't have to worry about it. Just watch from the side," Yi Fan instructed. The blood tears jade bamboo was spotlessly white, sparkling and translucent. As the cool breeze blew, it rustled and the jade leaves fluttered like blood tears falling down. The bamboo forest was extremely dense, blocking the sun. However, this place wasn't gloomy at all, instead shining brilliantly. Yi Fan stepped forward and calmly faced the 4 old men. He did not even glance at the youngsters. "May I know which elder wants to spar with me?" "Let this old man do it." It was the old man who had just spoken. He came from the Nangong clan, and was known as a Genesis technique grandmaster 10 years ago. His name was Nangong Chi. After learning his identity, Yi Fan calmly said, "Elder Nangong, how do we set the rules? If you win, in addition to the 1.5 million kilograms of Genesis, you will also get a rare treasure from the other party." Nangong Chi said with a smile. "Good, that's exactly what I want." Yi Fan nodded. "I'm not finished yet." The old man shook his head. "Oh, what else does Elder want to say?" Yi Fan asked. 1.5 million kilograms of Genesis is not a small number. It is too hasty to bet on a single stone, and it will not reflect the brilliance of the Genesis technique duel. I think everyone can choose 3 stones. How about it? Alright, I agree. Yi Fan nodded. Humans could make mistakes, and so could horses. This would be safer for both parties, allowing them to display their true strength. Then let's choose the stones. After speaking, Nangong Chi led the way into the bamboo forest. The Heaven Stone Garden was filled with noise. The older generation and chosen level elites all followed to see how they would choose the stones. Yi Fan slowly paced around the blood tears jade bamboo, observing the strange stones. He was not in a hurry to make a move, and needed to walk around as a whole. In the Heaven Stone Garden, there were many strange stones with sky-high prices. Every one of them was extraordinary and astonishing. As for their prices, they would similarly make one shrink back. In a sunny area with sparse jade bamboo, Yi Fan saw a strange stone that was worth 120 kilograms of pure Genesis. This stone was very special. It was spherical, perfectly round, and had a diameter of 1.5 meters. One could feel a trace of warmth when touching it. This must have been polished by someone, Li Heishui asserted. This stone was too regular. Little friend, you guessed wrong. This stone was born like this. If you don't believe me, look carefully. It's like the sun right now. Every day when the sun shines on it, wisps of essence energy will circulate. Some people speculate that there is a stone embryo inside. Back then, many people wanted to cut it open. If not for a Genesis technique grandmaster rejecting it, the Wavering Light Sacred Land would have done it themselves. Yi Fan judged that this stone was born like this and not polished by someone. This stone was called the Demon Embryo. Some people speculated that there might be a saint spirit inside, and it was even more valuable than the 9-orifice stone golem. This group of old men did not comment much because the Genesis technique grandmaster had rejected this stone. The Wavering Light Sacred Land was already considering lowering the price. Yi Fan did not come to a conclusion. He stood there for a long time before leaving and continuing to look at the stones. Suddenly he felt a dazzling light. A stone in front of him had drawn out the purple light in his eyes. He strode forward, and when he got close, the purple light in his eyes penetrated the stone. He wanted to see through it completely. However, at this moment, the stone suddenly shattered, and a scarlet dragon rushed out. It shone brightly and pounced at Yi Fan's chest, trying to penetrate it. This change shocked everyone. They did not understand what was going on. Only Yifan knew that the kind-looking Nangongqi had set a trap for him. This strange stone had been tampered with. Inside it was a heterogeneous essence called fire red. Nangongqi had used a mysterious genesis technique to turn it into dragon energy. It was easy to mistake it for a god source. It would definitely shatter upon contact, and the endless essence energy would turn into a fatal blade. A battle of genesis techniques could also kill. At this moment, it was very dangerous. Yifan quickly retreated and avoided the attack of the scarlet dragon. Whoosh! A streak of golden light rushed over. The little golden fairy opened its mouth in the air and inhaled. The essence of the fiery red origin turned into a streak of divine light and entered its mouth. It smacked its lips in satisfaction. Its big eyes blinked and sparkled brightly. "Little thing, you have done well." Li Heishui laughed. The divine golden fairy did not appreciate it at all. It bared its fangs and claws at him and Yifan. It flew away angrily and landed on the shoulder of the little nun in white. At the side, Jiziua chuckled. She took out a god source bean and waved it at it. In the end, the god silkworm did not have any sense of loyalty and ran over. The little nun in white pouted unhappily and called out softly. However, the god silkworm pretended to be deaf and mute because of the god source bean. "Sister Yilin, don't be angry. This little slippery fellow is so playful. You can't watch it at all. Why don't we watch it together?" Jiziua smiled sweetly and her dimples appeared. "Xiao Guai, you can't resist the temptation." The little nun in white was unhappy. The two girls were together. They had red lips and white teeth, and their big eyes were bright. However, one was pouting, and the other was cunning and intelligent. They could not stop smiling, and it was very eye-catching. What is going on? The people from the Alcade Stone Square had appeared. A strange stone worth 30,000 kilograms of Genesis energy had shattered. This was their loss. Someone's Genesis technique is not good enough and broke the stone. "Just get him to compensate," said a young man from an ancient Genesis technique family. He looked at Yifan with a mocking expression. "Damn it, it was clearly you guys who had evil intentions and wanted to kill people. Too despicable and shameless." Li Heishui cursed. Another young man from the Genesis technique family mocked. "Are you a newbie? Is this your first day in the Genesis technique profession? Whoever broke it will have to pay for it." "Fine, I'll compensate." Yifan stopped Li Heishui. He looked at Nangongqi. This old man still had a kind appearance, but he had taken him down a notch. If he had reacted a little slower, he would have died. The few young men from the Genesis technique family all sneered. They did not hide the mockery in their eyes. This was the first lesson for their opponent. At this moment, everyone knew that Yifan had suffered a loss. They did not expect a Genesis technique duel to be so dangerous. Even if it was choosing a stone, if he was not careful, his opponent could take advantage of it and kill him on the spot. A young man who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. When he meets a true grandmaster, he will immediately know who is better. His realm is too far apart. Li Heishui, the grand elder of the Disillusionment Palace, sneered. "This old man." Li Heishui frowned and glared at him. Yifan pulled him back and did not let him say anything. He walked a few steps casually, and then gently stomped on the ground. Boom! Screams came from not far away. Two young disciples from the Genesis technique family spat out blood in the dazzling light, and were sent flying. Beside them, a strange stone shattered, and the mystical source essence Qi contained within it all hit their bodies. Earth Vein Dragon Transformation Technique. Nangongqi's eyes flashed as he stared at Yifan. It was Yifan's intention. He had used the Genesis technique to dissolve the strange essence Qi in the strange stone, turning it into dragon Qi and giving it color. These are all small techniques. I still have a killing technique. If you want to play, I will play with you to the end. Yifan replied calmly. Everyone was shocked. The Jade Lake Saint Lady and Miaoi, Yao Yuekong, Jin Qishao, Jiang Yifei, and the others could not help but look over. The older generation people were also surprised. They quietly watched everything. Let's cut the stone and see who wins. Nangongqi turned around and left. Yifan walked into the depths of the bamboo forest. The jade bamboo flashed with white light. He stared at a very special stone and could not move. This stone is worth 250,000 pounds of pure essence qi. Li Heishui exclaimed. His face was full of disbelief. This stone could be said to be ridiculously expensive. It was the most expensive stone he had ever seen. It was truly a sky-high price. The immortal tomb? Yi Fan was also shocked. This strange stone was called the immortal tomb. It was a strange name, but it matched its shape. The stone was more than 2 meters tall, and shaped like an ancient tomb. Its bottom was 3 meters in diameter. It was full of the marks of time. It did not look like a stone, but rather an antique. This stone really looks like an ancient tomb. If it was thrown into the graveyard, it would be hard to tell it apart. Li Heishui was very surprised. Brothers, you have to take a good look. Even if this stone is not the oldest stone in the Arcade Stone Lane, it is almost there. It is definitely the graveyard's treasure. It is very special. On the side, an old man introduced. His eyes were very fiery as he urged Yi Fan to cut it open. This stone is very special. Look at the front. There seems to be some writing on it. I almost bought it with others, but I did not dare to touch it in the end. Another old man opened his mouth and pointed at the other side of the immortal tomb. He wanted to fulfill his long-cherished wish, through Yi Fan, and find out what this stone was like. Yi Fan went forward and observed carefully. He was shocked. There were indeed some marks on the front of the immortal tomb. They looked like carvings but also like marks left by nature. This is too strange. Could it really be a natural tomb? It looks like a heaven and earth inscription. Li Heishui was flabbergasted. It was obvious that the immortal tomb was too famous. When Yi Fan stopped here, many old men surrounded him. None of them could calm down. In the past, even the Yuan Taoist master went out of his way to find a strange stone like this. He once said that there are natural tombs in this world that contain priceless immortal treasures. That's right. The reason this stone has this name is because it is almost the same as what the Yuan Taoist master said. That's why it is called the immortal tomb. Brother Gu, I strongly suggest that this stone is definitely not ordinary. It might really be a heaven-sealed immortal tomb. These old men were even more attentive than Yi Fan. In just a moment, they had told him everything about this stone, and even brought up the Yuan Taoist master from 10,000 years ago. Yi Fan activated his divine instinct. His eyes flickered with purple light as he looked through the stone. Then he walked around the stone a few times and studied it carefully. His brows furrowed. What do you see? Don't tell me there's really an immortal corpse sealed here? If that's the case, not just the eastern wilderness but the central plains, western desert, southern mountains and northern plains will all be in an uproar, Li Heishui transmitted. Yi Fan shook his head. My divine instinct has achieved initial success, but it's not the heavenly eye. I can't tell what's inside. Another old man reminded him. Brother, you have to be careful. If it really is a heaven-made tomb, the Arcade wouldn't be placed here. Someone immediately retorted. Every stone is full of uncertainty. I think this one is worth the gamble. So many people have come, including old Genesis technique masters, but didn't they all give up in the end? Before Yi Fan could say anything, the group of old men had already started arguing. He squatted down and touched the marks on the tomb, trying to determine if they were natural characters. Someone said, some old geezers came here and said these marks are like ancient characters. Others said they are blurry runes formed by nature. Purple light shot out from Yi Fan's eyes again. He stared at those ancient marks without blinking. Then he used the purple light to penetrate the stone and investigate deeper. Little brother Gufeng, your Genesis technique is indeed superb. Your eyes are like lightning. It's amazing. We haven't seen each other for more than a month. Brother Gu's Genesis technique has improved again. The great Xia Prince, Yao Yuekong and the others came over and spoke one after another. Yi Fan raised his head. Purple light flickered in his eyes. He found many chosen-level figures around him, including An Miaoyi and the great sage's daughters. He felt guilty in his heart. Li Heishui patted him and said with a smirk, Focus. Chapter 373. The moment Yi Fan stood up, he saw a field of snow-white crystals. The saintesses were right in front of him, and he couldn't avoid them even if he wanted to. Li Heishui was so jealous that he pulled him back and cursed in a low voice. Be careful. Don't let your beast blood boil. Yi Fan recited his Tao name and Buddhist name in his heart, apologizing repeatedly. The saintesses from the All Beginnings Sacred Land and Supriyan Sacred Land were standing too close to him, and he couldn't avoid them. Little brother Gufeng, why are you blushing when choosing stones? And Miaoi smiled. She was known as one of the most beautiful girls, and some even said that she was the #1 beauty in the Eastern Baron. Every frown and smile of hers was incomparably moving. She looked otherworldly and inviolable, but to Yi Fan, it was a different scene. He couldn't bear it. And Miaoi had a devilish figure. Perfectly round, slender, and voluptuous, her body was like jade and could stir the hearts of men. Yi Fan coughed and said, choosing stones is very tiring. Brother, are you all right? Yao Yuekong asked with concern. Li Heishui curled his lips and said, don't worry, he will be fine and will even be full of vigor. And Miaoi smiled sweetly. Little brother Gufeng is really interesting. I don't think you are a shy person, so why are you so reserved now? Li Heishui chuckled. Honorable goddess Miaoi, it is your charm that is boundless. Gufeng won't be able to bear it. The few saintesses present were all puzzled, even a bit baffled. They felt that his words were strange, as if he was implying something. Yi Fan tried to cover it up. I'm fine, just exhausted a bit. I'll be fine after a short rest. The few saintesses all had faint smiles on their faces. Even the people around them were stunned, and their minds were in a trance. There was no need to mention Yi Fan, who had the ability to see through everything. He truly understood what it meant to be extremely charming, beautiful, and supple. However, this wasn't enjoyment, but rather a type of torture. He quickly turned around to face the immortal tomb, and sized it up again. Otherwise, he was really afraid that he would grow a needle's eye and be struck by lightning. One had to know that these were the holy daughters, the heirs of the Eastern Wasteland's immortal inheritance, the future mistresses of this vast and boundless land. Today he had seen through the heavenly secrets. In the future, if the heavenly secrets were to be leaked and people found out that he had the divine eye, it would definitely be a huge karma. The few saintesses would most likely chase him all over the world to kill him. Brother Baldy, brother Taoist. Yi Fan mumbled a few more Buddhist and Taoist names before he calmed down completely. The immortal tomb was like an abyss. Even though it wasn't large, it was immeasurably deep. His brows locked together, and only after observing for a long time did he stand up. Little brother Gu, what do you think? Will you choose this stone? The group of elders were all paying close attention. One of them said, who knows, there might really be immortal treasures inside. If this stone really was sealed by the heavens, would the light-shaking realm wait for someone to cut it? Yi Fan shook his head. He couldn't come to a conclusion. Not long after, he arrived beside a spring and stared at a stone the size of a human head. He couldn't see anything special about it. However, his heart was moved, and he used his origin divine instinct to see through it. Divine source. This strange stone was not big, but it contained a piece of God's source that was even bigger than a fist, which surprised him quite a bit. His divine eyes were like lightning, and the purple light penetrated the stone. He clearly saw a small sun sealed inside, so it couldn't be a fake divine source made by Nangong Qi. This divine source was worth at least 30,000 kilograms of pure divine source. It was golden in color, and it was like an eternal ray of divine light was fixed inside the stone. Yi Fan weighed the head-sized stone in his hand. He decided to buy it and not count it among the 3 stones he had to choose. Suddenly his expression changed. He threw the stone into the air and hid among the group of old men. Boom! It was as if a huge star had fallen from the universe and was destroyed in midair. Blinding golden energy gushed out like an endless stream of magma. The aura of the divine source. Everyone was shocked, and at the same time, they felt a wave of fear. This much divine power was enough to blow up the older generation. Just now, if Yi Fan had been one step slower, he would have become a bloody pulp. This kind of power was difficult to estimate. That old man is too evil. He didn't even hesitate to destroy a divine source. Yi Fan gritted his teeth. Everyone's hearts were beating fast. The original technique battle had escalated to a life and death situation. The process of choosing the stone was also a trap. If they were not careful, they would be doomed. Only the god silkworm was excited. It flew into the sky and sucked the divine source into its mouth. It kept smacking its lips and looked like it was drunk. It was impolite not to reciprocate. Yi Fan walked in the bamboo forest, moving casually. He treated the Alcade Stone Square as a battlefield. He used the dragon technique, the earth pulse technique, and the kill technique to transform the strange stones. Along the way he found 8 or 9 traps. The slightest mistake could kill people, and the lightest mistake could cripple them. Every step was scary. Boom. A purple light shot into the sky. An amethyst xenogenic source exploded. Although Nangongqi's reaction was fast, half of his sleeve was turned to dust. Beside him, a disciple screamed. His body was a bloody mess. His abdomen had almost been pierced through. Nangongqi's face darkened. He ordered, "You guys stand aside. Do not follow." The young people of the ancient family all stepped back and did not follow. The smell of gunpowder was getting stronger. The two sides were at each other's throats. If they were careless, they could lose their lives. Yi Fan walked around the stone garden, and finally found a stone that he liked. It was shaped like a stone roller. It was not very big, and it was priced at 80,000 pounds of source. It was called the Wind Cave Stone. This stone is almost weathered. There are many small holes on it. It is like rotten wood that has been drilled by bugs. Why did you choose it? Li Heishui did not understand. The surrounding old men were also confused. Someone said, "This stone has been here for hundreds of years. No one has ever cared about it." Unexpectedly, Yi Fan was determined to buy the Wind Cave Stone. He did not explain much. Cries of surprise came from the other side of the bamboo forest. Nangongqi had also chosen the first stone, causing a commotion. Grandmaster Nangong has chosen the blood sacrificial altar. Legend has it that this stone was transported from the absolute beginning forbidden zone. It is worth 300,000 pounds of pure source. It is the most expensive stone in the Alcade Stone Workshop, and can be ranked in the top 5 among the major stone workshops. What a shocking sum. 300,000 pounds of source can be piled up into a mountain, but it is used to buy a stone. Everyone could not help but be shocked. The stone garden was filled with noise. Yi Fan frowned. The other party's decisiveness had exceeded his expectations. He had also seen the blood sacrificial altar before. It was difficult to see through, just like the immortal graveyard. He did not want the other party to buy it. "I want the immortal graveyard." He spat out these 4 words to the Alcade Stone. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard this. The second most expensive strange stone had been bought. There was bound to be a good show to watch today. The immortal graveyard is worth 250,000 pounds of pure source. These two groups of people are crazy. They are using several 100,000 pounds of source to buy a stone. The stone garden was in an uproar. People were discussing spiritedly, and the outside was even more excited. Too many people had come today. The majority could not enter, and could only watch from a distance outside the bamboo forest. A world-shocking gamble. One throw of several 100,000 pounds of source. He is even more extravagant than the sacred master. The immortal graveyard and the blood sacrificial altar have been chosen. Today will definitely be an eye-opener. I have always wanted to know what is inside. Almost everyone was excited. The children of the great sage were all deeply shocked. After all, it was several 100,000 pounds of source. They all sucked in a breath of cold air. The old men were the most unsettled. Some of them had stared at the immortal graveyard and the blood sacrificial altar for who knew how many years, but after being rejected by the Genesis Technique Grandmaster, no one dared to make a move. Grandmaster Nangong has chosen the second strange stone. Cries of surprise came from the other side of the bamboo forest. The second stone Nangongqi had chosen was worth 180,000 pounds of source. It was not the highest price, but its size was the largest. It was about the size of a house. Stupid elephant. This stone's name was not elegant. It was huge and expensive, so no one had been interested in it. Nangongqi had decisively bought it. Yi Fan felt a trace of pressure. The other party was very bold. He had chosen the stone accurately and decisively. Li Heishui was indignant. In name, Nangongqi is choosing the stone, but in reality, It is 4 grandmasters from an ancient Genesis technique family looking at the stone together. This is 4 against 1. It is very unfair. I choose the demon fetus. Yi Fan chose the 3rd stone. It was the perfectly round and strange stone. It was worth 120,000 pounds of source, and was called the demon fetus. It was warm to the touch. Little friend, have you chosen? Nan Gongqi walked over. He had also chosen the 3rd stone. I have, replied Yi Fan. In that case, let's cut the stone. Nan Gongqi was very calm, as if everything was under his control. The 3 strange stones Yi Fan chose were Wind Cave Stone, Demon Fetus, and Immortal Graveyard. They were worth 80,000 pounds of source, 120,000 pounds of source, and 250,000 pounds of source, for a total of 450,000 pounds of source. The 3 strange stones Nan Gongqi chose were Scorching Sunstone, Stupid Elephant, and Blood Sacrificial Altar. They were worth 80,000 pounds of source, 180,000 pounds of source, and 300,000 pounds of source, for a total of 560,000 pounds of source. The entire place was silent. Everyone was stunned. The 2 of them had spent more than 1,000,000 pounds of source, which was flabbergasting. Whether it was the older generation, the chosen, or the other cultivators who could not enter the Heaven Stone Garden, all of them were alarmed. Cut the stone. Quick, cut it open and see what is inside. The first to break the silence was a group of old men. Their faces were red and their necks were thick. They waved their fists and shouted loudly. Yes, quickly cut the strange stone. I really want to see what kind of shocking immortal treasure is inside the stone. The others were infected, and they all shouted loudly. The stone garden was in an uproar. Cut the immortal graveyard first. Open the heaven ancient grave, and see what is buried inside. We can cut the blood sacrificial altar first. This is a stone from the collapsed divine temple in the absolute beginning forbidden zone. Its origin is astonishing. Nan Gongqi immediately smiled and said, Since everyone is so eager to know, then let us open everyone's eyes first. He said that he needed the help of a few old friends. Even someone as powerful as him could not see through the stone by himself. The blood sacrificial altar's origin was astonishing. It came from the absolute beginning forbidden zone, and was part of an altar in an ancient divine temple. It was completely blood-red and had a demonic nature. It was said that the altar was formed by 9 bloodstones. The Yaoguang Holy Land cut 6 of them, but did not get anything. They sent the smallest one to the stone square. At this moment, Nan Gongqi and the other 3 grandmasters released divine light from their palms. Each of them had a brilliant divine wheel. Heavenly Source Wheel. No, it's the Heavenly Source Wheel. Oh my God, it's really the Heavenly Source Wheel. The 4 divine wheels merged into one and shone brightly. They shone on the blood sacrificial altar, making the inside of it clear. Oh my God, there's someone in the stone. There's a young girl. A peerless beauty that can topple a nation. The stone garden was in an uproar. Yi Fan's heart immediately sank. This was too unbelievable. Quick, go and invite the grandmasters. Invite several Saint Lord level characters from God City, and have them carve out unparalleled runes to suppress this stone. Some of the old antiques shouted, and asked people to invite the grandmasters in the Divine City. Chapter 374. The divine wheels of the 4 grandmasters merged into one, illuminating the sacrificial altar. The face of a young girl appeared within. It was vivid and lifelike, as if she was sleeping peacefully. Whoosh! The divine wheel of origin disappeared, and the strange stone dimmed. Everything became blurry, and could no longer be seen. Why did the divine wheel disappear? We still haven't seen it clearly. Seniors, please continue. Let us take a closer look. That's right. It's too mysterious. We just took a look, and then it disappeared. Nan Gongqi shook his head and said, The 4 of us are not the Yuan Taoist master. This is as far as we can go. The stone garden was in an uproar. People couldn't control their emotions. The scene just now was shocking. There was someone in the strange stone. It was like a fantasy. Although there had been such rumors, it was too long ago. People didn't believe it anymore. Now that they had seen it for themselves, no one could remain calm. More than 100,000 years ago, someone cut out a peerless beauty from the stone. In the end, all the Holy Lands worked together, but they couldn't stop her. She escaped. The past was too long ago. It was almost illusory. Nothing was more convincing and shocking than seeing it with their own eyes. None of the people in the Alcade Stone workshop could laugh. This was a huge blow to them. Everything was really terrible. In the past, they had gone through untold hardships and exhausted all their efforts to move the collapsed ancient temple from the absolute beginning forbidden area. They had cut out 6 of the 9 bloodstones, but they still couldn't find any rare treasures. In the end, they put the smallest bloodstone, which was suspected to be a leftover piece, into the stone workshop to be auctioned. They didn't expect this trash to contain such a shocking treasure. The people in the Alcade realm were too hurt. They all had the urge to vomit blood. The elder guarding the Heaven Stone Garden couldn't calm down. His heart was in turmoil. Such a big event had shaken the entire divine city. They had to invite a divine master. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to handle it. Not long after, the imperial uncle of the great Xia arrived. He was wearing golden armor and a crown with 9 dragons on his head. He walked like a dragon and looked extremely heroic. He was like a celestial emperor descending. The head of an ancestral dragon appeared above his head. This was a divine master. As soon as he arrived, everyone was shocked. They couldn't help but open a path for him. Whoosh! A light flashed, and another person silently appeared in the Heaven Series Stone Garden. The 3rd greatest bandit of the northern region, Su Tianxiong, had arrived. He was stronger than the Azure Flood Dragon King, a powerhouse. He was dressed in green clothes, and his appearance was thin. As he stood in the middle of the field, the people around him immediately quieted down. He had been in the Divine City for the past few days, and it just so happened that he was here. Not long after, a tall figure flashed and appeared in the stone garden. It was the guardian of the Ji family's stone garden, the white-haired, jade-like old man. The older generation figures knew about this, but there wasn't a single one of the younger generation that wasn't shocked. They never expected him to be a great figure, guarding a corner of the stone garden. It truly was unexpected. Now that all sorts of experts had gathered at the Purple Mountain, it was already surprising that there were 3 holy lords in the Divine City. The Crimson Dragon Taoist is also in the Divine City. Go and invite him over. An old man suggested. However, almost no one said anything, as if they were extremely fearful of Taoist Crimson Dragon, not willing to involve him too much. I'll do it myself. Suddenly, without a sound, a person appeared in the field. He wore an ancient Taoist robe, and his withered body seemed to have been standing there for a long time. Many people trembled, including the older generation figures. Even the supreme elders of the Holy Lands couldn't help but take steps back. Even the great Xia's imperial uncle, Ji family's great figure, and the 3rd great bandit Su Tianxiong who surpassed the Green Flood Dragon King all felt restraining fear, maintaining a set distance from him. Yi Fan and Li Heishui looked at each other in dismay. This Crimson Dragon Taoist was far more terrifying than they had imagined, making even Holy Lord-level figures feel uneasy. However, after thinking about it, they felt relieved. The Crimson Dragon Taoist had lived for 3,000 years, and he was half a generation older than all the Holy Lords. His strength was deep and immeasurable, and he could move unhindered through the eastern wasteland. That head is no different from a human's, so it's most likely an archaic king race or a holy spirit. The great Xia's imperial uncle spoke. The 3rd great bandit Su Tianxiong said, "We only saw a head, not the entire body. It might not be a living holy spirit or archaic king." The Ji family's great figure said, "We must be careful. We will carve the formation patterns first, and if it is a living archaic king, we will teleport her to the Divine City's prison." Okay. The great Xia's imperial uncle nodded. At the scene, only the Crimson Dragon Taoist didn't say a word. He stood there quietly like a wooden stake. However, no one dared to say anything. The Ji family's great figure, Su Tianxiong, and the great Xia's imperial uncle worked together, laying out the profound jade and carving the formation patterns. They were serious and cautious. The Divine City had a prison, and this was the first time many people had heard of it. However, seeing the 3 holy lords' focused expressions as they carved the patterns, they all felt that this prison was definitely not a small matter. Even though such a thing had happened, the stone gambling didn't stop. Yi Fan and Nan Gongqi started cutting the stones. Many people were looking forward to it. Even though Holy Lord level figures had come, it didn't affect their mood at all. Instead, they became even more fervent. Cut open the strange stone. There will definitely be a shocking divine item appearing today. There is a peerless goddess in the blood sacrificial altar. What will be in the other stones? Will there be inconceivable existences in the immortal tomb? Everyone was very excited and wanted to witness a miracle. The stone garden was in an uproar, and even the great figures present were ignored. Kacha. Nan Gongqi held the silver blade in his hand. His movements were skilled, like a dancing dragon. Silver light flickered as he cut the scorching sunstone. The actions of a great master-level figure were extraordinary. The blade in his hand had spirituality and a sense of beauty. It was like a sublimation of art, and the technique was close to the Tao. Clang. The blade's hum was like a dragon's roar. The silver blade returned to its scabbard, and he finished cutting the stone in a single breath. He took a few steps back and gently blew on it. The scorching sunstone fluttered like snowflakes and drifted down like dust. A small sun rushed out and hung in the air. Its radiance was boundless, illuminating the entire stone garden. No one could look straight at it. A divine source the size of a person's head. The first stone had produced such a world-shocking item. His blade technique was unparalleled, and he finished in a single breath without harming the divine source in the slightest. Inside and outside the stone garden, there was a clamor. No one could calm down. The people of the Alcade Stone Workshop were hurt in their hearts, lungs, and livers. Their entire bodies were hurt. No one was more hurt than them. The first stone could earn back all of Nan Gongqi's expenses. It was worth 500,000 kilograms of divine source. Unbelievable. A Genesis technique great master is worthy of respect. I might as well stop cultivating and become a disciple of a Genesis technique great master. With this skill, I will be able to dominate the world. Everyone was envious. A world-shocking divine source had been cut out while they were chatting. Many small and medium-sized sects could not match the value of this divine source even if they sold everything they had. Little friend, it's your turn. Nan Gongqi smiled. Yi Fan's blade was not as skilled as his, but it was also very beautiful. It was very light and fleeting, as if he was playing a celestial song, displaying the rhythm of the great Tao. Suddenly, his body shook, and the blade in his hand almost split the wind cave stone. Just now, the dragon chi had attacked him along the earth veins and almost touched the wind cave stone, causing it to collapse and injuring him. He snorted coldly and looked at Nan Gongqi and the others. He saw that they were all smiling and did not say anything. Yi Fan laughed coldly in his heart, and continued to cut the stone. However, several more dragon chi rushed out from underground. They were thunderous and wanted to kill him. Seniors, you really think highly of me. He lowered his blade and fiercely stabbed it into the wind cave stone, into the earth veins. A huge dragon materialized and rushed towards the divine source stone opposite him. Nan Gongqi and the others were shocked. They did not think that he would dare to attack so openly. If the head-sized divine source exploded, not to mention them, even more than half of the people present would die. It was worth 500,000 kilograms of pure divine source. The divine power it contained was unimaginable. It was enough to flatten the Alcade Stone Workshop and kill many cultivators. The four moved at the same time, cutting off the dragon and protecting the divine source. Junior, you are so brazen. Do you want to kill everyone? Nan Gongqi shouted. I may be young, but I am open and aboveboard. This is a passive counterattack. You may be old, but you are too sinister and despicable. You want to take my life again and again. What face do you have to talk to me? Yi Fan was quite merciless and said such words in public. Life and death are the rules of our ancestors. There is no darkness or light. If one's skill is inferior, only death awaits them. Nan Gongqi sneered. Then don't blame me for being brazen. Yi Fan sneered. Ding. At this time he put away his blade. Stone fragments fell like rain and floated in all directions. Rays of divine light shot out and competed with the sun. He cut open the wind cave stone and revealed a fist-sized divine source. It was extremely dazzling. Everyone cried out in surprise. Many of the older generation were even more dumbfounded. Ancient insect divine source. That's right, it is the rare spirit medicine, ancient insect divine source. In the fist-sized divine source, there were more than 40 small insects. They were only the size of a fingernail, and all of them were golden and radiating with divine light. This ancient insect specializes in eating origin, and can spit out origin essence. It is a peerless medicinal ingredient for refining all kinds of ancient pills. The so-called ancient pill referred to an ancient pill recipe that had miraculous effects, but could not gather all the medicinal ingredients. Many of the spiritual items needed had long disappeared from the world. Heavens, they eat the divine source. These are all ancient insect kings. Their value is inestimable. This kind of ancient insect would become an insect king after eating the divine source. It could almost replace the medicinal ingredients needed for all kinds of ancient pill recipes. It was the rarest spiritual item under the divine medicine. Not far away, the divine silkworm struggled with all its might and wanted to rush over. Jiziyue grabbed its dragon-shaped tail and did not let it go. The little nun comforted it softly. Xiao Guai, don't move. That's not ours. They did not dare to release the divine silkworm. If the pure origin worth several 100,000 jin was swallowed by this little golden fairy, they would not be able to compensate for it. The little golden fairy was extremely wronged. Its eyes were brimming with tears as it silently pointed at Yi Fan's divine source, and then pointed at itself. It complained to the little nun Loli and little moon, not forgetting that Yi Fan stole its divine source in the past. Even though this divine source is only the size of a fist, there are dozens of ancient insect kings. It is worth 300,000 jin of pure origin. A supreme elder from the Holy Land said. Hong. The inside and outside of the stone garden once again flared up. There really was a priceless treasure, and this was only the first stone material from both sides. Originally, many people were not optimistic about Yi Fan's chances. After all, a goddess might appear from the blood sacrificial altar, so most people believed that he would definitely lose. However, now everyone changed their minds. Everything was possible. Yi Fan's origin technique was extremely astonishing. The first stone was able to suppress a grandmaster-level character. Perhaps there was a world-shocking immortal treasure in the immortal tomb that was comparable to the archaic goddess. The faces of the people from the Alcade Stone Lane turned green. This result was hard for them to accept. They had suffered heavy losses today. After this battle, there would most likely be no more treasures in the Heaven Stone Garden. The rest would most likely become useless stones. This ancient insect's divine source is too valuable. We can use it to refine the life-continuing pill. A group of old men rushed forward with bloodshot eyes, as if they were about to start a fight. Many of them were close to the end of their lifespans. This kind of spiritual item was what they desired the most. Seniors, don't be anxious. It won't be too late to consider the ancient insect's divine source after the stone gambling battle. Yi Fan smiled. You're right. Now is not the time to fight. Let's not damage the harmony. We'll talk about it after the Genesis technique battle. The group of old men who did not have much lifespan left slowly calmed down. The saints and saintesses were shocked. Genesis technique masters seemed to have more prospects than them. Even the powerful figures of the older generation wanted to ask for help. Little brother Gufeng, you're already comparable to a grandmaster at such a young age. In the future, you will definitely become the Yuan Taoist master. Sweet sounds secretly transmitted her voice. Yi Fan did not know if she was also complimenting the Genesis technique families. He smiled and nodded in response. However, the moment he turned around, his expression froze. The saintesses were right in front of him. He also saw the heavenly secret. There were definitely two or more beauties more alluring than one. The saintesses stood in front of him. They were snow white and sparkling. It was too much for his eyes to take in. Out of politeness, he could not turn around immediately. The saints and saintesses were all smiling at him, expressing their goodwill. They had a feeling that this young man might really become the Yuan Taoist master. Such an extraordinary person was courteous to all the sacred grounds. In the future, there would be many things they would need to ask of him. Yi Fan could accept the saints' smiles. However, the saintess's smiles made his heart pound. Any normal man would not be able to stay calm in front of several peerless beauties. He unexpectedly found that the Jade Lake Saintess was very special. This time he did not see through her clothes. He was very surprised. Her close-fitting silk clothes were hazy. It was obviously a divine item. A cold snort sounded in his ears. He sharply sensed that it was the Saintess of Jade Lake. She was very dissatisfied. She seemed to be thinking about what happened 3 days ago. Yi Fan turned around and faced Nangongqi and the others again. So what if the ancient insect god source is precious? Even if you cut it, it can only be left for the winner. A young disciple of the Genesis technique ancient family sneered. That's right. We can use it to refine a furnace of ancient pills to improve our cultivation. Another young disciple laughed. You can be cocky when you really beat us. Li Heishui sneered. However, he was very uncertain. He still could not believe that there was a peerless goddess in the blood sacrificial altar. There's no point in talking. Let's continue cutting the stone. Yi Fan said. Yes, let's cut the stone and decide the winner. We want to see what's inside the immortal tomb. The surrounding people all shouted like this. They were looking forward to the birth of the immortal treasure. Nangongqi once again displayed his beautiful blade technique. His silver blade danced like a dragon and a phoenix. In just a few breaths, he had cut open the second stone the size of a house. With a wave of his sleeve, stone fragments filled the sky and rustled down. Only a piece of God's source floated in the air, glaring with divine light. It was slightly larger than a human head. There was actually a head inside. The God source barely wrapped it up. Heavens, a human head! Everyone cried out in surprise. It's no different from a human. It must be an archaic royal family. Many people cried out involuntarily. There had always been rumors that the God source contained a corpse. However, apart from Yi Fan who had seen it in the Purple Mountain, and the nest of 10,000 dragons, not many people in this world had seen it. Naturally, they were shocked. The value of an archaic royal family's head is inestimable. A supreme elder from a holy land cried out in surprise. Even the Ji clan's expert, the third bandit Su Tianxiong, and the great Xiao imperial uncle, who were carving Dao patterns on the side, were alarmed. They stopped and walked over with large strides. It really is the head of an archaic royal family. This head belonged to a middle-aged man. His long purple hair was extremely thick, and his skin was bronze. His face was like a knife, and his eyes were closed. His neck had been cut off cleanly by a sharp blade. It was definitely not a natural death. It's extremely useful for researching the archaic races and their weaknesses. It's too rare. Since ancient times, only a few upper-level royal corpses have been obtained. It's truly rare. The others were shaken by the evaluation of a divine lord. It was obvious that this head was exceptionally precious. Kacha. At this time, Yi Fan cut open the second wondrous stone, the devil fetus. This devil fetus, which was rumored to be able to absorb the essence of the sun and moon, and contained a holy spirit, was a popular wondrous stone in the early years. However, ever since an origin technique grandmaster rejected it, its value plummeted, and its price dropped several times. Now it was worth 120,000 kilograms of origin source. If no one showed interest in it, its price might continue to drop. At this moment, it was finally cut open. Bang! Yi Fan shook slightly. Stone fragments flew off, and purple divine radiance soared into the sky. Astonishing spirit energy overflowed in all directions. This time, even the Crimson Dragon Taoist was alarmed and came over in an instant. As he approached, the group of old men who were about to rush over stopped in their tracks. Even the other 3 Divine Lord-level characters maintained a certain distance. They seemed to be avoiding the vicious beasts of the Great Desolate Era, and were afraid of being attacked by the Crimson Dragon Taoist. His terrifying might was evident. This was a bowl-sized divine source. It should have been golden in color, but it contained a rare treasure that dyed it purple and made it resplendent. It released wisps of purple mist. The spiritual essence was dense, and there was a wave of divine aura. It was as if it could purify one's body and mind, cleansing one's soul and flesh. Many people had this type of feeling. They were all stunned. and their eyes released divine light as they looked towards this divine source, wanting to see what exactly was inside. Powerful life fluctuations. That's right, there is an incomparable divine aura. What exactly is this? There is a living creature inside. Everyone became anxious. They discovered that it was difficult to truly see through it. Purple splendor flickered inside, and radiance rushed into the heavens. They could only vaguely see a void figure. This is a Qilin. Great Xia's imperial uncle's face was full of shock. He saw the life form inside the divine source. Ji family's great expert was also stupefied. That's right, a purple Qilin. The Crimson Dragon Taoist was abnormally excited. He appeared at Yi Fan's side and stared rigidly at the divine source that was the size of a bowl. At this time, the multicolored light of the divine source was restrained, and it began to absorb the essence of heaven and earth as well as the essence of the sun and moon. The others finally saw the life form inside, and they were all shocked. Heavens, it really is a Qilin. This is too heaven-defying. How could there be this type of creature? This is an existence on par with true dragons and immortals. However, it's just too small, right? It's not even the size of an infant's fist. The clamor in the stone garden shook the heavens. No one could calm down. Since ancient times, no one could say anything about immortals. This was also the case for immortal spirits. Many people speculated that true dragons didn't exist, and that there were only flood dragons that looked like them. Meanwhile, Qilin could also be deduced from this. It really is too small. Could it be that this is a young true Qilin that was born in the archaic era? The divine aura was extremely strong, making everyone in the stone garden feel as if they received a baptism, as if they were purified. This isn't a Qilin but a seed. The Crimson Dragon Taoist suddenly spoke, but he didn't reveal any disappointment. On the contrary, he became even more excited. Chapter 375. A Seed. Yi Fan's fingers became a sparkling purple as he gently raised the purple divine crystal. He was baptized by a wave of divine power, and his entire body was covered in a layer of purple mist. The Crimson Dragon Taoist was extremely excited. His eyes flickered with scarlet radiance as he stared at this world-shocking precious crystal. His voice was weak and only attracted a few people's attention. Within the Heaven Stone Garden, there was a hubbub of voices. The clamor shook the heavens. Everyone found it difficult to control their emotions. What they saw was too miraculous. It was actually a purple Qilin. Even though the purple Qilin within the divine crystal was small, not even the size of an infant's fist, it possessed an incomparable vitality. It was devouring the essence of the sun and moon. Endless spiritual energy was drawn over. Every time it inhaled and exhaled, it was like a surging tide. It made everyone present feel as if they were baptized and their bodies became calm and peaceful. All of this was incomparably miraculous. Everyone knew that this was a peerless immortal treasure with inestimable value. Purple Qilin. There really is one in this world. An existence on the same level as immortals, yet it seems to be in a dream. This is too inconceivable. It is an immortal spirit born from the intersection of heaven and earth. It originated from the archaic era, or even the ancient era of the underworld. It has only appeared today. Everyone was excited and no one could remain calm. If the Crimson Dragon Taoist wasn't standing there, a bloody battle might have already broken out. Despite this being the case, the group of messy old men seemed to have eaten aphrodisiacs. They squeezed forward with red eyes, including the supreme elders of the various holy lands. As for the holy sons and daughters, even those as powerful as them couldn't compare to their own supreme elders and great demons. They were all disheveled. The younger generation was almost squeezed out, causing the holy daughters to frown. The Ji clan's little moon and the great Xia's little nun cried out loudly, protesting against the older generation. It was extremely hurtful. This was the truest portrayal of the light-shaking realm's people. The heaven-defying purple Qilin had appeared, and those guarding the stone garden had the urge to slit their own throats. The wondrous demonic embryo had been placed in the stone garden for who knew how many years, and had always been treated as a half-useless stone. In the end, it actually produced such a shocking immortal treasure. This old one represents the 10,000 Tribulations sect, to buy this wondrous treasure. 10,000 tribulations sect is amazing. This old man represents the Yin Yang sect to sincerely buy this immortal treasure. Can you afford it? Do you know how valuable the purple Kylan is? Immediately, a grand elder of a holy land sneered. We can't afford it, but can you afford it? The old undyings of the big sects weren't afraid of the supreme elders of the holy lands and coldly rebuked them. The group of old men had the urge to fight. All of them were extremely excited and didn't look old at all. They were even more energetic than the young saints. Little Moon of the Ji family and the little nun in white are holding the restless divine silkworm, crying out again and again, protesting that the elders are stepping on their little feet. Okay, stop fighting, Ji family's expert said. His voice wasn't loud, but it made everyone quiet down. He was tall and stalwart. His silver hair was like snow and his skin was like white jade. He was a true holy master level character. No one dared to ignore his words. The red dragon Taoist snorted coldly and said, "What's there to fight about?" He put his hands behind his back and swept his gaze over everyone present. Everywhere his gaze passed, everyone shivered. No one dared to retort. This kind of super terrifying character dared to openly kill the wavering light holy master, and even dared to stay in the God City. This was enough to explain everything. Even the Ji family's expert, the third great bandit Su Tianxiong, and the central state Great Xia's imperial uncle respected him, and kept a safe distance. This seed. My Great Xia wants to fight for it. The central state Great Xia's imperial uncle took a step forward. Even if he was afraid of the red dragon Taoist, he definitely couldn't let go of this divine object. It was abnormally precious and worth getting their hands on. Even if there was danger, they had to fight for it. My Ji family is also willing to pay a sky-high price to buy it. The Ji family's expert said resolutely. Only Su Tianxiong didn't say anything. Even though he dared to challenge the Holy Lands, he couldn't fight over it right now. In terms of methods, he was afraid of the red dragon Taoist, but in terms of wealth, he couldn't compare to the other two. There was no need to talk about the others. Their hearts were ice cold. No matter how precious this purple immortal Kylan was, it wasn't their turn to make a move. Why is it a seed? Many people didn't understand and were flabbergasted. Why is it a seed? Isn't it a little Qilin beast? The white-clothed nun finally got close to the Great Xia imperial uncle. No one dared to push her anymore. She muttered in a small voice. Qilins are the same as immortals. No one can say for sure whether they exist or not. Even if they do, they won't descend into the mortal world. We can't see them. The Great Xia imperial uncle doted on the white-clothed little Lolita a lot, and explained softly. Grandfather, what exactly is it? Ji Ziyue acted coquettishly and shook the Ji family's expert's arm. She wasn't afraid of him at all. This is the seed of a divine medicine, the world's most precious divine object. The Ji family expert replied. The seed of the archaic Qilin divine medicine. Yi Fan had seen the true dragon divine medicine in the nest of 10,000 dragons, so he could naturally deduce what the Qilin divine medicine looked like. Everyone was in an uproar. They didn't expect it to be like this. How could a seed take the shape of a Qilin and have such powerful life fluctuations? In Yi Fan's hands, the little Qilin within the purple divine crystal was vivid and lifelike. Its body was covered in dragon scales, as if it was treading on water. It had a dragon head, antlers, lion eyes, tiger back, bear waist, and on its back, there was a diagram that looked like a type of heavenly Tao divine pattern. It was extremely profound. The legends are true. An older generation figure muttered to himself. Divine medicines were extremely rare. Even in the archaic era, there weren't many of them. They could allow unrivaled experts whose lifespans had dried up to obtain a chance at new life. That was why they were revered as the world's most precious divine objects. Almost every single divine medicine was unique, and it was extremely difficult to find a second one. From this, one could see just how precious and divine they were. Every single divine medicine almost couldn't reproduce. They were unique, and if they were destroyed, then it meant that they would forever be erased from this world. That was why they were called supreme divine goods. This was also the reason why there were no traces of them now, and why divine medicines were completely extinct. They can't reproduce, so why is there still a seed like this? Someone was confused and muttered softly. It's a unique divine medicine that underwent rebirth on its own. An elder explained. Archaic divine medicines were unmatched, all of them intelligent. When they were destroyed, they could escape, fly into the sky and escape into the earth. What was even more miraculous was that they would undergo rebirth as well. Their bodies would condense, turning into a seed, and then tear through the sky to choose a more suitable immortal earth. This is an archaic divine medicine seed that underwent rebirth? Everyone here was stupefied. Everything inside and outside of the stone garden was quiet to the point where even a pin drop could be heard. Everyone was extremely shocked. Divine medicines had another name, undying medicine. They had heaven-defying power that could bring the dead back to life, and they themselves were almost undying as well. At this moment, everyone understood just how precious it was. For the Holy Lands, it was definitely a priceless divine object. This seed possessed incomparably powerful life fluctuations, proving that it was full of vitality and could definitely be planted. The Holy Land's inheritances hadn't decayed for more than 100,000 years, so they could definitely wait to nurture a stalk of divine medicine. Even if it only matured once every few thousand years, it was still enough. Every few thousand years, a divine medicine would be picked, and after accumulating a few times, it would continuously extend the lives of those who had hopes of becoming a great emperor. Who knows, they might even be able to produce a great emperor. When they thought of this result, how could the Holy Land's people's eyes not turn red? This was an unmatched divine object. Yifan had cut out a damaged humanoid archaic divine medicine. Even though it had roots, without the divine spring's water, there was no way it could survive. Forget about how damaged it was, even if it was in perfect condition, if it couldn't survive, it still couldn't compare to this Qilin seed that had life. Right now, there was no need for anyone to say anything. Everyone knew that this seed was far more precious than the archaic king's head. This was especially true for the Holy Lands, because it was an immortal treasure that was worth fighting over. Moreover, just the seed itself was a treasure that could extend one's life. It was because it was formed from a divine medicine's rebirth, so it retained the essence of endless undying matter. Everyone's eyes became red. Fortunately, the Crimson Dragon Taoist was standing at Yifan's side, or else his life would be in danger. The highest bidder wins. This is the fairest way. The Ji family's great elder spoke. The Holy Land's people agreed. They didn't have any experts here, so they could only fight for it with their wealth. Otherwise, a single Su Tianxiong would be enough to slaughter everyone here. The Crimson Dragon Taoist spoke. I know what you all mean. Do you want to exclude me? His voice was calm, but it made everyone's hearts jump. He continued, ancient great emperors aren't created from piles of divine medicines. If they can't comprehend it themselves, it would be useless even if they were given 9 reincarnations. The divine medicine seed was shaped like a qilin, and there were Tao patterns on its back like a heavenly diagram. It was extremely mysterious and indescribably miraculous. At this moment, it continuously absorbed the essence of the sun and moon, as if it was being reborn. It breathed in and out essence energy, rising and falling like ocean waves, bathing everyone in the stone garden in a divine aura. Yifan held the qilin seed. Its entire body became a sparkling and translucent purple like jade. He really didn't want to sell it and hoped to keep it in his hands. Let's not fight for now. Let's hurry up and finish the formation runes. If a goddess jumps out of the blood sacrificial altar, it will be a disaster. The Ji clan's almighty suggested to carve the formation runes just in case. As for the qilin divine medicine seed, they could discuss it after the stone gambling ended. Little Yifan, we can't keep this seed. Li Heishui secretly transmitted his voice, constantly complaining and speechless. At this moment, the way everyone looked at Yifan was obviously different. First, he cut out the ancient insect god source, then he cut out the qilin divine medicine seed, suppressing an origin technique grandmaster. Even the proud and arrogant saints and saintesses were expressing goodwill, and extending an olive branch, let alone the others. The future Yuan Taoist master. Many people had already given him this label. To be able to suppress an origin technique grandmaster at such a young age, his future achievements were limitless, and it was very likely that he would become a genius of his generation. Even the gazes of the few Saint Lords were somewhat different when they glanced at him. Continue cutting the stones. Nangongqi said expressionlessly. So what if you cut out the divine medicine seed? Can you compare to the goddess? In the end, you are still going to lose to us. The few youngsters from the ancient origin technique families were very unconvinced and sneered in a low voice. Humph, cut it. Let's congratulate him for cutting out an even more precious holy item from the immortal tomb. That way, our harvest will be even more abundant. They were confident that they could cut out the goddess and witness a miracle in the history of origin techniques. They didn't believe that there was anything more precious than this in the world. Then open your eyes and watch us cut out an immortal from the immortal tomb. Li Heishui was stubborn, but in fact he was very guilty.